Greetings, family. We're just going to go ahead and get started. And I oof. All right. We are the breakers of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yamaya, Oshun, Yami Ajay, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse ever cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that is caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we our mother's children call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We call the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions and the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now, we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. I hear you. I hear you. I've been crazy busy. I'm not gonna stay up on here. I got too much to do. And it's like it doesn't matter how much I'm working. It's like I just can never get ahead. So I'm not gonna stay up on here. I been literally sitting in front of this laptop since 7 o'clock this morning. And I still feel like I ain't made no progress. Thank you for it's been man, coffee cakes. It's been a minute since I saw you too. Hey, I was like, man, I'm about to do this conspiracy and jump my ass right up off this call because I got shit just piled up so high. I don't even know. Happy Capricorn full moon, by the way. Yeah, happy Capricorn full moon. I'm still not gonna stay on here long. I'm happy to see you too. I haven't seen y'all up on here in a minute. I know that my brash ass tongue be running people off and shit. And so I'm glad to see y'all here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad to see y'all, actually. That's encouraging. Veoni asks, how does the full moon feel for you? I feel rode hard and put up wet. I'll be honest. I don't feel, yeah, man. I feel beat up from the feet up. That's how I feel. I feel toe up from the flow up. Broke down from the throat down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I don't feel great. And I've been doing everything that I can today to try to change that feeling, you know, having my music crunk all day, and you know, yeah, I'm supposed to be going to do some witchy shit with some women tonight, and I'm gonna go, but yeah, I don't feel great, and I just honor that today. I kept my music on till right before here, but I just had to honor that. I don't feel good today. I see you, Constance. I appreciate you. Thank you, Zahar, for the donation, my dear. Yeah. Even this little egg I'm trying to wolf down is the first thing I've eaten all day. But when I say I've been sitting in front of this laptop since 7 o'clock this morning and haven't moved, I mean that. And there's so much the last few days. It's interesting, Bayoni. I don't feel pessimistic at all. Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel pessimistic. I just feel I don't know, I feel like frustrated. I feel stuck. And there was so much that I had wanted to talk with you guys about this week, and it was like just everything. It just feels like shit just feels like insurmountable today, and I don't like that. I don't like shit feeling insurmountable. And yeah. And I am yeah, I'll be honest. Like, I'm tired of men. I'm tired of the white world. Like, motherfuckers is out here exhausted on oppression. That's what it is. That's like, I feel the weight of the world upon me today. That's what it is. I don't feel pessimistic. I feel like, can we fucking be done with this shit already? Because, like, this shit is stupid. And can we all, like I had an attitude today. I'm like, God damn, you know what I'm saying, mother? Like, I don't know what the lesson is you trying to have us learn, but can we be done with this bullshit already? Like, can we just go ahead and call this shit quit all the fuck ready? Like, can we be done with this bull the fuck ready? Like, this shit is dumb. This shit is dumb. This shit is dumb. Yeah, this shit is stupid. I don't want to be up in here. I'll be honest, man. I've been on one today. I'll be honest. Like, if I can keep it blood raw, I've been the fuck on one today. I don't feel pessimistic. I feel that kind of like stuck ass resistance that you feel literally right when you on the very edge of a life changing breakthrough. Like, it's gonna be so radical, but it's that fucking tumultuous, burdensome ass moment right before the break. And I'm like, can we break already? Can we just do that? Like, this shit, this shit too motherfucking much. It's just too much. These, I do not know. And I'll be honest, like, as much confidence as I have in our calling, in the period, in the time, in the mother, like, the one thing I cannot explain, I know I'm a brilliant motherfucker. I do. The one thing I cannot explain, the one question y'all cannot ask me, because I will tell you straight up, I do not have the answer. I have not been given the answer. I do not know the answer. And the question is, what is the great grand lesson we are supposed to be learning from this bullshit and ass bullshit? What is it that we supposed to be learning from this shit? What is it that we can possibly learn from all this goddamn brigandage, man? Just senseless, don't even begin to explain. Just don't even begin to explain the brigandage. They got just nothing. Just nothing. You know what I'm saying? Ken's color box. I'll be honest. Ken's color box asks, are we conquering the human experience since we are spiritual beings? Like, I'm gonna tell y'all. My position hasn't wavered. So while I understand where you're coming from, Ken's color box, that ain't my position. That ain't my position. That is not my position. My position is not that we quote spiritual beings. That's not my position. I know somebody gonna be upset with it. That's not my position. My position is that as material beings, we are both matter and energy. We are both human and spirit. They're inseparable. They're inseparable. And that's, I feel like that's the thing that's the hardest to win with people, is this goddamn dissection that has been imposed on us that exists in everywhere and every understanding that we have. That's what this means, honey. Spirit and flesh are one thing. Spirit and flesh are one entity that's dynamic and always ebbing and flowing and transforming and consuming. It's one thing. Matter and energy is one thing. That's what I mean when I say mommy and I are one. One thing. Different personifications, different dynamics, different expressions in the one. In the one. In the one. And because we have been taught dissection and separation for so long, man, sometimes the simplest thing eludes us. It's simple. It's not complicated. What did I tell y'all? that your filthy fucking Bible say? That the adversary is the author of all confusion. The adversary is the author of all confusion. So you know what your default gotta be? If some shit don't make no sense, simplify, bitch. If some shit seems too complicated to comprehend, simplify. 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 Because this shit is, man, look, this shit, it just had me on one today. I was in here, I'm still in here, sitting in front of this computer, swearing I wasn't going to say shit to y'all, but this conspiracy. And I had my TV playing before I played my music, and it had some esoteric shit up on there about like the history. Thank you, Java Watson, for the donation. About the history of like certain types of esoteric thought. And I'm neck deep. I have so many consultations to type up. I'm just overwhelmed, y'all. And there's no other way to put it. There's no other way to put it. I'm fucking overwhelmed. I'm goddamn overwhelmed. And I've been trying really hard to maintain the upbeatness because I'm still convicted. I'm upbeat. I'm actually not only optimistic, I'm audaciously, arrogantly optimistic about what is. I am. But like as big as this shit is, man, like as big as this shit is, I'm going to need my motherfucking surroundings to reflect the bigness of this goddamn mission. We as women in general, and we as Black women in particular, we as women in general and Black women in particular, man, I might have to create a separate conspiracy. I might have to create a separate conspiracy, and that become the thing that every day, all day we chant. Because no matter where the fuck I think that's why I got an attitude. No matter who I talk to, like I told you, I'm meeting up with 6 other women tonight. You understand? And when I tell you, every last one of these women are giants among men. Giants. I'm telling you, genius fucking bitches that I'm meeting with tonight. And every last one of them is expressing the same thing that I'm telling y'all right now. Every last one of them. And that's what's been so strategic about this shit, y'all. Is everybody that I talk to is saying the same thing. Like, damn, I ain't seen you so long, but it feel like I ain't seen nobody in so long. Like, it's like we are the furthest apart from each other that we have ever been. I'm talking about people who about this life, like people who get together, like people who do work together, like people who are activists, like people who are spiritual people and who regularly, you feel me, get together. Nobody has touched my skin. I have not had a hug. Nobody has touched my skin in 2 weeks. And I know better because I'm a goddamn doctor. And everybody I talk to is the same way. We just hunkering down, trying to get this money, trying to get this money, trying to get this money. People, the 7 women I'm meeting with tonight are 6 among, I'm not exaggerating, 6 among thousands of women that I know personally who have no business trying to figure out how they are going to survive. While you got clown ass, monkey ass weirdos like Bezos and goddamn Elon Musk, dumb as boxes of rocks, child. There ain't nobody that can convince me otherwise. These weirdos is dumb as boxes of rocks, robbing the world blind. So I got an attitude. I got an attitude for a multiplicity of reasons. You feel me? Like, I ain't got an attitude with the mother, but I'm like, look, now, don't be like this weird ass godmother with everything. You just have to trust that there's a greater purpose. I don't accept that. I don't accept that. I do not accept that there is a greater purpose for the fucking suffering of the majority of people on the earth. I don't accept that there's some motherfucking great mystery that we have to uncover to find out what the lesson in all of this shit is. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I wholly, 1,000,000% reject it. I reject it. Now, I reject it. I don't give a fuck. I reject it. There is no lesson to be learned. There is no great beneficent mystery that we must uncover as the reason that the majority of people on this planet have suffered as long as they have. There is nothing beneficent to uncover. Nothing. There is no great mystery in this shit. So stop trying to find one. There is no great mystery in this shit. The only conclusion that I can come to, that's all it is. Thank you, Power Kismet. That's all it is. That's all it is. This is the greatest, this is the apex personification of a 6,000-year-old motherfucking smash and grab. That's it. That's all. That's it. There ain't no great lesson. The only lesson, the only lesson in this is, baby, there is but one conclusion to come to. There is but one conclusion. We say it, but we have to be fucking raw as fuck when we say it. Now this shit is fucking old as fuck. There is but one conclusion. We have to lay waste to this entire goddamn global monstrosity. We have to lay waste to this bitch. There is no other conclusion that we can come to. There is no other conclusion that we can come to. We have to lay waste to this bitch. There is no redemption in it. There is no redemption in it. There's nothing in it worth saving. There's nothing in it worth saving. There's nothing in it worth preserving. There is nothing in it worth salvaging. We have to lay waste to this goddamn monstrosity. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. This shit is burdensome as fuck. Burdensome is a motherfucking understatement of grand proportion. Stacy, I hear what you're saying, baby, but I don't accept that neither. I'm sorry. I don't accept that neither. She says, Sister Stephanie say, technology pushes us further apart. No, it don't. No, it don't. I don't accept that. I don't accept that. I don't accept that. What I accept is any technology that exists, no matter who has created the technology, has the ability to do for us what we need it to do. The only problem in the whole world of technology, the only problem that has ever existed with any new technology is whose grimy, grubby motherfucking hands was at the steering wheel of that technology. That's all. That's all. If you want to know what some new technological advancement is going to produce, look at whose grubby ass hands is at the helm of that shit, and it will always tell you if this is going to be something that benefits the whole or if this is going to be something that deepens the suffering of the whole. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's all it is. There is nothing else. There is nothing else. No matter where, no matter what period of time since this monstrous motherfucker took hold of the planet. There's nothing else. It's that simple. So like I said at the beginning, when shit seemed too complicated, when shit seemed too confusing, when shit seemed too elusive, when shit seemed too mysterious, simplify. Simplify. Make it plain and simplify, and it will come. It will spring straight up. Because this long ass dissertation I was listening to while I was trying to finish this sister's write up, and this motherfucker, because men do that shit. Do you know why men do that shit? Do you know why men should do that shit? They do that shit for the same reason they Bible tell us they do that shit. But they just don't name who the adversary is. They just don't name who the adversary is. They just don't name who the adversary is when they say the adversary is the author of all confusion. The adversary is the author of all confusion. Got you thinking it's some mysterious motherfucker in hell. Where the fuck is hell at? No, you got a broken motherfucker who's done transformed Eden into hell. You got a twisted motherfucker who done transformed the planet that we love into hell. The adversary is the author of all confusion. But that monstrous motherfucker just don't say who the author of God, don't say who the author is, who the goddamn adversary is. These malignant motherfuckers, man, this shit is burdensome as fuck. And the thing that's so striking to me, goddamn, man, I wasn't even trying to go off. I was trying to eat my egg and go about and finish my goddamn work and shit. But you know what is annoying as fuck? That the world appears. It has always appeared this way. So do not get it twisted. I know you young ones, y'all ain't experienced the multiplicity of near end of the world scenarios. But us old folks, we done walked through about 4-5 end of the world scenario shits in our lifetime. You feel me? So just walk with me. In all of the end of the world, impending end of the world scenario shits that I done lived through, I will be honest. This is the one, because now I'm studying. Now I see. Now I understand what's happening in the sky that's trying to put us on game. Maybe the sky, our heavenly siblings, and our solar system, they try to communicate to us. They try to put us the fuck on game. That's why I'm studying this shit. They're like, bitch, how many times these goddamn astrologers got to tell you that this shit y'all walking, y'all done waded into in full since the 7th, since Monday, is the first time that anything has happened like this in known human history. Like, how loud do we have to yell at y'all that something has got to give, and we here for y'all. We here for y'all. But y'all so super distracted on this bullshit happening in your White House. This bullshit happening with these other punk ass heads of state everywhere on earth. I don't give a fuck who they are. There is not one country, there is not one place, there is not one nation on earth that I would say that motherfucker right there about that life. Not one. Not one. Not even your beloved Ibrahim. Not one. Not one. And the heavens is letting us know what's what. Our siblings, who is always watching, they're like, look, we're trying to put y'all niggas on game. Like, how many signs we got to give y'all? Like, how many signs in the sky we got to put y'all on to? Like, how many once in a lifetime, once in a goddamn millennium events y'all got to see before y'all recognize the urgency of the moment and how we are all conspiring to make sure that shit go y'all way instead of the same old way again. You feel me? I'm just saying, I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm not mad. I am 100 million times more than mad. I am furious. I am outraged beyond comprehension. And that makes that so, because we be trying to be optimistic, and in our minds, optimistic mean happy. I'm not happy today, man. I'm confident. I'm optimistic. I'm audaciously optimistic, but I am not happy. The overwhelming feeling that I have in my body is the innumerable anger, rage, and resentment of the innumerable ones who have lost their lives under this rotten, monstrous motherfucking bitch. I'm sitting here yesterday. I couldn't even get up on here yesterday. That's why I did not get up on here yesterday. I didn't say one word up on here yesterday because I was like, this is too much. This is too motherfucking much. Now, this is too much. It's way beyond too much. And so I'm sitting here yesterday because I got on another wormhole yesterday because I really want to talk to y'all about these goddamn birds. I want to talk to y'all about these birds. Because I'm going to tell y'all, I think these birds got some shit to say. And the problem is, even when I tell y'all, if you see little signs, you know what I'm saying? If a bird fly in front of you, if for this and that, and it just take a little second And Google, what is the spiritual meaning of? What is the symbolism of? And I do that regularly. I got tons of animal spirit meaning books and all this shit. But I'm just realizing Java Watson, girl, it's crazy that you said that. Because I was literally listening to this astrologer today who was talking about all of these people becoming obsessed with AI divination systems, right? AI divination systems. So they getting all their divination, like I Ching and shit like that, done straight through AI. And he said, yeah, I like AI divination too. He said, but I was hearing about this really fascinating thing happening in Africa where there's a tribe of people who use spiders to do divination. I said, what? Oh my God. What? He ain't going into no detail, but I was like, yo, who they is? Like, how can we link up with them? They use spiders to do divination. I said, God damn. Anyway, bye. I have got an attitude that is beyond comprehension, that's beyond expression. It's beyond expression. And so when I'm talking about even the birds, right? The birds, at first I thought it was my imagination, y'all. I really did. This has been happening for a month. And at first I thought it was my imagination. But the birds in this city, the birds, I live in West Hollywood. The birds have been acting fucking weird. The birds have been acting fucking weird. I will go, like the other night I told y'all, my energy was so turned up that I had to go for a walk. I was like, I've been sitting up in here, either in front of the jewelry or in front of the goddamn computer or trying to multitask in my house. This gargantuan mountain of shit that I am trying to plow through by my goddamn self. And so I was like, I got to get out of here. I got to go for a walk. I got to get my blood pumping. And I leave the house at 11:30 at night to go walking. And it's usually in this little neighborhood that I live in, literally 3-4 blocks from Hollywood Boulevard. And it is creepy quiet. It always shocks me when I go outside on a Friday night, on a Saturday night to go walking in my neighborhood. And baby, when I say I'm not exaggerating, your ass can hear a pin drop on the ground outside in my neighborhood at night. It's insanely quiet to be right in the thick of fucking Hollywood. That's every night. So I go walking the other night. It was like Sunday or Monday or Saturday. I don't know when it was, but I went walking. No, it was a weekend night because everybody was out when I walked down Hollywood Boulevard. But before I got out of my direct neighborhood, the bird at 11:30. There was so much bird song. It was like, it was so loud and so consistent. It was like when the sun breaks the surface first thing in the morning at sunrise, and how you just be hearing all the little birds. They get like hyperactive first thing in the morning. Baby, at almost midnight, these motherfuckers was on one. And there's a lot of birds in my neighborhood anyway. There's a bunch of crows that hang out on the backside of my apartment complex, and then kind of down the way, down the street, just a little bit, there are tons and tons of sparrows. And I told y'all I've been tripping on the sparrow shit for a minute, right? When I tell you there's a whole line of trees and you can just hear hundreds of little sparrows just talking up a storm. And that's usually first thing in the morning. Baby, it was so jarring because it's typically so quiet out here at night. These motherfuckers was having a party in the tree, them sparrows. They was having a whole party in them trees. I was like, what the hell y'all talking about this late at night? Right? It was going off, going ham. But this has been every day for a month. This really, and nobody else in this city notices it because everybody is oblivious as fuck to everything. Everybody is oblivious to everything. I'm like, does nobody else like recognize that something weird is happening with the birds in this city? I mean, so much so, it's not because I'm a spiritual person. I'm telling you, as a scientist, I'm like, okay, what the fuck is going on with the birds? Like, this is bizarre as fuck. What in the hell am I? Even cats. my cats. Have y'all heard me yell at my cats the last 2 lives? And if I did, it's because I was up on here for 8 hours before they like, okay, bitch, already be done. Come here, boy. They have been so weird. My cats, they have been crazy quiet. Like yesterday, Tempest, when I tell you she slept all day, him, come here, boy. This boy here, his old fine self, his ass, they were scarily quiet yesterday. They were scarily quiet yesterday. Typically, when I'm not talking up on here, they all over me. They pouncing on me. They on my lap. They trying to crawl on my lap. In the last couple of days, I'm like, okay, now, and it's not just me. 2 days ago, I went on TikTok, and there was video after video after video after video. Man, I got stuck in a time loop on the goddamn TikTok because everybody was talking about the animals. Everybody was saying, like, has anybody noticed anything weird with animals? Like, all the animals are acting really weird from all over, man. I was watching videos from all over the planet, and people are like, something is going on with the animals. You feel me? It's like, it's not only like, it's like they're being super cautious, but their behavior is also unusually weird. It's not aggressive. It's like, I don't know. But at first I thought it was me, because for a month I've been saying, I don't understand what's going on with these birds. As a matter of fact, I told myself yesterday, like, maybe I need to learn, like, and then I saw a video about this autistic kid who has learned how to speak to birds, child. This autistic teenager in Colorado who has learned to speak to birds, they say that his bird calls are so creepily accurate that he has been able to communicate with 50 different species of birds, child. I just saw that yesterday. Okay, so see, I Am My Enemy said the same thing. Birds are singing in the middle of the night here in Georgia. Okay? Hey, boy, you being extra cute, right? What you want? What you want? Ain't he so pretty? Ain't he so pretty? You so pretty, boy. But yes, right? And then I saw this video, and this little teenager was like, they were like, yeah, he's mastered how to speak to 50 different species of birds. All right. And so anyway, I was saying all of that about the birds because I had that experience. I was like, you know what? Let me find out something else about these birds, because the first time I started talking to y'all about birds was several months ago, when I told y'all that our official bird for the temple is going to be the raven, because the raven, when they're in a group of 2 or more, are called a conspiracy. That's our thing. But we was also going to claim the crow too, because that's called a murder. That's our thing. And I was like, you know what? I went on this whole deep dive about bad birds, and I'm eventually going to do a thing about bad birds. And then we did that damn sinners breakdown, and came to find out, because I was trying to Google the etymology of Remic's name to see, because supposedly this dude was supposed to be Irish, right? But the name Remick is not Irish. And so I was like, well, what the fuck? You know, why they said he was Irish and then don't give him an Irish name? As a matter of fact, the name Remick, I think, was British, was Old English, right? And then, so I went on to Wikipedia and put the name Remick in the wiki, and I was blown away, because the name Remick is actually, along with being an actual name of people, the name Remick is actually a scientific name for a specific species of sparrow. Right? I don't know if y'all remember that or not, but then I was like, damn, So the sparrow thing keeps coming up and coming up and coming up. So I was like, damn, well, let me see what's going on with the sparrow. So the other day, I did that again. And I was like, damn, them birds was showing out the other night. So I got on this wormhole about the sparrows again. And I told y'all once before about communist China and their during the Great Leap Forward, they had this campaign called the Four Pests campaign, where they had decided that the sparrows were eating too much of the crops, the grains and the rice. And so they had this four pest campaign, which was sparrows, mosquitoes, flies, and rats. And they were going to start with the sparrows. And baby, I had to skim through it because they were talking about a lot. I'm getting to a point because I'm still mad, and that's why I'm getting to this point. So I'm watching this YouTube video about the Four Pest campaign the other day. And I'll tell you, I was upset. I was upset for a number of reasons watching this video, because I spent 15 years in a very, I spent 15 years in a very militant organization. And one of the many that we bigged up as great, revolutionary heroes was Mao Tse Tung. And I told you, I went on the whole diatribe. There ain't too much that motherfucker said out of his mouth or wrote that I did not read. And so I read on a whim. All them years in the party, I never heard about the Four Pest program. Never. All them years in the party, all them years reading the Little Red Book, all them years reading Combat Liberalism by Mao Tse Tung. What was the other one he did that was so big? Combat Liberalism and what was it? Criticism and Self-Criticism. And all them years, we never heard about, never read about, never about the Four Pest program. The Four Pest program was the first major campaign of the Great Leap Forward. And the whole idea hit the banner. The banner of the Great Leap Forward was man must conquer nature. How did I never hear this? 15 years in the party, 15 years bigging up Mao. How did I never hear this? The banner, the slogan for the Great Leap Forward was man must conquer nature. You hear me? And so the first campaign of, quote, man's attempt to conquer nature was the Four Pest program. And the basis for the Four Pest program was this nigga who had no background and education whatsoever in agriculture, his ass, Mao Tse Tung, like most of your revolutionary leaders, by the way. Mao Tse Tung, Che Guevara, Fidel Castro were all born wealthy. They were all born wealthy. Ho Chi Minh, they were all born wealthy. They weren't of the class. They were all born wealthy or upper middle class. So this nigga who he ain't never even been to the rural regions. It was the rural farmers who provided enough food for the entire goddamn country of China, y'all. That's always been a lot of people. And so he decided, since he is the new man, you feel me? He's gonna go out to the rural areas, out to the countryside, and do an assessment, you feel me, of the whole agricultural process. Going out to the countryside for a little bit, he decided that the first campaign of the Great Leap Forward has to be the radical industrialization of the agricultural process. Mind you, the rural farmers were already successfully feeding the entire country. And it's like, no, we gotta industrialize the farming process, you know what I'm saying, so we can feed more people. And so he's asking the people, the community people, he's like, what's all these birds eating the rice for? They was like, well, they just eat the rice. You feel me? They just eat the rice. And he was like, no, we can't have that. We can't have it eating the rice. And the people's like, this is Mao. So what they gonna say? Like, nigga, you don't know shit. You don't know shit about agriculture, nigga. Like leave them be. We still, even with the little birds eating the little rice, we still provide enough food for the whole country. He's like, that won't do. And so he decided when we launched the 4 Pests campaign that the pest that they were going to target first was going to be the sparrow. Now, a little background. I ain't going to go into the whole background of the bird, but one thing that I did read about the sparrow that I thought was the most interesting thing ever, that it's the oldest bird, the oldest living bird on the planet. Did you know that? The sparrow is the oldest living bird on the planet. The bird that continues to remain, the sparrow, is the oldest living bird on Earth. I was like, wow, that's really fascinating. The sparrow has a very, very, very interesting story throughout the world, because it wasn't until the 20th century that the sparrow ended up here in the United States. That the sparrow is not indigenous to this side of the hemisphere. Show ain't. Show ain't. That white people in the 20th century decided that they needed to haul some sparrows over here, because the first person, thank you for the donation sage page, the first person to decide to bring sparrows over here, this motherfucker was rich, he was a doctor, and he lived in New York, and he decided, not for in his mind any functional reason, he was like, I'm really obsessed with Shakespeare, and I want to make it my mission to bring every bird Shakespeare ever talked about to the United States that wasn't already here. Like, who just decided that one day? That I'm just going to bring birds over here that Shakespeare wrote about and just release them into the wild. So the sparrow was brought to the United States. That's a side note, because even to go into the background and the history, one more thing I will say about the sparrow is that the oldest mention of the sparrow that I've been able to find so far in terms of mythology is that the sparrow has always been the consort of Aphrodite, aka Oshun, aka Inanna, aka Venus. Isn't that something? I think that's really fascinating. So anyway, back to the story about Mao Tse Tung, the motherfucker that we had been manipulated into turning into a goddamn national hero. So the first campaign was the 4 Pest program, the 4 Pest campaign. The first target of the campaign was the sparrow. And this was mandated by the Communist Party. So even all of these rural people that were trying to tell him, like, these birds ain't never been no problem to us, but they telling this to Mao. And he's like, I want to hear that shit. Is what it is what the fuck I said, right? And so the methods to quote exterminate the birds that they use. I was listening to this story, reading other stories. I said, there's a reason they ain't nobody talking about this. As much as America hates Mao, you would think that a story like this would be the first thing that they would use as a part of their propaganda to criminalize China, to criminalize Mao. But why don't these white people use this story? Because even capitalists who proclaim from the rooftops that they hate China, even they don't mention this story. This motherfucker said, look, we gonna use everything. Now, the rural people didn't have, like, a lot of weapons or nothing. They had some guns, you feel me? But the primary thing people were using was slingshots, was guns, was poisons, and was child and noise. Listen to what I'm telling you. Noise they were using as a weapon to at first they were like, yeah, we're just gonna chase the birds away. We're just gonna make some people, the rural people with the farmers, would come out the house first thing in the morning, banging pots, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people would come out the house first thing in the morning before they did anything else, banging pots, banging pots, banging pots, banging pots to scare the birds away. You hear me? There would be other people who had guns. They would be shooting the birds, shooting the birds, shooting the birds. There would be little kids doing slingshots, bloop, bloop, plucking the birds out the goddamn sky. They said that within a year, the birds were so fucking I hope y'all hearing me. They said the birds were so fucking traumatized that when people started coming out their houses in the morning, banging pots to, quote, scare the birds away, that the birds would be so shocked that they would drop dead out of the fucking sky. The birds have been so traumatized that when the people came out after a year of banging, 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 first thing in the morning under the guise of scaring the birds away, that so many of the birds, so shocked, so traumatized, would literally drop dead out of the fucking sky. This campaign went on for a solid year before they called themselves switching to the next pest. But before they could even switch to the next pest, they had already started to see the negative impact of a year of killing these birds. There are estimates as low as 8 and as high as 30 million birds killed in a year in China. Estimates as low as 8 and as low as 8 million. As low as 8 and as many as 30 million birds killed in China in a year. But before the campaign was even over, they could begin to see the negative impact of their campaign against the birds. They had already started to see the impact on their crops before the year was even up. They had already started seeing the impact on the crops. They'd already started seeing an explosion of lower level pests. And baby, this 3-year period, murdering the birds, a genocide against the goddamn birds, and the impact over the next 2 years, y'all ain't even gonna believe what I said. China had the greatest famine in the history of the modern age. Listen to what I just said. The modern age is considered the rise of the Roman Empire until today. That's the modern age or modern history. That China in 2 years experienced the greatest famine in the history of the modern age. 75 fucking million human beings died in 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. It is incomprehensible. 75 million people in 2 years. How do you even computate that shit? 75. How many people is that a day that had to die? That's not even the punchline. If you can even imagine. That's not even the worst part of the story. If you can even imagine 75 million people dead, 30 million fucking birds dead, that's not even the worst part of the story. That as these people were dying in China in mass, China, the Chinese government, before the calamity had even started, had already hoarded in their like food banks. They had already hoarded enough rice and grain from the rural regions to have fed every single one of the 75 million that died. That while these people were dying and China was not distributing this food that it had saved from the same people who were dying, that it was revealed that there had been enough food in the storage banks, in the food banks of China to feed every single fucking person that died during that famine. The scientific article that I read about it said that this, aside from the calamity, this happened in the 20th century. This shit went up 3, 4, 500, 2,000 years ago. This happened in the 20th century. Despite the calamity itself, scientists have been saying in this study, it was a scientific study that I read about the impact of the goddamn famine in China and how today, child, today, I'm getting chills everywhere on my body, even telling you this, that today, there are still people right now today being born where they can measure their blood and tell the gravity of the impact that that goddamn famine had on their family line. There are people that were born shortly after the famine who, when they interviewed them, did blood tests, did all this shit. The people that were born shortly after the famine, year, 2, 3 years after the famine, have never been able to grow teeth. I said, God, the health impact of people who were not even living during the famine is still measurable in the population. This wasn't goddamn Japan. This wasn't a goddamn atomic weapon dropped on the people of Japan. When I tell you I sat there and saw that bullshit yesterday, I was fucking so outraged. I felt like I could vomit. That's why I do not, I refuse to trust men. I refuse it to feel like I did the day I joined the movement. Like, damn, I feel betrayed. Everything I ever learned, everything everybody taught me was a lie. And so I think I'm in the Black Power movement. And they put me on game and my mind is blown the fuck open to be in this same place at 50 years old thinking, oh my God, 15 years of my formative life as an adult spent in that organization, and it didn't behoove any male in leadership to tell the truth about the history of these motherfuckers we were bigging up as great revolutionaries, and they are all guilty. They're all guilty. When I found out about Che Guevara, I was like, this shit is over. If we keep putting our motherfucking faith in men to lead us, they will walk us right into the fires, child. They will walk our ass right into the goddamn ocean. They cannot lead. They cannot lead. They cannot lead. Not one. They cannot lead. Man. And I don't know how many, maybe that's the lesson. Maybe the mother is screaming. Like, how many goddamn transgressions these motherfuckers gonna commit before y'all recognize cannot one of them lead? They cannot lead. How many ways I got to show you the diabolical nature of our sons gone rogue, child? They cannot lead. We cannot allow them to put their hands on shit under the guise of leadership. Not one of them. Not one. Not one. And I told y'all the other day, man, all these people been in my damn Etsy store, like, can you make me a dog tag with Ibrahim Toure on it? And I'm like, ugh. I don't have a basis. I ain't heard him say one negative thing yet. I sure haven't. But guess what? I trust my flesh. And from the moment somebody said his name the first time, how he just pop up from under a turnip leaf somewhere? Nobody even asked that question. Like, damn, why? Like, why we ain't heard about this nigga? All of a sudden, everybody on the planet talking about him. And 4 months ago, we know who he was. He just popped up from under a turnip leaf somewhere. And because he can pluck at your heartstrings with some nostalgic goddamn socialist revolutionary outfit on, talking like he was born child in New York. I was like, where this nigga from? That was the first thing I said. I was like, where is this nigga from? He talked like he was born and raised in New York City. And they was like, oh, he was educated in France. Even worse. Even worse. Even worse. And the people in Burkina Faso are so downtrodden. They're like, this the most revolutionary shit we done heard a motherfucker say in about 30, 40 years. So we'll give this nigga a chance. Plus, he looked like our great lost, murdered Thomas Sankara. We'll give this nigga a chance. And the first time I ever heard a speech, he didn't say nothing bad. He didn't say nothing fucking impressive, but he didn't say nothing bad. He didn't say nothing bad. But my flesh was like, bitch, don't fall for the okie doke. And now, because I'm diplomatic, I'm like, okay, I ain't gonna state my position up on here about this dude until I have some evidence that I can present with my inherent trusting of my flesh that has taught me at this juncture every lesson I need to know, especially where males are concerned. Especially where males are concerned. My flesh is like, look, now, goddamn it. Now, we done been through these walks. You done been in relationships, whether friendships with, or goddamn sexual relationships with, or intimate relationships with every brand of man there is. Asian, white, black, Indian, Native American. And they all have something in common. They all have something in common. Affluent, broke, they all have something in common. And so she said there was a reason you had to make a traverse through all these motherfuckers so that you can always see that they have something in common. And right now, that something in common is while they are broken, while the Father God still reigns supreme head, they cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted. Not with the lives of human beings, not with the lives of the goddamn on the planet, not with the life of our goddamn Mother Earth. They cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted. God damn it. I'm sitting here reading this story. How much I love that organization. How much I love the chairman of that organization. And there ain't no excuse because he's brilliant. So it ain't like that nigga didn't know. It's not like he didn't know. It's not like he didn't know that the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward was responsible for the outright, deliberate because that's the only thing that you can call it. Your ass don't know nothing about agriculture, but you got a penis. And I'm going to tell you, I keep telling y'all, there is always a common denominator that everybody refuses to acknowledge. I'm sitting here listening to this story about Mao and how he murdered the mother's birds. It made it that much more impactful when I found out that the sparrow has always been the consort of the goddess Aphrodite. It made it make that much more sense. It really did. Because this motherfucker go out to the rural area. Even this man that's telling the story, because their frame of reference always centers them. He telling the story about how he go out to the rural areas to talk to the rural farmers about how to industrialize the farming process. And he was like, some of the rural farmers were like, it's not a big deal, whatever, we've been doing it like this way all the time. And he was like, "No, we ain't gonna do it like that no more. We gonna do it my way, right?" And so the whole this is what the man's saying, okay? That's doing the video. And I thought about it after I finished watching it. Because even me, because this is how we are taught history. This is how we are taught to see history. Even me. It wasn't until I got up off that video, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. The reason that he was so dismissive of the rural farmers that had already been successfully for providing food for the entire country, the reason that he was so dismissive I'm going to tell you, it came down on me like a ton of bricks. That for the entire history of China, the great majority of these so-called rural farmers have always been women. Have always been women. I was like, oh, that's why. That's why. That's why he was so dismissive of the farmers and them saying, well, we ain't really got to do that. Like, we still feed the whole country. We ain't got to do that. It's because it was women who was telling his punk ass that shit. But even males telling the story, any story, always omit women. You would think that the whole of the last 6,000 years, there were no women on earth. That males were just being born from eggs somewhere. Because if you had them tell the story of any event or significant thing in history, they will never mention a single female. Here this man is telling this story about Maoist China, and the thing that got us caught up, the thing that got me caught up, the thing that got every female socialist caught up with this bullshit, whether it was Marx and Lenin, whether it was Stalin, whether it was Mao, whether it was Ho Chi Minh, whether it was Fidel and Che Guevara, any goddamn one of these goddamn revolutionaries, these self-proclaimed motherfucking heroes, Malcolm, Garvey, yup, all of them. No matter where these so-called great revolutionaries were, the thing that got us our asses caught up is because these particular revolutionaries always paid really great lip service to the presence of women in the organization. I got a book right here. It's somewhere back there. Where that book at? I got a book right around here. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is right here. V.I. Lenin, The Emancipation of Women. The Emancipation of Women. And he had some radical shit to say about women, too. He had some radical shit to say about the role of women in the revolutionary process. He had some real radical shit to say. Did that shit translate in the real world? This beautiful, radical shit he had to say? Mao. Did that radical, beautiful shit he had to say translate anywhere in the real world? Not when your goddamn beloved Putin just made the declaration, probably not even 6 months ago, about how if he see anything on anybody, he is surveilling everybody in Russia. He is surveilling the goddamn social media and the public media. If I get any hint, any whiff of 4B movement, childless living, child-free living, right now it's going to be a healthy fine, but after a year it's going to be jail time. Any female who does not have her first child by the time she is 22 years old will be forbidden from going to college. Does that sound like the writings of a motherfucker of a country that still holds up Lenin and Marx and all the motherfuckers talking about the emancipation of women? Y'all lying. Y'all lying. And that's why every last one of these places deliberately omit women from history. Even as today, yesterday, I'm watching that damn video. And because it's a male telling the story, and females don't matter, because it's a man telling the goddamn story, it didn't occur to me until that nigga stopped talking. Why was he so dismissive of the farmers? Because the majority of the farmers he was talking to, they weren't men. That's why he was so dismissive. Even as Mao had so much wonderful shit to say about the presence of revolutionary women in the Chinese Communist Party. Y'all are liars. It's all you know to do. And once your ass get the slightest whiff of power, no matter how progressive you start off, genuinely progressive. If your ass is not anchored by women, if your ass does not consult with a goddamn community of women, if your ass ain't taking your directives, even as leadership, even as the head, even as the chairman, and your ass is not taking direction and leadership from a council of women, your ass, there is nowhere for you to go but to toxicity. That's it. As soon as y'all get a whiff of power, y'all lose your minds. And everybody else has to pay the price for that. Everybody else has to pay the price for that shit. So when I say they cannot lead, I mean that shit. I mean that shit. I mean that shit. I mean that shit. I need to say it more often. I need to say it more regular. Even the thing I was telling y'all some time ago about about this sister. Well-intentioned, I get it, because we so desperate for a solution. But in our mind that is still heavily burdened by patriarchy, we always stay looking for a solution in a man, some leader, somebody to save the day. It's never going to happen. What will happen if we continue to look for a Messiah type orator to save the day is as bad as this shit is today and as bad as we think it is today, it will be a million times worse tomorrow, because it is all they can reproduce in a patriarchal society is death, despair, brigandage, destruction. That's all they can reproduce. I'm telling you, it's all they can reproduce. It's all they can reproduce. And so I'm up in here mad as fuck yesterday, because even me, as sharp as I am, it did not occur to me until that nigga stopped talking, till the man stopped talking. Because I was already mad about Mao. And I'm still sitting there trying to understand the historical, spiritual significance of this motherfucker calling on people to murder 30 million birds. 30 million of the oldest birds on earth. Do you know that the attacks on sparrows globally, because apparently sparrows is everybody's worst enemy. The attack on sparrows has been so significant on this planet that Britain and India teamed up together. I don't remember what year, but Britain and India teamed up together to create, it's been like 20 years so maybe, but they have this campaign called International Sparrow Awareness Day. That the sparrow population that has been the most prolific bird, that the attacks, government campaigns, the attacks on sparrows has been so significant that Britain and India had to create a law to make the sparrow one of their country's protected birds. That we done decimated the goddamn sparrow population. You feel me? And so they got a International Sparrow Awareness Day, because sparrows, they are not endangered yet, but they are encroaching on endangered status. Sparrows. I was like, why they keep attacking sparrows? You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember I was talking to y'all about the Sha of Iran not too long ago? I found the video. I'll post it on a comment or something. I found the video, the documentary I was telling you about. And remember I was telling you he was trying to impress all these white people around the world with this big ass party that he spent $17 million on in 1972. 1972, this nigga spent $17 million on a party. On a party. You feel me? And so what he wanted to do was, quote, build an oasis in the Iranian desert and shit. And so he had 500,000 sparrows. Was it 500? I might be exaggerating. It was either 500 or 50. It was either 50,000 or 500,000. Either way, that's a lot of goddamn birds for a weekend party, for a 2-day party. He had 50 or 500,000 sparrows shipped to Iran to quote fly around I forget how many trees but they shipped all these palm trees from every the fuck where to plant them in the desert so that they could have beautiful palm trees in the desert, and then flew the birds in so that the birds could like fly around the palm trees. And before the people even got there, all the birds died from the heat in the desert. All the birds died. All the birds died. So why they keep fucking with these sparrows is what I want to know. Like, why they keep fucking with these birds? Because you ain't gonna tell me that the way I even got on the sparrow shit in the first place was Googling Remic's name and come to find out that the word Remic is the scientific name for the sparrow. That's how I got on it in the first place. Then I was like, oh, the sparrow, and this breakdown is very biblical. And the first thing I thought about was that song, His Eye is on the Sparrow. And I was like, oh, how many scriptures are there about sparrows in the Bible? Many. So what the fuck is up with these men and these sparrows? Not just these men and these sparrows, their outright aggression and hatred of the sparrow. That when they killed them birds in goddamn China, the locust population, because it was only them birds that was keeping the locust population in check. When they killed all them birds, they ain't just killed them birds, they traumatized the fuck out of them birds. They killed them birds. The locust population ballooned damn near overnight. Decimated everything. They couldn't even keep anything grown for some time. You understand? And so I'm sitting here like, what is it with the sparrow? Right? I'm trying to find out the origin of this very, very specific attack on the sparrow. You know what I'm saying? But the reason I was telling y'all a story really wasn't about the sparrow. It was about that malignant motherfucker named Mao Tse Tung that I had been manipulated as a 24-year-old girl into bigging up for 15 years of my life as a socialist as the example that we as Black people need to be setting for our people that would make us worthy of emulation. And every time you turn around and do some deep dive about some man that some other man props up as the example to which we should all follow, and you do a deep dive, you don't even have to dig that deep for most of them. You do a deep dive into their background, and there is not one you can name. I haven't found any information yet, because I told y'all, man, Thomas Sankara. But the thing that makes Thomas Sankara stand out over any African leader on the continent, all these leaders who were staging contests and all that stuff, but the thing that made Thomas Sankara stand out among them all was the very first thing that he did was attempt to liberate the women of Burkina Faso. He was like, before we do any motherfucking thing, we let these women loose. If the sisters want to go to college, if the sisters want to go to school, the government is paying for it. Not only is the government paying for it, we're paying for their child care. If the women want to join the military to participate in the goddamn liberation front, we are going to liberate them. We are going to make sure that their children are cared for so that they can get out here and fight for their own goddamn independence. The first thing that he did. The first, and as far as I know, the only male leader on the continent to date. The very first thing he did was to ban female genital mutilation before it became a popular crisis issue for NGOs and white feminists to get funding to go help the poor Africans. In the 1980s, Thomas Sankara banned female genital mutilation and he banned child marriages. That was the first thing he did. He's like, I want y'all to know that I wasn't just talking. The first thing that is on our motherfucking agenda is the new leaders of Burkina Faso. Do you know what Burkina Faso means? Because they changed the name of the country when they staged that coup and took their shit back from the French. Yeah, it's like, I don't even remember what the French name was. Yeah, it's like, we ain't calling it this motherfucking shit no more. We calling it Burkina Faso, the land of the upright man. That's what it means. Burkina Faso means the land of the upright man. And he said, I want y'all to know we about that motherfucking life. Man, look. Thomas Sankara, he made a lot of niggas mad. He made a lot of niggas mad. Because they was like, nah, this nigga really meant that shit. They thought they was going to get up in the state and be living large. And he was like, y'all got that shit fucked up. He made everybody in the government, anybody that had like, what's them shits called? What's them ugly ass Rolls Royces? Because when they staged the coup, at first he was like, yeah, you know, we can all, but like, there's certain aspects of the government that exist that can remain. You feel me? When he started talking about how y'all got to give up y'all Rolls Royces, y'all got to give up y'all Mercedes Benzes and y'all goddamn Benzos and shit. If the people, he said, if the lowest among us cannot afford to drive these cars, you niggas ain't driving these cars neither. And listen, when I say he took all that shit, he said, everybody get in the Volkswagen, some little car. They say he drove around. I forget what kind of car it was. Was it a Volkswagen? It was some little regular car. The regular, he was like, look, we ain't, Now, Burkina Faso produced everything that we need to be a actually self-contained, self-preserving goddamn unit. And we poor. How that work? At the time, Burkina Faso, at that time, that little country, Burkina Faso, was the world's largest cotton producing country. And they weren't benefiting from it at all. The world's largest cotton producing country. And we're not benefiting from it at all. This ain't 100 years ago. This was in the 80s. This was in the 80s. He staged the coup in the 80s. 82, I think. This was in the 80s. This is in the 80s. And so he said, look, I mean what I say. Ain't nobody in the government gonna be rich until we can all be rich. Ain't nobody gonna be lording over nobody else. You know what else he did? He banned the purchase of American and European clothes. I better not catch nobody in no motherfucking blue jeans up in my shit. If we didn't make it, we ain't wearing it. Maybe he shut the economic borders down. Y'all ain't importing shit. We ain't buying shit that's not African produced. Now, he did say we would buy from other African countries. He sure did that. He said, but if it's anybody outside the continent of Africa, we ain't buying shit. They can't import shit. They can't take shit the fuck up from out of here. He meant that shit. He had all the factories. He started creating textile factories and employing all these women to make colorful, beautiful African clothes with African grown, Burkina Faso grown cotton. If we did wear blue jeans, them shits was made in Burkina Faso from the time the cotton is picked to the production line. And they say he made a lot of black ass enemies right there in his own country. And he went right the fuck to work. We done seized ownership of this shit. Let's get to business. First order of business is to liberate our goddamn women. They have the goddamn population in this country. And we can't figure out why our asses is poor. Because we men, on top of these Europeans, then kept the women downtrodden, abusing baby girls. sending them off to be married and shit. Female genital mutilation and shit. He's like, if we intend to stage a contest with our goddamn opposition, we have to liberate the goddamn women. That's it. The women had to be full and equal citizens up in this bitch right here. And he went right to work. And all of these chiefs who had bigged themselves up among the people living large while the people were suffering, marrying women's babies, knowing that they was desperate and it was the only way to guarantee that their daughters would live and eat and they would live and eat. Them niggas was mad about. That was the word. Was the thing that made the chiefs most mad. That was their last straw, and them getting on board with this program initiated by France and the United States government to assassinate Thomas Sankara was because they could not have little girl wives. Like, that was the last straw for them. And so I want to keep reminding you that when bullshit that was a long time ago and it ain't like that now, bitch, that was in 1982. That was in 1982. It wasn't long ago. That was yesterday. But I want to keep reminding you that what year was it? Was it 92 or 96? It was either 92 or 96 when apartheid ended in South Africa. This cracker sitting up in the White House right now talking about the poor, victimized white farmers in South Africa who are suffering a genocide at the hands of the malignant Negroes, stealing their land and shit, and flying 30 rednecks across the ocean to flaunt them at the airport when the white boy killed his wife. 2 weeks after he got here, he killed his wife. But they ain't the poster children of the evil immigrant who be coming over here to commit crimes. Nope, he ain't flaunt his ass all over the news. But this same weirdo in your White House going on a hero mission to rescue the white farmers and shit. Apartheid was still alive and well in the 1990s. That was yesterday. That wasn't a long time ago. That was yesterday. I was in high school. You understand me? So stop doing that. Stop doing that. Apartheid. And even me talking about these men, Ibrahim and all these men that be making all this noise. I forget the brother name in South Africa that's been making all the noise for about the last year or two that everybody loved in South Africa because he's so militant and shit. I told you I saw that damn speech after Trump made the declaration that he was going to end aid to South Africa, and all these Africans, I think they were from the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, was making a declaration about how we don't need no aid. What we need is to liberate our resources. What we need is to take our shit back. How it worked that 30 years after the end of apartheid, 10% of the population still own and control 87% of the wealth in the land that's coming out of South Africa. The math ain't math. We don't need nobody. Hey, we need our shit back. We need to take our shit, and that's what we intend to do, right? Boo, 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 boo. And I was like, yay. And then I had to take a minute. I was like, why am I bigging this nigga up? I know somebody gonna be mad. I'm like, why am I bigging this nigga up? Because 6 men got on that platform and made an international declaration in opposition to the United States and its attempt to browbeat everybody on earth. That in and of itself was not problematic. What was problematic is I know the history of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. I know the militancy and how goddamn razor sharp they are politically. When I say goddamn razor sharp politically, they are not just the party by itself. That more than half of the organization has always been women. Winnie Mandela supported the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. The women have always been politically sharp, razor sharp, politically astute, sharp as nails. You got 6 motherfuckers back to back in this international declaration in your opposition to the Trump administration, and it didn't occur to any of you why you got more than 100 women in the audience in your organization.
able to say the same thing. Even if y'all got to write the script together, say, okay, I'm gonna hit this point, you're gonna hit this point. It's gonna be a hell of a statement for a strong African woman from South Africa to be able to make this declaration too. And 6 stiff legs got up there to do it, and it didn't occur to anybody in leadership to say we need a strong black woman. We need 2 or 3 strong black women to get up in here and state their piece. And so my knee-jerk response was like, okay, South Africa, y'all said that, y'all. And then as soon as I said that, I was like, you know what? I'm tripping. I'm tripping. And the reason I could say that, I'm tripping. The reason I could walk myself back, even though what they said from the podium was gangster. It was gangster. It had me hyped for about 3.3 seconds. And then I had to yank my own chain. I had to yank my own shit. Because even as militant and awesome and gangster as that shit was that they said up on that podium, I had to remember that the violence against Black women in South Africa right now is the worst. They have the worst statistics on earth of any country on earth right now. And second to them is goddamn Ecuador. The worst violence statistics against women and girls on earth in South Africa. And them 6 niggas putting themselves forward to be the face and representation of the goddamn declaration of African people in South Africa to be free and independent and have control of their land back. And it don't occur to a single man with the history of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania under Robert Mongoliso Sobukwe, who always championed women in the goddamn movement. Who always, he's another one. I ain't never found no sinister shit in his background. Not yet. Thomas Sankara, not yet. I hope I never do. But it should, like, neither one of them was ever married to white women. You feel me? Like, there's so many champions on the continent that they was gangsters. And then you go back and you're like, God damn, him too? Him too? How you on the continent where there ain't no motherfucking white people and you can still find a white wife, bitch? And you a revolutionary gangster? Like, how that, where that math? Where the math at? So many giants, child. So many giants. And then you go back and you're like, God, not him. No. Not him. Not Sheikh Anta Diop. No. Yes. Not Amilcar Cabral. Not him. Yes. Yes. Nobody talk about the fact that when Kwame Nkrumah became the first independent president of Ghana, that the first order of business was to take, she was white, if you had me tell it. People like, no, she wasn't. She was a Coptic Egyptian. Tomato to goddamn motto. Goddamn it. Tomato, motherfucker. But nobody ever talk about the fact. Oh, Claudia Ankara said, Amilcar Cabral said, child, when I tell you I cried actual tears, do you know how many bracelets, how much jewelry, how many things I've had that African on? I loved Amilcar Cabral, man. Child, please. And when he died, every writing that he ever wrote went into the sole possession of his white wife. Same thing with, what's his name? Frantz Fanon. How he gonna go down in history as the father of the Black Revolution, and he was married to a white wife, and when he died, she took sole possession of everything that he wrote. She continues to make a living if her ass is still alive, and if it's not her, it's his kid, it's their kids who continue to thrive off his genius. First of all, motherfucker, how y'all in Africa? How y'all on the blackest continent on earth where there ain't no motherfucking white people? And y'all just every single solitary Black power, goddamn liberationist of the 1950s and 60s, and y'all just all conveniently happen to find white wives? But what people don't say about Kwame Nkrumah, is he didn't just take that Coptic woman as his wife. Nobody ever talks about the fact that the African women in Ghana staged a whole ass giant opposition to him taking that white wife. Don't nobody ever talk about that. Don't nobody ever talk about that. So here we are in 2025, and all these militant men all over the continent fake pumping like they really about that life. fake punking, what y'all call it? Fake pumping, fake pumping. Like they really about that life. They talking all hard. They talking all hard, all over the continent. Oh, it might be a new movement of revolution. No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't. No, there won't. I'm sitting here telling you how outraged I was to see these 6 black men in one of those giant, or the organization was so giant. Most of y'all don't even know about the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, because they had to disappear them from history. They was like, we cannot afford for no shit like this to happen again. They almost took that shit. You hear me? They see these men, and I know the history of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, and they can rely on the fact that most people don't know and remember the history of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania. And so y'all really think these penis-possessing human beings is really about to stage some contest that's going to have an impact on the people of South Africa? Y'all really think that, don't you? Y'all really think that in the midst of doing something that was easy for now, them 6 men getting up on that podium and making this international declaration, that's easy. And even with the easiest mission, it didn't occur to one of these 6 men that like, we need to have a sister come up in here and say something. At least one. We need to have one of these sisters, 2 or 3 of these sisters. But every time the goddamn camera pan the audience, you see all these women dressed in military fatigues with their berets on too, looking just like the niggas up on the stage. You mean to tell me not one of them have the ability to articulate what they want to see, what they need to see as the evidence of freedom, independence, and sovereignty in their country? And then you can turn around and see the statistics in South Africa today. And it ain't white people. It's white people in their brains, but it ain't white men running through South Africa, murdering women and children. Not only murdering women and children. I talked about this last week, I think. And I got an email yesterday from a sister. It was as long as a dissertation. It was as long as a dissertation. But I got an email from a sister yesterday who lives in South Africa. And some of the shit she wrote in this email, I didn't even know. And I think I be up on game. Some of the shit she told me living in South Africa as black, I was like, so I'm telling you, these last 48 hours, that's why I got up on here. Y'all saw my energy was all over. But as soon as I start talking, I get all hyped because I'm mad as fuck. These last 48 hours, man, this sister gonna send me this goddamn email saying, oh my God, I'm so glad. I'm so happy I heard you say something about South Africa. I'm so glad I heard you say something about my country. She said, it's so much worse than you know. She said, and the people that are causing them, listen to what I'm telling y'all. She said, the people that are causing the most harm in South Africa, the people who are doing the most damage in South Africa, the people who are harming women and girls the most in South Africa are these so-called spiritual men who have been given directives by babalawos who are telling these men in mass that if they want to protect themselves from AIDS, if they want to cure themselves of diseases, that they have to have sex with a virgin. And so the assault on prepubescent girls has catapulted. That's what she told me in this email she sent me yesterday. That in order to make sure that the female is actually a virgin, that the crimes against what they perceive to be virgin age girls has catapulted, because she said there's a whole slew of babalawos all over South Africa telling men that the only way that they can protect themselves against diseases is to have sex with, aka rape, women and girls, virgins, those people that they perceive to be virgins. I just got that email yesterday. It was much longer and much more detailed than that, but that was the gist of it. That it's so-called spiritual leaders that are instigating the sharp spike in crimes against women and girls in South Africa right now. Negroes. with the power in their mouth of a spirituality sounding language, and their ambitions have not changed. She said the crimes being, she said that's not the only crime being committed by Babalaos. Send the men out in the world, quote, to protect them like a motherfucking charm, raping babies and girls and women. That's not the only crime they're committing. She said, there are so many Black people in South Africa that are still born albino. And as soon as a woman gives birth to an albino baby, she has to go into hiding, and she has to find a way to escape. Do you know that there is a goddamn massive albino sanctuary in southeastern Africa? A whole sanctuary that's under 24-hour goddamn guardship, because these motherfucking malignant males calling themselves spiritual leaders have put a permanent and unending hit on people born albino so that they can kill them. Yes, so that they can kill them and sell their body parts as juju. I saw a whole documentary about the albino island. It's, you know where the albino island is? There's a little island in the middle. I think it's Lake Victoria. It's in Kenya. It's got to be Lake Victoria. There's an island in the center of Lake Victoria. And when people escape, when they end up having albino babies and shit, they go into hide and duck out and try to raise the money to get their babies to this island, to get their people in them, to get their babies, to get their children to this island where nobody lives on the island who is not albino. Everybody, a whole island. Your ass got to get on a boat and go. And Lake Victoria, I think, is the second largest lake. If it's not the largest lake, it's the second largest lake on Earth. Your ass got to go out on a electric boat. You can't row the fuck out there because it's long. Got to get up on a boat and go to an island where people do not have easy access to you, because every so-called spiritual leader on the continent has said that anything you need to happen in your life, all you have to do is kill some albino and use their body parts for juju. In 2025. In 2025. In 2025. South Africa. Do you know? I didn't know this until I started researching. Do you know that one of the most prolific, and I say this with quotation marks, one of the most prolific serial killers in global history, at least the ones that they've documented in global history, was in South Africa? And his ass was Negro. His ass was Negroid. They say he was one of the most prolific serial killers because the MO of most serial killers is they will do their killing over long spans of time. You feel me? Long spans of time, 10, 20, 30 years. This slick talking ass so-called good looking nigga, like he was debonair. He always wore a suit and tie. He was articulate. He would take women and wine and dine them. They say this nigga killed 88 women in a year. In a year. Here you a Black man living in South Africa where white people have rained unadulterated holy hell on your population, and what you decide is a good idea is to become the best version of yourself. He was like the Negro Ted Bundy. Was to put on your best outfit, take a little bit of change at your savings at your checking account to take a chick on a date, and then she don't make it home. He didn't date anybody. He took them on one date and then ghosted them. He killed 88 women in a year. This Negro killed 88 Black women in a year. 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 in a country where white males have literally been allowed since the end of apartheid under the auspice of medicine to commit the most outrageously heinous crimes against women and girls and men since the end of apartheid. South Africa is one of the biggest human trafficking networks on earth. Who you think organs they traffic? If they only 10% of the population, how do they fly under the radar? Because they scientists and they doctors and shit have created a process so impenetrable that the most radical, quote, testing of new drugs, all of this wicked diabolical shit centered in the white community, the white scientific, the white medical community in South Africa. They 10% of the population, and your ass. Listen, if you had a bloodlust, bitch, if you had a kink that you needed to fix, you feel me? You got a kink you need to fix. You got a bloodlust you can't resolve. And the only conclusion that you can come to is black women. That's the only in the society your ass living. That's the only conclusion you can come to. You can't pull a Dexter. No, that ain't what occurs to you. You can't pull a Dexter out of this bitch. You feel me? That ain't what. That's the furthest thing from your mind, as a matter of fact. Why? Because you a coward. You a coward. And as a coward, the only way that you can get this adrenaline, this rush that you need, is to attack somebody who's less powerful than you. Because your ass a coward. So you ain't powerful. Your ass is a punk. So you are a coward. You a coward. The worst kind of coward. Laying in the dark. And these motherfucking movies done convinced y'all that the people who are serial killers are brilliant. They're always smart. They're always 24 to 45-year-old middle class white males who are very strategic and methodical. Child, just assume that every story you have been told is a lie to seduce you into powerlessness, to seduce you into a perpetual state of victimhood. That's it. There is no such thing as a serial killer who is courageous. That's one. There is no such thing as a soldier that is courageous. That's two. There is no such thing as one of these clowns that be murdering their partners, their intimate partners and spouses, killing pregnant women. The greatest cause of death of black women in the pregnant black women in the United States is death by intimate partner or spouse, not complications from pregnancy, not the risk that comes along with pregnancy. The leading cause of death of pregnant black women in the United States of America is death by partner or intimate spouse. We literally live in a world run by cowards. We live in a world run by cowards. From the highest to the lowest. That's why they have to move in secrecy, bitch. That's why they have to create mystery, bitch. That's why they have to always have you in here. The Illuminati is so everywhere. See the signs? Oh my God, the Freemasons, they everywhere. See, they have to hide. They have to hide. They have to hide. They have to hide. They have to create mystery to make themselves seem larger than they are. Every story that we've talked about for the last 2 years has demonstrated that. The son gone rogue is still the son. And what he is fearful of is that which he hates the most, his mother. And that's why he's always working a day, 7 days a week, the ever watchful eye of the pyramid to make sure that bitch don't wake up, to make sure she ain't yawning and waking herself up. Because if she wake up, just like when you were a kid, you know you doing dirt. You know you doing dirt, but your mama at work, so you don't care that you doing dirt. And as soon as you hear the car drive up, you start trying to do everything. Mama home, y'all. We gotta clean up the kitchen. You had all day to clean up the kitchen. would have had all day to clean up the kitchen. You would have had all day to do what you knew you were supposed to do. I don't care. My mama be making me do too much anyway. I ain't supposed to be cleaning up the house. She's grown up. And then as soon as you hear that damn car into the drive, mama home, mama home. That's him. A big ass giant coward. Big ass giant coward. The world the fuck over. Talking hard. Talking hard and soft as a goddamn jellyfish. Talking hard and as soft as a jellyfish, and you can't convince me otherwise. That's what all this brigandage has been about. Fucking wars, fucking bombs, harming women, harming children, the movies that go along with it that give them a hard on. Every time they watch a horror movie, every time they watch a suspense thriller, you just no matter what the movie is about, you have to make sure the movie good. And so you have to have some woman or some child brutalized in the movie to just top it off to make sure it's good. That shit has been to terrorize the giants on this planet. That shit has been to terrorize the giants on this planet. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. I just talked to this sister yesterday for way too long. For way too long. But she was like, when you was talking about how we addicted to horror movies and how that shit is not a metaphor, how our juices, you know, our chemistry and our blood and our hormones, and then the images with the music, and the music is scary and it make you jump and all of this shit, and how that shit is like teaching us something. She said that shit really fucked me up when I heard you say that. Because she said, I love horror movies. She said, but I have always wondered inside myself. She said, it's the first time I'm admitting this shit. I've always wondered in myself. Like, I be yelling at the TV, like, damn, why she do that? Whatever, whatever. But I have actually wondered for myself, if I was ever really in trouble, would I know how to defend myself? Would I know how to get away? Or would I be this woman on the motherfucking TV looking back, falling over shit, dropping the keys? She said, I have been scared by that idea that if something ever did happen to me, even though when I'm looking at TV, I'm like, oh, why she do that? I have wondered, would I be able to kick in for myself to defend myself? I said, and that's exactly what those movies are meant to do. Is to make you question your perfectly functioning self-defense mechanism. That's what they have been designed to do. Why have they been designed to do that? So that the cowardly, punkish motherfuckers that run the world could convince you that they are bigger than they are, that they are scarier than they are, that they are the big, bad, brutal rulers of the earth. No. Every war, every conflict, every crime against women is to concretize in us that we have no power, that they are bigger than us, that we are the victims of the world, and that the only hope that we can imagine for ourselves is for one among them to happen to be the one good guy who gonna take it upon himself to be the champion for us all. I'm trying to give y'all a word, because there is no other way to make sense of the world the way that it looks. Every time we see a story about some great, big, bad, radical, giant bitch who was cleaving heads and taking names, we're like, God damn, I ain't never even heard about her. Because nobody needs for you to know about her. We don't need you to know about her. What's the woman's name I just heard about the other day? But she was a North African queen. And what was his name? King Cyrus in goddamn Persia had set his sights on her kingdom. And because she was the ruler, he was like, oh, we can take that shit. It's just a bitch, you know, it's just a bitch over there that's ruling that shit. Like, that should be easy for the taking. That should be easy for the taking. And so he decided he gonna stage a contest with her. You feel me? And she was like, you chose the right one today, baby. you got the right one. But before the conflict could begin, she had sent emissaries. She's still trying to be the diplomat, even though he over there huffing and puffing. She's still trying to be the diplomat. Like, you over there where you at, nigga? Like, what? Why you got your sights set on us? Like, what you want with us, bitch? You got your shit. Like, be over there where you at. You feel me? And so she sent emissaries. She's like, look, I'm gonna send y'all over there. Her son was one of the emissaries. And this punk ass motherfucker sent her son's head back to her with her remaining. He was the only one that the dude had killed. Of all the emissaries, he said, take her son. Had his guards cut his head off and send it back to her. And she says the story went that she made a commitment to the gods of her ancestors that day that she was going to remain. So she, still being strategic, still being the diplomat, she sent a letter. She sent a letter to him. She had the emissary send a letter to him. I just want you to know, I'm going to tell you what our plan is. Because it's obvious. Here you done because what the nigga did was play nice. That's what he did. He played nice to the emissaries. Got her son drunk and then had him killed. Oh, so okay, I see what you about. You feel me? She said, I'm sending you this letter to know I'm coming for you. And when I come for you, the exact words were, because you are so bloodthirsty, I will make sure that you get your fill. I will make sure that you get your fill. And her army proceeded to run down on this Persian king like a goddamn pitch black sky full of locusts. You hear me? And she got there, and there wasn't no, we gonna meet, no, none of that. She said, all right, everybody, as soon as you see the first one, charge. They ain't even give them no time. Ran through the army, child, ran through them in a day. Everybody dead. She hardly took any losses. Everybody dead. She on the battlefield with everybody else. Everybody dead. Then she turned around after everybody was dead. She was like, don't nobody leave this motherfucking field until you find that nigga. That nigga that killed my son, Cyrus, don't nobody leave this motherfucking field. I don't care how long we out here until you find that nigga who killed my son. And when they found his body, she said, stand that nigga up, and took her sword and cleaved his head off. And nobody knew that she had ridden in the battle with a giant sack on the side of her horse. And then the horse, and in the bag, on the side of the horse, the bag was a wine bag. It was full of wine. And she took the bodies of other men and put their blood in it with the wine, and then put that nigga head in the bag of wine and zipped it up and took it back to where she was from. She said, I promised you was gonna get your fill of blood. You bloodthirsty. I was gonna make sure you got your fill. Took that nigga head, steeped in wine and blood, and carried his head all the way back to Africa. So she did that. I can't remember her name. I'm gonna have to start writing all these sisters' names down because we need to know them. We need to know them every day. We need to say their names every day. We need to know them because there's a reason that they have been disappeared from history. Boudica, we need to know their names and say their names out loud every day. What's that girl name? Joan of Arc. We need to speak that bitch name every day. Hatshepsut, Queen named Honda. We need to speak their names every day, but not just the ones we know. There's another woman, a Japanese woman. Did you know? I didn't know. Did you know that the Japanese, at the height of the samurai culture, they're one of the biggest, like, I don't know if you call it like an army or a squadron if they samurai. I don't know, like, they formations. One of the largest samurai formations in Japanese history was a whole slew of samurai women. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I ain't know that. Did you know that the story of Mulan is actually based on a real woman that lived in China? Did you know that? And like, Mulan was a very super tame version of her story. What do you want, child? Come on. Very tame version of her story. That one story was that she was in battle. She was married. That she was in battle with her husband, and her husband took a hit. He got stabbed and fell off his horse. And this girl Whoop, swoop back around. She in battle with him. She swooped back around, get off her horse, throw her husband over the back of her horse, jump back up, commence the slaying. All these stories, multiplicities of stories that give us an idea that what I just told you is actually accurate. That these stories were not quote diamonds in the rough. These weren't oddities of the norm. That this was the culture of women. It has always been the culture of women that we cool when shit is peaceful. We do the things we do when shit is peaceful. But don't get it twisted. Let somebody buck. Let somebody try to run down on one of ours. Let somebody want to flex. And every woman in the community, aged and young, is gonna commence to fucking strapping. That's the nature of the dynamics of being female on this planet. They want to pigeonhole you into some bullshit where you perpetually looking for a great Y-bearing chromosome savior of the day, and you can't figure out why you are perpetually disappointed. Is because one of the biggest strategies since the Roman Empire was to not only pump yourself up to be this big giant tyrant who could rule the world, but in order to convince people that you was a what you call it, you was an immortal, powerful king and emperor, was you had to make sure that nobody remembered that the only person that could dethrone your ass was these women right up in your community. In order to gas yourself up, you have to pump fake. Like your ass is the most courageous motherfucker there ever was. Meanwhile, your ass got 40 men around you who are scared of you than you are of your mama. Here you are enclosed by a bunch of pump faking cowards. I'm just giving y'all a word because there ain't no way else to explain it. Here we hear about Nat Turner, and we know that Nat Turner was a champion, but we never heard about the multiplicity of women. Not one or two, the multiplicity of women that participated in the rebellion spearheaded by Nat Turner, including his wife. Even in the movie that they made about his life, they made his wife out to be some poor victim. While he went out to go avenge his wife. That's not what the fuck happened. His wife and many other women were key strategists, not only participators, strategists. They followed him because he had the sign. He received the sign. Everybody loved him because he was the spiritual leader. He was the one able to read and decode the Bible in a way that justified their right to rebel. He was the one. They had the 411. But the women was like, look, we know this motherfucker in and out. So we gonna tell you how what you visualizing, the dream, the prophecy that God gave you and shit. We can tell you how that shit gonna go down, how to execute it, because even the white men think we just lowly women, we just simpletons who don't know nothing and can't read. So we couldn't possibly be plotting and scheming on nothing. I'm telling you, this shit struck me today. How? If they had not been successful in a campaign of always making you not only accept, but teach your children. I've done it. I've been guilty of doing it. Talking in a way that instills fear in my children because I recognize the parasites that live among us. So you tell your babies, thinking you do the right thing, you need to be careful. You got to be conscious when you're walking down the street. You got to go look over your shoulder. We shouldn't have to live in a world where we have to be instilling babies with fear. We need to be purging the fucking planet of cowards. That's what we need to be doing. These motherfuckers who be laying in waiting to pounce on babies, snatching babies from bus stops. That is not what we need to be teaching our children. We need to be teaching our children that from the day they are born, from the moment that they can walk, they are giants among men. And we need to empower them just like that. Bitch, you was a giant among men. You a giant among ants. And I need to train you how to secure your goddamn kingdom, how to secure your motherfucking sovereignty. I got you. But when we ain't together, you need to know how to secure your goddamn sovereignty. That's the only language they need to be hearing. You ain't nobody's motherfucking victim. Whether you with me or whether you ain't with me, you ain't nobody's victim. So let me tell you how to secure your motherfucking terrain when you ain't in my presence, when you ain't under my goddamn protection. We don't need to be having no other conversation with our children outside of that. Period. Because ain't nobody coming to save the day. Nobody with a Y chromosome. Ain't nobody coming to save the day. They too have been trained to be cowards. That's why, with the way the world look right now, all this madness, unending back-to-back, unbelievably wicked bullshit from the day that nigga got in office, every single solitary day, week off without some bullshit. Then they gonna turn around, Netanyahu gonna say, we gonna nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize. They literally playing in your face. They literally nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize a week after he dropped the bomb on Iran. Child, they literally playing in your face. All this shit, back. Every single solitary week since January 1st. It's been one unbelievable bullshit ass display after another. They ain't got me and my homeboy was just talking like damn, they ain't got no script writers out this bitch. This shit, this script, this play is real. It's real sorry. I mean, they run it on Hollywood. They couldn't find nobody to write a better script than this. This is real flimsy. This shit shaky as fuck. It's not even entertaining. It's not even believable. We was up in here tripping last night. Like, I know, like, this shit is really crazy. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you something. It's been one thing after another, every single week. And you can turn on your social media right now, your YouTube, what's that other shit? TikTok, your IG, whatever. And everybody else in the world talking about serious and contemplative shit. What we gonna do? How we gonna get out of this? See this thing over here happening? What's the solution? And if it's somebody that look like us and melanated and got a Y chromosome, y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about in mass. I know there might be one or two among you, but I'll be honest, of the two of you, one is gonna be straight and one is gonna be gay. Of the two, everybody else that look like y'all ain't got nothing else to talk about this last week. And sometimes a lot of the times, y'all women is gonna be talking about some dumb ass shit too. Not with the same intensity and not with the same longevity and not with the same venom, but even this bullshit. But this damn thing in the goddamn the Essence Festival is so bizarre. It's so bizarre that I've seen thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, predominantly Black women, talk about these. I'm not no African American. I'm Black American. I was like, when the fuck that happened? When we went back to Black Americans, I didn't even get the memo. I didn't even get the memo. Why they didn't have no American flags at the Essence Festival? I said, oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, I can only listen to snippets of that shit. But here y'all, but it's so bizarre because that's just this week with the Essence Festival. Everybody hot under the collar. I get the basis for why everybody hot under the collar. Because that Negro, but again, Black people do not study history. Black people do not study class consciousness in mass. And so they will stay coming up to reactionary conclusions about what they're witnessing. The nigga that bought the Essence, conglomerate, this nigga is not just a capitalist. This nigga is a parasitic capitalist. If he is a parasitic capitalist, bitch, I guarantee you somebody is in his ear. What happened at the Essence Festival produced the outcome that they bargained for. It's not outside the realm of possibility. That what happened at the Essence Festival was paid for to produce the exact outcome that it did. Y'all been talking about Black people and those Africans and those Jamaicans and all and them islanders and shit, and they don't respect Black American culture. That is true. That is a decent conclusion to come to when you go to your own city and your own shit with that city's specific and particular and peculiar history, and some Nigerian man and a Kenyan woman decide that in a single year they're gonna swipe everything that's Black. Do you know that there was not one African American vendor allowed into the Essence Festival? They were all African or Afro Caribbean. So people had a right to be mad, but be careful about how you fucking articulate shit. Be careful about how you articulate shit. You now all of a sudden, Black Africa. Y'all gonna talk about Africa? And there are estimates that more than 3,000 families a year for the last 25 years have been expatriating to Africa. Africa then opened its arms and say, look, give us some money, purchase yourself some land. As long as you put something down on the ground, you feel me? You ain't just holding the land hostage. You put a foundation on the ground within a year, you straight with us. And now you got all these Black people talking about we ain't Africans, we don't associate with Africa. That shit was all over. I said, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I said, come and get your people. Come get them. Come get them. Come get them. They had every right to be mad, but nobody was asking the question about how something that radical can happen in 1 year. In 1 year, you ain't got no local vendors where they know that that city and that festival had always been mutually beneficial. Black people from all over the country go to the Essence Festival, and it's also a giant come up. It is one of the economic foundations that have been holding up the Black population in New Orleans, as these white people have been laying claim through the most radical gentrification project since the end of Katrina, and that this has been one of the things that they rely on, the local population rely on to infuse economic income into their communities, as their communities have been decimated by all these motherfucking gentrifiers. And your Black ass, your Negro ass gonna come buy the shit, which is fine. But then the first order of business is to completely disappear anything that is peculiar to Black American culture in general, but the culture of Louisiana, which is not only a cultural expression, child, there is a whole ass gangster revolutionary history in the city of Louisiana. That nigga got paid to do what he did. You hear me tell you? You can't convince me otherwise. That was some straight up police shit. It was some straight up state orchestrated shit to do exactly what it did. And the reason that I can say that with some confidence and some audacity is because since that man took office, the primary target of every aggression in everything that he has done has been Black women. That goddamn DEI bullshit. They say more than the greatest loss of jobs and incomes as a consequence of DEI was fucking Black women. That in the first week of that legislation, more than 175,000 Black women lost their jobs in this country in crickets. Mum's the word. This bullshit happening with AI, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in less than 2 weeks, everybody talking about, like, where is this shit coming from? Like, I ain't never seen this shit. Now there's 1.5 million videos of goddamn Bigfoot and gorillas and orangutans produced by mysterious AI content creators, Bigfoot, orangutans, and gorillas, quote, dressed up like ghetto Black women, clinking their nails and shit. Clinking their nails, talking about that, my bum ass baby daddy, and all of this bullshit, proliferating the airways, seemingly out of nowhere. And you don't think your ass is public enemy number one. Y'all on here talking about the 92% of Black female voters that voted for Kamala. The 92%. Don't you know that the state has a target on you exactly for the same thing that your ass is out here clanking your nails about and trying to shame everybody else about? We did the right thing. We vote. Probably ain't never voted in your life. Probably don't go to no soup kitchen to feed nobody. Don't do nothing but try to vote every 4 years. And then this is the banner that you want to fly yourself under to justify all kind of crazy crooked ass shit. But honey, I told y'all, you didn't put nobody in office. White people didn't put nobody in office. The state put that man in office. The bourgeoisie put that man in office. The 1% put that man in office. The plutocracy put that man in office. The corporatocracy put that man in office. And the goddamn Israeli state put that man in office. You did not vote for him. None of these white people did. What that shit is what it's always been, is as a statistical measure, a statistical measure of the energy of the population. And so it did what it intended to do. It did what it intended to do, was to measure the chasm that they have deliberately widened. And all the statistics are saying it. Male versus female, the widest division between male and females since the 1970s. The chasm between, quote, white and black, they say it's more polarized now than it ever has been since the turn of the 20th century today. So this dude, taking advantage of the period, did exactly what he needed to do. And what that vote did was to help him identify how deep the shit was and how they need to maneuver. Every single assault that has happened, every seemingly random thing that has happened under his administration since he got inaugurated, I'm telling you, the target is always the same. The target is always the same. Just 2 weeks ago, all you same black people was championing, riding, ride or die, my brothers and sisters in New York, the Haitian community. I don't know what made y'all think y'all was about to roll up on them Haitians, and everybody in one voice, no matter where they was from in the United States, was bigging up the Haitian community. And a week later, fuck them Afro-Caribbeans, fuck them goddamn African Nigerians. We Americans. Where that American flag? Why this nigga didn't have no American flags up at the event? A week later, y'all ride or dies out there. So all y'all was talking about, what did they think they was gonna do? Didn't they see that red, black, and green flag out there? Didn't they know? Didn't they know? And a week later, we ain't Africans, we Americans. But fuck what you heard, we Americans. Your beef was legitimate, but you need to be clear about what the origin of your beef is. The origin of your beef is that a black bourgeois Negro parasitic capitalist got the bug up in his motherfucking ear, probably from that same president. Look, we need to sow some discord up in this shit. We can't be having no black Americans coming to the idea that they all one and we all up in this shit together. So what we need you to do is make sure don't none of these Negroes in New Orleans get no space. They need to lose some money. I'm telling you, because the thing that convinced me of it was hearing what people were saying. There was a Nigerian girl, like on, you know how you have like a little step and repeat, and people will stand in front of the step and repeat and take pictures and stuff. So there was a reporter, with the microphone, like, recording everybody that was speaking on the set, on the step and repeat. And the one person that y'all show is the Nigerian girl with hair weaved all the way down her back, bone straight hair weaved all the way down her back, talking about, it's about the original. The Essence Festival is about the original, the African, the real original. I said, that bitch is the police. Somebody find out who paid her. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. There ain't no way that girl was in Louisiana, in New Orleans, on the damn step and repeat. She the only one that they happen to catch some audio of talking about with an attitude. The Essence Festival 25. It's all about the original. Yeah, the African original. Africa, the original. Yeah. I said, listen, when that girl walked into the Essence Festival, somebody patted her pockets like, yo, bitch, what we need you to do, you know what I'm saying, is like get up on there, make sure you say some fucked up shit, and it's obvious. You feel me? Yo. I said, do people not see this? Because even her mannerisms, I was like, she wasn't ignorant. Somebody paid her. She ain't just get up in there and do that. Somebody gave her some money. Somebody find out who gave that girl some money. Because listen, y'all, I know I'm familiar with the Diaspora wars. I'm not simple. But I also know that I spent 15 years in the African People's Socialist Party. I spent 6 years in a row going to Europe for the African Socialist International, where Black people, men, women, children, and elders from every country on the planet, man, we met Black people born and raised in Sweden with straight up Dutch ass accents, Black as the day is long. Black as the day is long. If they didn't open their mouth, you would swear they was from fucking Philly. Timberlands, you know, busting a small sag, you feel me, hip hop gear, you feel me, and then they open their mouth and Sweden pops out. I seen brothers and sisters, met brothers and sisters for 15 years straight, and even did some, even after I left the party, from all over the continent. Even this bullshit y'all call diaspora wars, that shit is a state-sanctioned goddamn orchestration. It's a strategy. Because 99.9% of Black people who live in other places, the islands, South America, Central America, Africa, Europe, 99.9% of Africans do not believe that bullshit that girl said at the Essence Festival. I was like, Even the way she was looking, I was like, somebody paid that bitch. That shit didn't even come out of her mouth natural. It didn't even sound natural coming out of her mouth. You feel me? Y'all lying. Y'all lying. Y'all lying. But if you ain't been nowhere, and if you don't, and if you have not en masse, that brothers and sisters, that I get it. I get it. There are white people that live in the brains of Black people from the diaspora, especially when it comes to us in America. But I promise you, they are not the majority. I promise you that. I promise you that. I lived the last 20 years of my life in fucking Florida, where you can literally see Black people from the whole planet right there in Florida every day. Every day. Black Cubans, Black Puerto Ricans, everywhere, every day. There's a Haitian restaurant across the street, and then there's a Nigerian restaurant across the street, and a Dominican restaurant across the street. Everywhere, every day. And even when we piled up on top of each other like we are in Florida, that shit don't exist. That bullshit they tried to play in your face with yesterday, that shit don't exist. that shit is not no norm. That shit is not the norm. It's not. It's not. It's not. So y'all have to be careful, because the more desperate these cowards get, the more they're going to be trying to get you to fall for the okie doke, saying some dumbass shit out your mouth in public. They really are, man. They playing in your face, and they're doing it strategically, and they're targeting Black women for a reason. They targeting us for a reason. And so that's why we got to be learning about these women. We got to be powering up our courageous action in the world every day. Every day we need to read about some giant Chinese woman who was slicing heads and taking that. Even these white women. Child, I just learned the story about this white woman. What did they call her? I gotta know this bitch name. They called her. No, it was several women. It wasn't just one. It was several women. Oh yeah. It was several women. They called them the night witches. They called them the night witches. This was during the Second World War. They called them the night witches. They called them the night witches. It said the Nazis were terrified of them. These women were pilots during Nazi. These white women in Europe. These white women in Europe, child, was pilots in the military. How we did not know this? I don't know if they was British. I don't remember where they was from. But these white women, was a whole crew of pilots, and they were so stealth. These bitches wasn't just stealth; they was gangsters, baby. Y'all know I do not hand that word out too slick to those of them that ain't us. These bitches was gangsters. This one, that ain't us. These bitches was gangsters. These women were a small group of military pilots. They called the night witches. And the Soviet Union, that's what it was. The night witches. And you know why they call them the night witches? Because they would do their thing. They would do their thing. Like they would have like a plan, like a battle plan, right? And they were bombers. That's the planes that they were flying, was bombers. They were bombers. These bitches would only do they what you call it? Oh, what's the word? They operations. They would only carry out the operations at night. And planes were very, very loud, apparently, back in them days, because this is still pretty early in the aviation period. So the planes, because it's in the 40s, the planes were very loud. So they say that because they were trying to be stealth, because they were trying to carry out the operations at night, that these bitches would turn the planes off in midair. They would turn the planes off in midair. air so that the opposition could not hear them coming, so that they could carry out, they could drop their bombs without nobody suspecting. Child, they flying planes and the engines ain't on. They didn't turn the plane off. They going into a free fall, dropping bombs so they can be quiet while they drop the I said, damn. They said they were so notorious and they scared the goddamn Germans so bad that that's what the Germans started calling them, was the night witches. You heard? That story gave me life. Now I don't care. But there was one girl during the same thing, during the Second World War. This girl, I forget, they had a name for her too. What was her name? I forget what they called her. She was French. Pretty girl. I think they said she was in her late 20s, mid 20s, something like that. They had pictures of her. And they said she was so successful because she was so pretty. That's how you use your pretty privilege, bitch. That's how you use your pretty privilege. If you ain't doing that, then you ain't my friend, you ain't my ally. That's how you use your pretty privilege. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, very pretty French girl. Very pretty French girl. And she would go where the German soldiers would go for cocktails at night, go to lounges, bars, find a handsome young soldier, maybe plant a seed. You can bring a couple of friends if you'd like. Walk them to a private location somewhere nearby in the woods and would ghost these bitches. They could not get an accurate count of her head count. This was her contribution. This was her contribution to the war. She's like, I ain't gonna get in a plane like the witches. They do their thing. She's like, but I'm gonna exploit my little pretty privilege. You feel me? They could not get an accurate assessment of her head count. She had been doing it for so long. Yes. Walk them out to the woods, walk them down an alley, make out with them a little bit, pew, pew, ghost them, keep it pushing. And if anybody was going to look like the dainty damsel in distress, wouldn't it be a pretty blonde hair, blue eyed, blue? Yes, it was a crow child. I told you the homies. There's about 10, 15 of them that fly just around our apartment complex all day, every day. They stay posted up. But baby, if anybody was going to be a damsel in distress, if anybody was going to be the absolute least expected potential threat and danger, wouldn't it be a 20-something-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed, suave French person? And if she did that. I could go on and on and on. There was another story I just heard about recently. But I should just say the opposite applies. Same thing. I'm talking about this little 20-something-year-old white girl who was doing her thing to make her personal little contribution to the end of the Second World War. There was a girl who went down in the history of the Third Reich as the youngest person to be executed. The youngest, she was a soldier in the Third Reich. She was 22 years old when she was sentenced to death by firing squad. This girl, 22 years old, had been a member of the Third Reich since she was 17. They called her, she had a crazy name too. I forget what they called her. But they said that she was so diabolical in her lusts that even the soldiers in the Third Reich called her the most wicked woman they'd ever met. Called her the most wicked woman they ever met. The list of her crimes when she went before the Nuremberg trials, the details of the list of her crimes. Child, she started committing these crimes when she was 17. When she was 17. They said that she was the most insatiable nymphomaniac they had ever seen. That she had a particular lust for aggressing against Jewish men. She had a particular lust for aggressing against Jewish men. I'm talking about in terms of SA, a particular and peculiar lust against Jewish men, but women were not excluded, and that she would organize parties for fellow soldiers where she would pick the captives that she was going to choose for that day to be the entertainment for the parties that she would throw for her fellow soldiers. And she would come up with all kinds of monstrous ways to entertain her guests with the bodies of these captives. And at the end of the night, the coup d'etat, the grand finale, was that they would all participate in killing the captives that they had taken out of the prisons to take to her house to entertain them for the night. She was 17 when she started doing this shit. She was 17 when she started doing this shit. She was killed at 22 years old. She was 17 when she started doing that shit. I'm always going to go back to what Sun Tzu said. Take the covers off, bitch. Know your enemy, know yourself. Because we have not known our enemy. We want our enemy to be something. Child, listen. Know your enemy, know yourself. Know your enemy, know yourself. I'm going to stop talking. I still got stuff to do. But today, I had to express rage. I was mad. I feel a little bit relieved now. But today I was mad. When I saw that documentary about Mao Tse Tung and the deliberate, willful massacre of 75 million human beings. Because up until that time, they said it was just a disaster. You know what I'm saying? It was just a disaster. But then it was somebody who I guess had abandoned the party, who went out and made it known that it wasn't a disaster. It was a genocide. We don't want to call it that, but that's what it was. When there was enough food in the possession of the government to actually have fed every single one of the men, women, and children that died from starvation, state orchestrated, what's the word? State orchestrated famine. State orchestrated famine. Because you didn't want to listen to the women who were still 85% of the rural farming workforce. 75% of the rural farming workforce was women, and ain't none of these historians been quote astute enough to say what it is. That if he would have listened to women, which he was opposed to, if he would have listened to women who were the custodians of the ancient farming techniques that they had mastered that was already feeding the whole country, then it would have been a non-issue. And so even the historian couldn't say what it was. That it's not just China, that the majority of Asian countries, for the better part of their entire history, the majority of the rural farming workforce has always been women. Vietnam, all over Southeastern Asia, the primary workers, the primary farm workers, so-called gatherers, have always been top heavy a woman's job, women's defined work. And so he not considering that history, that's known history, he can say, yeah, he talked all that shit about women being, having equal status under the Chinese Communist Party. That was a lie. That was not true. And if you can start to see history like a web instead of these lines that don't touch, then you can say, oh, well, that don't make sense because we just read the other day that the majority to this day of the farm workers, the rural farm workers, are women. And that has been that way since Confucianist era, since the age of Confucianism. That's been the case. Then we have to take that shit a step further. It's not that he just had a conversation with the farm workers and decided that they was gonna go this route. No, it was because even as he is making these proclamations about women and their equal status in China, he wasn't gonna listen to a bunch of women. Not when he's the scientist, not when he's the revolutionary scientist. He ain't gonna listen to a bunch of farm working women who tried to tell them, we ain't got no beef with these birds. We've been farming like this for forever. Y'all eat, don't you? Your ass fat, ain't you? Mao was fat. Your ass fat, ain't you? Ain't you eating? So we must be doing our job, right? Like, let us do what we do. Nah, we can't do that. We have to, man, didn't I tell you? The banner was man must conquer nature. That's why he didn't listen to women. Because in the subconscious mind of every man, the whole declaration of man must conquer nature includes women, includes children, includes others, includes anybody that they deem, quote, less powerful than that. You understand what I'm saying? Honey, from here on out, can't nobody else even tell history unless it's coming out of the mouth of a female. We don't need no more male historians because y'all always miss the mark. Y'all always leave some big chunk out of how you tell the tale. We don't need no more male historians. No more male leaders. No more male professors, have me tell it. I'm on one today. I've been on one all week. I've been on one all year. But I'm gonna need y'all to start poking your chest out. I'm gonna need you to start mean mugging bitches. They need to know, bitch, the day of victims is over. There ain't no victims on earth no more. Day of victims is over. And the sooner that we can reconcile that and communicate that in mass to other women who have been made the perpetual victims of men in positions of power, the women of Iran need to remember that they are nobody's victims. That their asses still got husbands. Their asses still got sons. Their asses still got uncles, nephews, grandfathers. They need to be staging ultimatums. If you're a man and you claim you love us, you got a decision to make today. And it's how we gonna determine if you are friend or foe. That's what they need to be doing. That's what they need to be doing in mass. Today is the day you males have decisions to make. You females, y'all too, everybody on earth, y'all got a decision to make today. Are you friend or foe? What is the evidence of your commitment? What is the evidence of your declaration as friend or foe? Today is the day that everybody need to make a goddamn decision. The women of India need to know that the black-skinned ass women in the United States of America are calling on them to allow their giant to spill out over goddamn India. Spill out over India. Make your goddamn declaration. Stage your ultimatum for those males that are closest to you. Because if they close to you and do not give a fuck about you, that's the decision that they have made. And so now you need to be in a position to relinquish anything that you have internalized as guilt for whatever may happen to them who have made the declaration that they are foe. You hear what I'm telling you? You need to have a ceremony globally. The darkest skinned women of the Philippines, the darkest skinned women of Fiji, of New Zealand, of Australia, of all of Asia, Southeast Asia, Eurasia, the women of Europe who are the descendants of giants among ants like Boudica, and all these other women we don't know about in Europe who was staging contests. That picture, have y'all seen that painting? I forget the woman name who painted that painting. It's my favorite painting. I want a copy of this goddamn painting. Big as fuck in my living room. Of the two, is it 2 or 3 women? She did a painting of 2 or 3 women who were the servants of this king. And apparently this king had a bad habit of forcing himself on his servants. And so these, in the painting that this woman painted, you feel me? The king is laying down on his bed like he'd been shocked out of his sleep. And on top of his bed is one of the servants. She got his head pinned down to the pillow, and the other servant, she holding his hand in one hand, and she got a knife in the other hand, and you can see the blood start spurting, like she's already started the process of slit opening his neck, while the other woman is holding his head so he can't move, and his eyes is bugged out because he know what's happening. These 2 women that he had grown so comfortable aggressing against, and that was convinced they would never do anything, woke his ass up to a knife to his gullet. That's my favorite painting. I just saw a story about it yesterday because I didn't know the background story of the painting. Do you know what the background story of the painting is? The woman who did the painting, the man in the painting had actually raped her and got away with it. She went to, I think she went to the church, because the church was the state at that time. She went to the church to tell the church what he had did. And because he was nobility, nothing happened to him at all. Nothing happened to him. And so the story that was being told about the painting, the background of the painting was that because she couldn't get justice, she wanted to paint justice. She wanted to paint in her mind's eye what justice was. And so the man's face that you actually see is the actual man who raped her. And then the 2 women was, in her mind, her being able to get justice. That's what I'm on today. That's what I'm on today. I'm on today this feeling in my chest that I'm always talking to y'all about. Stifled fire built up in the heart of the fucking dragon, lighting up like she's getting ready to blow. That's what I feel like today. That's what I feel like today. That's what I've been on today. And so we just need to be able to communicate. Yes, my position is what it always is. I recognize that everybody on earth is transgressed against us, Black women. But we need to stimulate the goddamn cellular memory of some of these giants. These damn female samurais we've been talking about, these African women all over the place. And since they history has been erased, you got a continent of women who feel like they are being perpetually victimized by their sons. We need to do what you call it. What did I call it? I called it the other day. What did I call it? I wrote it down. I was like, oh shit, that might need to be. I called it CPR for the culture. CPR for the culture. We need to perform. What's that shit? We need to do a goddamn global resuscitation of the radical gangster bitch energy in the history of our blood. We need to perform CPR on the invisibilized gangster that's in every last one of our bodies. I called it CPR for the culture. I don't even know what I was talking about, but I was like, oh shit, damn, I forgot about that. We need to perform goddamn life resurrecting CPR and first aid on the planet. Feel me? I'm done. I'm hungry. It was good talking with you, even though I didn't intend to. I was really gonna get up on here for the 2 minutes it took to do the conspiracy, and I would have got right up off here. But somebody right out the gate was like, "What about?" or something. Somebody asked me something right out the gate. I was like, "Yeah." Oh, that's what it was. They only asked me, "How's the full moon feel for you?" Child, kicking my ass. And I was so excited about the full moon because the full moon's in Capricorn. And y'all know my moon is in Capricorn. I was like, okay, let me and mama get some work in today. She was like, I'm away on you today, bitch. I'm away on you today, bitch. And when I tell you I tried so hard to shake my shit, to shake myself out of this weird place that I woke up in this morning. But I'm gonna tell you something else. The one last thing I'm gonna tell you is I had a recognition yesterday, because I'm feeling it right now. I had a recognition yesterday. The last time I did a live, which was day before yesterday, y'all remember I started yawning like crazy. Like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I'm not sleepy. Why am I yawning so much? And then I told you I have to get up off of here. I'm really, really lightheaded. I'm lightheaded now. I was doing a reading for a young woman yesterday around this time. Same thing. I got really, really lightheaded. But it didn't feel like lightheaded sick. It didn't feel like lightheaded something's wrong. It didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like that. What it felt like, you know how when you do psychedelic mushrooms, right? For those of you who have. Because psychedelic mushrooms tend to be relatively gentle compared to other psychedelics, that you'll feel perfectly normal, and then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, okay. It like creeps up on you. It's still smooth as you go into that peak, but it's like, oh yeah, okay, here we go, right? That kind of weird, like borderline lightheaded, that kind of like you start breathing different, your belly starts feeling different. That's what it felt like. I haven't consumed any psychedelic since August of last year, so almost a year. I haven't consumed any psychedelics, no mushrooms, nothing. But for the last 3 days in a row, since Monday, just out of nowhere, I will feel overcome by that feeling, like I'm about to peak, like I'm on some psychedelic and I'm about to peak. And I'm experiencing that now. And so I think the reason I stopped yesterday, because when it happened the day before yesterday, I felt like something was wrong. I was like, okay, I haven't eaten. I need to go eat. But I ate right before I got up on here. Hell, I was still eating when I got up on here. And then it happened again yesterday while I was reading this woman. And it occurred to me yesterday while I was reading her, because her reading was deep. I told y'all to get your readings this week. I told y'all that. I've had one person ask me for a reading this week, which is problematic. Feel me? It's problematic. Yes, I need to pay my rent, but I am not an opportunist. I am telling you that something has changed. Something has radically shifted, radically, quickly, deeply shifted. And it wasn't as evident until really when I was talking to you guys on Monday. But then yesterday, when I did this woman's reading, it was so deep. 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 And that's when it occurred to me. This feeling is familiar. It's not me feeling like I'm lightheaded, like low blood sugar type shit. I remember the feeling is how I feel when I'm on the front end of peaking from psychedelics, where I'm about to go into the, like, okay, we up in here now. I'm about to go into the ceremony. That's what it felt like. That's what I feel like right now. Like I'm having a goddamn out of body experience right now. I've had one reading this week, which is really interesting to me because it's such a radical week. The 777 on Monday, the 789 that we're still in, the Capricorn. As much as we've been talking about Capricorn and Saturn since January, since December, something like that. As much time as we've spent talking about reclaiming the energy of great grandmother Crone that they call Saturn, that they call Capricorn. I was like, this week is heavy. It's radical is what it is. And so I'm surprised that only one of you have reached out about getting a reading. But that's not the point. I need y'all to get readings, okay? But that's not the point. The point is that all this time that I had been talking to you in preparation for this week, that from July 4th all the way till the 14th, right? I've been talking to y'all about July 4th or July 7th for over a month to be ready, because big shit was going down. And both days, big shit went down, right? There's a reason that that motherfucker Netanyahu made the declaration that he had nominated Donald Trump to receive the Nobel Peace Prize on July 7th. There's a reason that he did that. You feel me? Anyway, then that's not even the biggest thing that happened. But anyway, it didn't occur to me until I was doing the sisters reading yesterday that what I had been experiencing in the form of this like lightheadedness and this not shortness of breath, but like this change in my breathing that corresponded with it. And just like even with the birds thing, I'm like, what? Okay, I need this shit to be made plain. I'm always telling people to simplify. I need the shit simplified for me. Like, what am I experiencing right now, right? And it occurred to me yesterday when I was talking to her that I had been talking to you guys for the last month, even though shit had been awesome and deep and breakthroughs and shit. I still didn't recognize until yesterday that for the last month, I have been talking to you, no matter how deep in spirituality, I had been talking to you about spirituality still from a very cerebral place, from a very deliberate and willful. I studied all night. I've been in this wormhole for 3 days. I still have been communicating from a very cerebral place, trying to make the puzzle pieces fit. And oh my God, I realized this and this and this and this. From a very frontal, conscious, cerebral, strategic, left brain place. All the teaching I've been doing over the last month, no matter how deep and profound it was still coming from that very deep, cerebral, frontal cortex, left brain, scientific, mathematical, trying to see the ways the shit work type of way. And it didn't occur to me until yesterday that what I've been experiencing for the last 3 days was this was the spirit was the not the spiritual was the physical experience that is required to bridge the gap, right? Like, oh, sorry. Like, even since I've been sitting here ranting and raving, because I was mad when I got up on here. I was mad, and I wouldn't even accept until I got up on here when somebody asked me how's this new moon feeling, and I was like, I don't feel good, and I have to honor that. And even then, I was pump faking because it wasn't that I didn't feel good. Is that I am motherfucking mad. I am angry as all hell. When they say hell has no fury like a woman scorned, today I felt that shit. Like, ooh, I finally know what that shit means. Because the hell in me is surging. The hell in me is wanting to wild the fuck up out of this bitch. The hell in me is wanting to stage an all-out aggression upon this bitch. An all-out aggression. I was up on here, man. And I even in talking to you, I had to be honest and be like, no, it's not that I don't feel good. It's that I'm mad as hell. And like, I this shit need to be the fuck over. Like right now, this minute, this instant, it needs to be done. We need to be done with this shit. And however that needs to happen, that's what we got to be willing to do to make that happen. It has to be done. And we have seen that there is nobody coming to save us. We female portal possessing human beings have to wage an all outright motherfucking unwielding, unflinching, boundless goddamn opposition to what is. We don't have a choice. There is no other choice. There is no other choice. There is no loving our way out of this. There is no empathizing our way out of this. There is no, give them time way out of this. There is no, we just need to spiritually come together and hold hands out of this. There is no way. They done told us unending, a multiplicity of ways that the only way y'all bitches is getting up out of this is if y'all mow us down. And I don't think that's going to happen. That's what they saying in our face. The only way y'all getting out of this is y'all going to have to mow us down. And I don't see that happening. So what y'all going to do? I'm trying to tell you, the sun gone rogue is the personification of the quote, beware the madness of the king. That when the king is mad, when he is blinded by his own madness, just like that Persian king Cyrus, his haughty self, like, let's go, yeah, okay, we can't fuck with nobody else in Northern Africa because they all got men leadership, but I want a piece of Africa, bitch. And I see there's one little place over here, this little backwards ass place got a king and ain't got no king. Let's roll up on them. And she's like, you lucky. You lucky you rolled up on me. You lucky I'm the one you chose. Because I just happen to be able to match your motherfucking energy today, bitch. Yep. I happen to have it for you. And unlike your malignant self, who staged the contest with me out of your malignancy, who staged a contest out of your cowardice. He was like, oh, everybody else got kings. We ain't gonna fuck with them. Let's go get this bitch over here who got the nerve to be trying to run some shit by herself. That is the evidence of your cowardice. That's the evidence of your cowardice. That's the evidence of your cowardice. And she peeped the shit. She peeped this cowardice. She said, so you lucky, bitch. You're lucky because I happen to be ready to match your energy today. But unlike your malignant self, what I'm doing is out of love because you had the nerve to murder my son. Here I am trying to be the diplomat to give you the opportunity to come out of your mind of madness, to get your motherfucking mind right and remember who the hell I am. I'm being the I'm trying to give you some leeway, son. And so you in your malignancy want to murder my baby? I'm ready. I got the energy to match today, baby. Let's go. I got a message for you today, baby. You got a bloodlust? I'm gonna make sure you get your feel before it's all said and done. You feel me? These stories are bobbing up. You remember how when Barbara Moore and the Great Cosmic Mother was saying that no matter how loud the aggressions of males gets, and no matter how much they suppress our memory, no matter how much historically no matter how many crimes they have committed to attempt to suppress our memory, every few years the mother's head comes bobbing up from below the surface. And they may beat her back for a little bit. She's like, okay, you a little bit aggressive right now. That's all right. I got patience. Every now and again, every few years, the mother will bob her head up from the surface. Y'all remember that part? Baby. She said one of these days, the mother's head will not go back below the surface. And we have to be up in here ready to ensure that is the goddamn case. So all these women I'm talking about whose memory is bobbing up from the surface, like this is the time you need to remember me, bitch. All these women, heads bobbing up from the surface. We still here, bitch. We still up in you. Everything that we've done, you can do better. You got the juice. You got the 411. You know them better than we. You know them better than we did. You know them better than we did. You know just how deep and how dirty and how dark they can go. You know them better than we did, and you closer to them than we were. That's why we bobbing our head up right now. Bobbing our head up right now. Women of all races, from every country and every society, radical women bobbing their head up from the surface. They're doing this to embolden you, bitches. They're doing this to empower you, bitches. They're doing this to remind you, bitches. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They say now, every single one of them, they say now's the time. Now's the time. Now's the time. This shit, because I feel that way. Every time I've been so many women, giant women shit been coming through my feed. I'm like, okay, no, this is a reminder. They're coming right up on time because they're like, bitch, we need you to know. Now's the time. That's why all of us are poking our head up at the same time. Now's the 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 time. There is no better time than now. What I got to figure out who said that quote. There's no better time than now. And now is all futures. Now is all futures. Every future that exists in this moment is going to be shaped by us right now. Every future that our babies will experience, child, and they babies, and on and on and on, is a future that we have created in this moment. Are we going to be complicit in the way things are? Are we going to try to keep ourselves safe for the way things are? Are we going to try to hide in our house in hopes that it will get better? Every decision that we make about how we about to move is giving birth to a future. And are you okay with the future that you're giving birth to? Are you okay with the global laments of your future offspring for leaving them a legacy of fucking chaos and brigandage and despair that will only deepen and deepen and deepen and deepen until the world actually looks like the motherfucking Matrix? As these motherfuckers are talking about blackening the sun out of the sky today. Are you leaving a future? Are you creating a future where your offspring and your descendants will curse your name every time they wake up in the morning because you made a decision that was in direct opposition to them having a prosperous and bountiful future? Something is happening to us. Something is happening to us. That's what I'm experiencing. All of a sudden, I'm yawning again. I'm not sleepy. It's like we're trying to move. That's what it feels like. It's like I'm trying to move stuck energy. It's like I'm trying to like move stale, stagnant energy. I'm gonna go. I'll be back tomorrow though. Maybe just around the time that we do the conspiracy, but I'm gonna go for right now. I'm tired. I'm not sleepy. I'm just tired, physically tired. But I am hungry, so I'm gonna go eat. Make sure to book your readings. Make sure. Oh shoot, my phone died. Make sure to make your contributions. I still haven't because I've been in a massive, mile-high, mountainous pile of fucking shit I have to do, and every single day I gotta post the pictures. I gotta make money, but everything is so goddamn pressing. That's the other thing. All you giants. That's what I started out by saying. I'm meeting these women tonight. I guess I gotta get myself ready. I'm meeting these women tonight, and when I tell you, every single one of them have the same desperate urgency of just scrapping at surviving. I said, this is purposeful. This thing that we're all experiencing, this is deliberate. It's like we've never been more apart from each other. We've never been more separated from each other. And now we are hyper focused on just the thrive to eke out a roof. Just to eke out a roof that stays. And every woman that I'm going to meet with tonight for the full moon ceremony, when I talk to them by themselves, you can hear the exhaustion and the frustration. And it's not work exhaustion, it is emotional exhaustion. It is this goddamn disaster shit and shock and awe campaigns imposed on us. This shit is deliberate. This shit is deliberate. You feel me? And there's no excuse for us to be living this way. Even while the shit is the way that it is, there's no reason for us to be living this way. There's no reason. There's no way possible that I should be able to say that I have not had another human hand touch my body in 2 weeks. And I know better. There's no way we can, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. You feel me? So donate what you can, book your readings, buy your goddess gear. Somebody just bought a meditation for me. I'm going to start on that this weekend. Spend some time with that. So get yourself a goddess wand if you need, because mine are dope. So make sure you check out the goddess wands, and every single one is unique. So I only have a couple of images, but the images that you see, no two wands are going to look the same. So don't be fronting on me when you get a wand that, quote, don't look nothing like the picture. I had somebody, she hadn't been back on the channel since. It's unfortunate because I reached out to her. This sister bought one of the crystal rings from me, from the crystals that I got out of the mountains during the eclipse last year. And it was a dope ass piece, if you have me tell it. And she, instead of reaching out to me, and I gave her a free piece of jewelry because I shipped it late. Instead of reaching out to me, she put a number one rating on she put a number one rating on my Etsy store with this scathing comment talking about this don't even look like the picture. When in the description I say, in the description of the ring, I say that no two pieces of these crystals are alike. The crystals are running out. No two rings are going to look alike. I literally say that in the description. And I actually say these crystals, unless you specify, I have not cleaned them. I'm not going to clean them because I thought they looked better with the red dirt left on them. I dust off the dirt, obviously, but the crystals look red stained. They look stained red. They don't look like regular in the store-bought crystal quartz because I dug them out the motherfucking dirt, the clay in Arkansas with my own hands under the goddamn perfect solar eclipse last year. I say all of that in the description, that unless you specify you want it cleaned, they're going to come not clean. And in her complaint, she didn't even clean this crystal. This crystal dirty. It looked like it's got dirt on it. Just a scathing ass, somebody that was following my channel, scathing ass review in a number one review, as she didn't receive 2 pieces of jewelry from me. And I was in my feelings. First of all. I was like, damn, like I could have kept the ring. And I emailed her back. I was like, look, I am sorry you are disappointed with the product that you purchased. You feel free to ship them back or gift them to someone. And if you want your money back, or if you want me to make you something different and clean the crystal, I will. And she never responded, but she didn't hesitate to get up on that shit. She didn't hesitate to get up on that shit and try to fucking sabotage my goddamn store. Like, y'all, if you have beef with me, I am flawed. Like right now, I have about 6 goddamn patient type ups to do. And I've already made the declaration. As a matter of fact, when y'all email, I'm not doing any more nutrition. I'm not doing any wellness consults. I'm not. I've been sitting in front of this computer since 7 o'clock in the morning and have not moved since 7 o'clock in the morning, typing up nutritional recommendations, nutraceutical recommendations after doing 1.5 hour consults with people, and that's not something nobody does. Not doctors, not healers, not acupuncture. Nobody does that. And I'm like, I am not trying to create more work for myself. I've literally been sitting here with 5 books, typing up recommendations based on these intakes that I've done. When I tell you I am overwhelmed, I literally have 5 intakes to complete over the next 24 hours. And so I'm not an asshole. Okay. I am not. I am also not above criticism. I am not. I recognize that I am late with some of these write-ups. And people have expressed that, damn, this isn't really professional. And I'm like, look, I don't have an excuse. All I can do is offer you an explanation. I am one person literally every day from the time I have not walked outside today. There is a package that has been sitting outside my door, and I haven't even left the chair long enough to go get the package from right outside my door. I'm not exaggerating when I be in here telling y'all that from 7 o'clock in the morning till these days, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, just because the energy is so crazy and I can't go to sleep, that from 7 o'clock in the morning to motherfucking 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning until I absolutely can't keep my eyes open no more, I am busy. And I'm like, what the fuck am I producing that I am literally working all day? I get up to pee. I get up to go get something to drink. I get up to make an egg so I don't sit up in here and lower my blood sugar. And then I am still producing without the same energy coming back into it bare minimum. Just do what I needed to do. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't want the things that I am very gifted to do, that I love doing. I love medicine. I love it. But I am not going to let it become something that I dread. I'm not going to do that. 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 So this is my public declaration. When you reach out to me, I'm telling you from this date to forever, to forever. You feel me? I'm not doing consultations anymore. I'm not doing that. I will do the readings because there is no expectation of me after that. I give you the juice, I give you the goods, I give you what you need to put you on game. And the readings are deep. For those of you who don't know, many of you do. For those of you who don't know, I don't just give you no reading. I give you homework and I check in if you did the assignment. So I give you more than enough. I get it. We all sick, we all tired, we all got issues. But the intakes, I can't do it anymore. I just cannot. I cannot. If you want an intake, just know that I'm not doing any type ups anymore. I can make basic recommendations based on the intake at the moment. But sitting up in here, when I say typing up an intake, I mean essentially typing what would be the equivalent of a college paper. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I have spent too many hours today on one intake. Because it's not just shit that's falling off the dome. It's me, trying to match symptoms and rule out symptoms so I don't because herbs in Chinese medicine is not like the herbs that you just go to the health food store and just buy and just take. That's not it. I have to make sure I give you something that's not going to make one aspect of your condition worse while the other aspect is better. This is a science. And I've been up in here too motherfucking long today working on just two, all the way up until the minute I got up on here. I've only been working on 2 intakes today, and I still have 5. I've been working on 2 intakes today. You feel me? And so I just want y'all to know, because I get it. I have not made an excuse for a single person that's reached out to me because the intake is way past due. I should have got it to them win, right? And every single one of them, I'll tell them the same thing. Like, look, it's not an excuse. It is an explanation. I apologize for the time that it's taken. I want to tell you that I am here. I am overwhelmed. I will get it to you as humanly possible as I can. And this should not, I hope you understand, be a reflection of some type of character flaw of mine. It is not. And I feel like that's what happened with that girl on my Etsy store. Like, Either you believe what I'm saying or you don't. Either you believe the person sitting in front of you or you don't. And so if there is something that does not meet your expectation, to have enough confidence in me to inbox me or email me and say, sis, you feel me? Like, I get everything, this and this and this and this, but I really wasn't happy with the ring that I received. You know what I'm saying? And we have a dialogue so that I can get you what you desire. That I'm not trying to get over on any fucking body. Nobody. Nobody. Because if that's the case, I can do something easier than this. I promise you I can do something. In Hollywood, I promise you, I can do something easier than this that will require a lot less effort on my part. It would require a lot less effort on my part. So please, I get it. We are accustomed to being betrayed by others. That is not something that you should expect from me. So I'm not above critique. But I'm saying this process that we're involved in is not y'all following me. This is a process where we're saying we are trying to reestablish healthy, harmonious relationships among and between one another, because this is the process that's going to give us the ability to be the governors of a new world. We're still going to have people in positions of political leadership. We're still going to have people that run government, that write new laws. And if we can't even get to a place where, because you are upset with what you didn't read about a description about a product that you bought, that instead of, and she had been following my page for about 2 years, guys, we had even talked on the phone, that you can't text my phone, you can't inbox me and say, look, what's up with the product? Like, even if you got an attitude, like, call me, email me, and be like, look, I like you. I like your channel, whatever. But I wasn't really feeling what you sent me in the mail or whatever. Like, can we talk about this? Like, can we come to some kind of arrangement? And I guarantee you, 100% of the time, I'm gonna be like, I accept that. So I have two options for you. I can either send you your money back, or I can make you another product. And the one that you have, if you don't like it, feel free to gift that to somebody else. I've been running this goddamn business since 2005. Since 2005, I've been running my Etsy store off and on. Like, I don't want you to be upset. My energy has gone into this product that you don't like. But if you don't like it, I need you to say that to me so I can make you happy. So I can give you exactly what's going to make you happy. And then you still be cool with me, because that's what I want. Everything that I do, including my jewelry store, is a part of this vision that I have of building something better. It's not a side hustle. It's not a side project. I told y'all every single thing I do. I'm not exaggerating. Every single thing I do is a part of something that I see can happen. So that was really disappointing to me, because I've been saying all the time, the 5 years I've been up on here, the 6 years I've been up on here, that I've been showing y'all my flaws in real time. I ain't faking perfect up in this bitch. I'm a genius, but that don't mean I'm perfect. I ain't faked y'all. I ain't faked with y'all one time. I told y'all all kind of shit I ain't had no business telling you. I told y'all shit. I told y'all all type of shit I ain't had no business oversharing with y'all. Just to let you know that even if you got an attitude with me, like, there are several people who have a right to have an attitude with me about these goddamn consults. That's why I'm not doing them anymore. Because I used to be jolly on the spot. Do the intake, 5 to 7 days. I have your intake, your little recommendations for you. I'm not at that place anymore, man. And I had to come to grips with myself about that shit. I can't do this shit anymore. Now, if you want to do a wellness consult with me, and you get the hour and you get all the information that I still give when I do an hour consult, and instead of you expecting some typed out motherfucking shit from me, I say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the things that you're gonna need. These are gonna be the most important. These you can put off till later. This is what the diagnosis that I'm giving you means. These are your priorities. These are the daily life activities that you need to adjust to until you can bring yourself back into balance. That's the end of the call. Then cool. But the way that I have been doing that, where I do an hour-long intake and then I spend days and days and days and days and days researching your shit to type out for you And that ain't even no expectation you got when you go to your doctor before you get surgery. I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm not doing that shit no more. And I was only charging what I was charging, $180. No. Most of y'all astrologers charge y'all more than that. Hell, the woman who did my goddamn astrological chart charged me $400. I'm like, I'm not doing that shit anymore. No. So I will still offer the consults, but there's not going to be this. I'm not doing that anymore. So get your readings. The readings give you plenty, but if you actually have like issues in your body that I can point you in the right direction, and I can. Y'all saw it. The sister that was right on the call, on the Zoom with us, she was like, yo, you got any recommendations? In the Zoom with us. She was like, you got any recommendations? I got to take a driving test, and I failed my eye test. You got any recommendations that might help me pass my eye test this week, in a week? I was like, I don't know about a week. I don't know about a week. I was like, I don't think it's an impossibility, but ideally, if you can push your eye test back a week, you feel me? Like for 2 weeks, then you have a good chance. She's like, okay, I'll do that. I said, so what you gonna do is boom, 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 right in the Zoom that we were all in. Boom, 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 boom. At this, do this many times a day. And then right on that day in 2 weeks, go take your test. She didn't change her test. She didn't change her test day. That was on a Sunday. She called me on Saturday morning, that following Saturday morning, after doing exactly what I said in a Zoom over just a few minutes, because we weren't even talking about health. But she was like, I got a question. I know it ain't related. I was like, yeah. And she called me on Saturday. She said, I did exactly what you said, all the way down the line. She said, girl, I passed my eye test yesterday. This woman is 62. 62. Failed her eye test, so they wouldn't give her license renewal. They said, come back and we'll test your eyes again. Passed her eye test off the simple that I gave her in a Zoom call. So I do what I do. And my intentions are honest. I ain't got a motherfucking thing to prove to nobody. Nobody. And what I would ask is the same benefit of the doubt that we always default give niggas, give men, give males. Do that shit for each other. If you black and female, give that benefit of the doubt to each other, to me, to each other, and then hold us accountable from there. But the way that woman came at me, I was so disappointed. My feelings were hurt more than anything because she'd been following my channel. Y'all know how I call y'all out by name. Oh, that's the homie. Hey, how y'all doing? I ain't seen you in so long. Blah, blah, blah. I feel connected to y'all. That ain't no shit to gas you up. That's the world that we are in right now. There's literally just a veil between the two of us right now, whoever you are. And so that shit really was disappointing. It hurt my feelings. It was disappointing. And it felt like that stereotypical knee-jerk sabotage shit. When even on my site, I say I do offer refunds. She still didn't email. She didn't respond to my email through email. She didn't respond to my message in the app. You just gonna go on my shit like white people do. Put a little one on there with your little snide ass comment for everybody to see on my shit. That felt like sabotage. It felt like cracker ass sabotage shit. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. I was like, damn, that's always disappointing. And even as mad as I was when she left that little bullshit on my page, I still went in to an email and was like, look, I understand that you were upset. I wish you would have emailed me first. But I still want to extend this offer. If you want your money back, I will send you your money back. If you want to specify how you want your piece to look, I will remake it. Keep the 2 pieces that I sent you already and gift them to someone else. Crickets. So I'm not in a position. That's another thing I'll say, and then I'm going to be up out it. I'm not in a position to have my feelings hurt by anybody else. Again, y'all know who I am. I tell you who I am all the time. I tell you who I am all the time, what my intentions are all the time, what I'm plotting and scheming on all the time. I am not above ridicule. I wouldn't even say ridicule. I am not above you yanking my chain. Saying, look, sis, I feel some kind of way about this. Email me. And I will respond, even to someone who will piss me the fuck off. That has happened. That has happened. because I'm serious about what I'm saying, man. I feel like we can do this shit. I feel like we can be better. But the process has to also include those daily, low-level ass, bullshitting ass, nitpicking ass shit that we be doing to and among each other. If we are going to stage a contest, what is the evidence that we could lead better? What is the evidence that we can create something better? What is the evidence that we can take this shit? How we resolve that bullshit that exists between us that has been imposed on us. That's the only way. We ain't gonna just be here one day and then be awesome the next day, but we still do that little nitpicking shit all the way. No, that can't happen. That can't happen. So if you have a complaint with me, if you have a struggle that you want to raise with me, if there's an observation that you need to make of me that has made you uncomfortable or feel away, don't be a reactionary. Come into my shit respectful. But still, you can still sternly state your position and be respectful. State your position and I will respond. But don't be doing that kind of simpleton shit that woman did. That was really extraordinarily disappointing. It wasn't the first time I was disappointed by somebody who's following my channel, but it was disappointing. So, all of that to say, on this full moon, and the full moon, and this week that we just walked through, and then there's several other events happening this week because it's supposed to be pretty intense all the way through the 14th before it ebbs off a little bit, and then 4 days later we're gonna be right back into the intensity because on the July the 18th Mercury stations retrograde. So like, get your readings, chart your course, get your homework from me on how to chart your course. Also, baby, let me just tell you, last thing I'm gonna say, I keep saying that, don't I? Last thing I'm gonna say, and then I say something else. Yesterday, and this is my new norm too, by the way, I'd only done it a couple of times, but yesterday I made a decision after reading or during reading The Sister. Y'all remember my Kali Oracle I just got? The Kali Oracle. I made it because I usually in a 1 hour reading, I usually pull about 3 cards. But I decided yesterday that I'm gonna pull one of the 3 cards from my traditional deck. One of the 3 cards I'm gonna start from now on pulling from this Kali Oracle card. Yes, I am. So if you get a reading, because the card I pulled for this girl yesterday, and then pulled the 3 cards from the Medicine Woman deck. I told you that reading yesterday was powerful. I was on this call with this woman for 5 hours. I'm not joking. I was on that call. That's why I missed y'all yesterday, was because this woman booked a reading for an hour and we were on the phone for 5 hours. I kicked myself all over the place. It was dope. The whole call was dope, but I was like, I cannot keep doing this, man. I cannot get so excited about talking to people that I shoot myself in the foot where my money is concerned. But her reading was dope. The conversation was dope. The whole thing was dope. You feel me? And I pulled a card for her yesterday out of the Kali deck. And I'll be honest, I was shocked by the card because I hadn't seen the card. I'll show you the card. But this is a Kali card. I was like, child, this big old strong ass nigga. I said, who this? I pulled this card. I said, I am confused. I'm confused. This is a Kali card. This is one of her personifications. This big arrow carrying ass nigga. You feel me? Arthur of Kali. I said, say what? She looked at the card too. She was like, what that mean? But when I tell you this is the first card I pulled for her, then I pulled the cards from the Medicine Woman deck, child. And this card set the stage for every card I pulled yesterday. I said, this card, baby, this card yesterday, I about tempted to read it to y'all. this card yesterday, and I mean, I had a knee-jerk response. I was like, who this big ass nigga is? Who this big nigga is? Child. Yolanda, it look like you the only one still up on here. Where everybody at? Oh. I see you. I see you in here, jolly on the spot, Yolanda. Oh, hey, Simone, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a minute either. Yeah, you know what, Power Kismet? I hadn't seen you in a hot second either. Okay, clearly, Kira, let me put, oh, you know what? It's in the description box, as a matter of fact. Is there a way for me to do this without fucking up the live? Let me see. I ain't never tried it, but let's see. Oh, shit. It's not in here anyway. Hold on just a second. Y'all just hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull up the Etsy really quick. Oh, so that's one thing. Okay, so I'm about to post a comment box. Clearly, and somebody else had asked about my Etsy store. So the first thing I'm gonna put in the comment section is the link to receive the Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs if you haven't received that. And then the second, all right. And then the second link that I'm putting in the comment section is just the direct link to the Etsy store itself. Okay. So the first link is still my Etsy. It's still a link to my Etsy, but it's the direct link to receive the okay, Yolanda, if you want to do it through Cash App, baby, email me and I'll walk you through the process. If you want to order jewelry and you don't want to order it through my Etsy store, you want to pay through Cash App. Let me put the Cash App in. I'll put that in the comment section too. So the Cash App is $ daughter of the fates. This is for donations, contributions, or if you want to purchase something and you don't want to do it through the store. Okay. So that's Cash App. Venmo is my name, Cassandra Floyd. Zelle, and PayPal, which is my least preferred method. I'm trying to come off of PayPal. Like in the very near future, I'm trying to come off PayPal. But Zelle and PayPal is the email address for the temple. So evoemetemp@gmail.com. Okay. So you can also obviously use that email if you want to book a reading this week. I will send you the times that I have available for this week. Any insight, if you find any news articles or headlines that you think I need to pay attention to as indicative of the energy of this week, especially news headlines I might have missed from July 4th or from July 7th. I'm trying to document that stuff. Send those to me. And oh, okay, QB. Yay. She said she's getting her earrings tomorrow. Okay, so that's everything. I'm gonna go. Oh, y'all want me to read this damn Kali card I pulled for this sister yesterday? The Arthur of Kali, with this big nigga on it. Not only this big nigga, look at that square he got on his forehead. Who be wearing that square like that? The Hebrews be wearing the black box on their forehead. See that box on his forehead? Is that where they stole it from? Because Kali is the planet Saturn. The black box is about Saturn. Is that where they stole it from? Anyway, this big old man version of our mother Kali, right? So I was like, what? Why they got a man up in here, right? Child, this card was good. This card was good. I can't even front. The card was good. It says, oh, and I didn't even realize it. The numerological breakdown of the number of the card is the number 9. Look at that. Anyway, it says her heart contains the seeds of your soul and complete awareness of the divine destiny she has always intended for you. There is a sacred purpose for which you were born and a meaningful, divinely protected pathway for you to fulfill it. Listen to what she just said. There is a sacred purpose for which you were born and a meaningful and divinely protected pathway for you to fulfill it. She didn't intend for this shit to be hard for you. She didn't intend for this shit to be the long, hard route. You feel me? Only you can decide to put your faith and commitment into that path and to take one step at a time in honoring what has value to your heart, tuning into her loving plan for you. In taking those steps, the pathway will reveal itself and you shall attract great blessings that will benefit all beings. You will attract great benefits that also will benefit all beings. She didn't intend for this shit to be hard on us. She didn't intend for artists to be starving. She didn't intend for artists to be starving. She didn't intend for powerful humans to be poor and burdened. I'm telling you, this whole you see it all the time. Why are witches? If witches are so powerful that they scare the patriarchy, why historically have all the witches been poor and broke? If we so powerful, bitch, how come we ain't having the luck at manifesting our abundance as powerful witches? Because y'all are distracted on that powerful witch shit and not recognizing that the only single solitary reason that you are not abundant, despite your prayers, despite your rituals, despite your routine, despite your conviction, is because somebody is robbing you blind. That's the only reason. That's it. That's all. Because she's telling you, you always got what you need, bitch. I'm always here. I never intended for life to be hard on you. So you have to reconcile who is making life hard on you. That spirit is not your enemy. Spirit is not plotting and scheming against you. This is not some bullshitting ass karmic debt you are paying. All of that shit is a lot from here. The only problem that exists is that somebody has been staging a permanent, perpetual, unending, uninterrupted smash and grab on your ass. That's it. That's all. She said, baby, when you blessed, the whole world is blessed. That's what she said. Isn't that what our other deck said? I'm trying to tell you, I don't know how many ways I can tell you. It is only through a well-rested. What did she say? A well-rested, it is only through a well-rested and something. A well-rested and peaceful you, a well-rested and calm you, a well-rested and peaceful you that I can do my best work. The more stressed out, man, if this ain't a motherfucking word, the more stressed out you is, bitch, the less I can perform miracles. The less I can perform miracles. It is only through a well-rested and relaxed you that I do my best work. So sit back and watch me work. Lay back and bask in the sun and watch me do my work. That's what she's saying. And I'm sitting here telling you at the beginning of this shit, I'm mad as hell. And every woman I know is saying literally the same thing out their mouth. I am exhausted. I am overwhelmed. And it's like I'm working more now than I ever have been because somebody is perpetually robbing you blind. that in 2020, 5 years ago, there was 297 billionaires in this country, and today there is 909, and you can't do the math. That somebody is robbing you blind. That there has been a perpetual and unending and ever-increasing intensity of the smash and grab that has been staged against the planet. That's the only problem that exists. There ain't no other problems. There ain't no other problems. There ain't no other problems. Because every other problem that exists would disappear if billionaires did not exist. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. If billionaires did not exist. I digress. She said, you will perpetually receive blessings. Once you let me do my work, you will perpetually receive blessings that not only will bless you, but the whole world will benefit from witnessing your blessings. When the heart is ready, a compelling question arises. For what purpose was I born? The sacred feminine within the heart knows how to grow and evolve organically and instinctively. There is a sacred masculine energy within the heart too. It yearns to manifest meaningful truth, to protect that which is worthy, and to dedicate our efforts towards a clear purpose. It provides for our loved ones, this sacred masculine, in our own heart. It provides for our loved ones. It creates a safe place within where the feminine values of love and connection can thrive. As that masculine energy grows and evolves within the soul, it expresses a desire to accomplish these aims for a broader community and a higher purpose. Artha, in that sense, is the search for meaning, for a higher purpose, for the methods of creative expression and spiritual exploration that give our lives clear direction and emotional fulfillment. In our overly intellectually driven society, we prefer to know the destination first, then become somewhat willing to trust we are making progress, provided we feel in control of where we are going. However, the truth of the manifestation of life's purpose is somewhat different. The often painful first step is to give up our stranglehold on the how, the when, the where, the who, and the what. Only then can we drop into an instinctive and more intuitive way, which is guided from the feminine wisdom within. Then we shall truly be making spiritual progress towards manifestation and fulfillment on every level. At these times, the rational mind is stuck. The rational mind is struck by the notion that it has no idea what, if anything, is happening. Doesn't that not sound like right goddamn now? Oh my God. This is when the inner masculine needs to trust the inner feminine. Do y'all hear me? This is when the inner masculine needs to trust the inner feminine. There may be some healing work required for that trust to be generated. Such healing can ask you to have the courage and wisdom to move beyond the intellectual assessment of what you think you should be doing and your self-created ideas about what evidence of success you should have manifested by now. Listen, ain't that our criticism? Isn't that our self-criticism, especially for Black women? Isn't that our constant self-criticism? It's damn, I should have been so much further along by now. Like, what's wrong with me? What I do wrong? What I miss? Then we be plotting and scheming. What I miss? Looking and all the things. What I do wrong? Why this person over here got more than I got, and I've been doing this longer than they have. That's what she said. She said, such healing can ask you to have the courage and wisdom to move beyond the intellectual assessment of what you think you should have been doing and your self-created ideas about the evidence of success you should have manifested by now. You will need to shift from assessing your self-healing journey. You will be asked to allow yourself to grow into the path that you are seeking. Listen to this bomb she dropped, y'all. The acorn doesn't appear much like an oak tree, but it knows how to become one. Y'all, that's a bomb she just dropped. That's a bomb she just dropped. She said the acorn doesn't appear much like an oak tree, but it knows how to become one. You will have to trust in there's so much in this piece. You will have to trust in the innate intelligence of your own healing process and soul knowing. Only then can you only then can you be sure you will not miss your purpose nor attempt to climb mountains not meant for you to climb. And that cannot bring your not only they can not only weren't they meant for you to climb, but that cannot bring you benefit, happiness, or peace. Artha, however, is not only about purpose, it is also about the capacity to accomplish your tasks and the means necessary to do so. The universe provides all such means, from emotional learning to financial support. To be able to relax and receive such generous grace, we must be on our authentic path and may also need to resolve painful experiences that have taught us to distrust. Isn't that what I was just talking about? Many people have a complex set of beliefs about emotional and material support. These are largely inherited, often not particularly functional, and yet adopted without reflection. We can struggle to realize that we can choose. We can struggle to realize that we can choose whether to hold on to those beliefs or to let them go in favor of a different, perhaps more generous, kind, and favorable viewpoint. The oracle asks you to consider that your belief systems are not a reflection of an inviolable reality, but an expression of the best way you could deal with your past. You owe no allegiance to a belief system. Listen, you owe no allegiance to a belief system. It either supports you or it does not. To allow yourself to be supported brings benefit to all beings. Child, my whole body is buzzing. My whole body is buzzing. You owe no allegiance to a belief system. It either supports you or it does not. To allow yourself to be supported. Listen to what I'm telling you, because we got a hard time with that. To allow yourself to be supported benefits everyone. To allow yourself in your particular mission, in your particular destiny, and walk in this life, to trust, because trust is required. To allow my whole body is buzzing. God damn. To allow yourself to be supported brings benefit to all beings. Give yourself permission to do the inner work necessary to open your mind to a more beautiful belief system. As Kali is rebirthing energy, it is time to dispense with the past, especially if there have been wounds around a lack of security. God, the oracle guides you to open your heart and mind to the reality of the material means necessary for your continued development being provided. Listen! What am I always telling y'all? This piece right here that I just read, this is the evidence that you need to accept that God, in her profound lovingness, never intended for you to suffer, never intended for you to be poor, never intended for you to starve. Never, never. This is not her way. This is not her doing. This is not her doing. She said it right here. She said the oracle guides you to open your heart and mind to a reality of the material means. She didn't say, oh, some super spiritual shit that'll give you solace and peace within as the world is falling apart around you. As your ass can't pay no bills and can't pay no rent. As your ass is starving, you literally ain't got shit in the refrigerator to cook. But you just have to think better thoughts to have a great spiritual experience. That ain't what this said right here. That ain't what this said right here. Kali never says that to you. Oh, y'all never says that to you. Oh, y'all has never said that to you. Oh, y'all never said that to you. She said, bitch, I want you to be rich in this life because this life is the marketplace. That's what Ifa teaches. This life is where you go to have great experiences. That's what Ifa says, that you have your home in heaven in Olorun, but then you come, just like you leave your house in Olorum, just like you leave your house to go grocery shopping, you leave your house in Olorum to come to the marketplace, earth. You come to the marketplace to buy experiences, to attain experiences, to live a life. You go to the grocery store not because you're in a bad mood. You don't go to the grocery store because you're in a bad mood. You go to the grocery store because you like, nigga, I want to eat. And the grocery store got what I need to go and fill my belly. That's why you go. That's the only reason you walk out your house, to go grocery shopping, is to go get the things that you need to satisfy your hunger. You come to earth to be satisfied, not to starve. You come to the earth to have experiences, not to be burdened. You come to earth because earth was the market. Even if you're just talking about E5, earth was the marketplace that Olodumare, the great goddess in heaven, the great she in heaven created, so that we can have a multiplicity of dynamic experiences in the spiritual realm and in the material realm. And bitch, why you in the material realm? Why you in the grocery store surrounded by everything your heart could desire? Bitch, eat to your fill. Eat to your fill. Imagine having a whole philosophy that is directly opposed to the life that you lived with your mama, when she never took the bottle with your mama, never took the titty away from you or the bottle away from you before you were full. She never did that. She's like, you eating too much. She ain't never did that. She ain't never did that. She said, baby, still hungry. She said, baby, still hungry. I'm gonna make the baby happy. Eat till you full, baby. Eat till you full. Baby say, I want a toy. Did your mama keep you away from toys? She was like, I want my baby to be happy. Get what you want, baby. Mama, I want to go to the playground. Did she say, no, you can't go to the playground? Kids can't play. Kids don't deserve to play. She said, baby, I want you to be happy. I'm tired, but let's go to the park. Let's go to the park for about an hour. That's all you can get. But we're going to go to the park because I want you to be happy. Imagine growing up. Imagine being born and that be your whole first 2, 3, 4 years of experience of just your mama just really wanting you to have to experience as much pleasure as you can. And then all of a sudden it's snatched away. It's snatched away, and then all the narrative becomes, you bad. No, you can't have that. You can't do that. Stop. Don't touch. Don't do. Children should be seen and not heard. Why are you talking? Imagine for that to be your first experience, where your mama is going out her way all day, every way, even into the night, to make sure that you are satisfied in every possible way. And then at a certain age, you are cut off from this memory. And everything from that moment on becomes rituals of despair, rituals of lament, rituals of poverty, rituals of can't have, rituals of deprivation, rituals of punishment, rituals of shame, rituals of guilt from that point on. And then we can't figure out why the whole goddamn planet is sick. She said it right here. She said the oracle gives you the oracle guides you to open your heart and mind to the reality of the material needs necessary for your continued development being provided. She say, look, have faith, open your heart, know that everything that you were ever going to need to fulfill your mission already exists. Everything that you need to support you effortlessly in the development, in the growing development of the you that you are. It already exists. Now you just got to move all the noise and all the obstacles out the way. We got one obstacle. We got one obstacle. And we have to simplify that for everybody. We have one obstacle. No matter who we are, we got one obstacle. And it has remained, though it may put on many masks, it has remained constant. The obstacle. It has remained constant. We have to simplify. Because people can get lost in all the isms. But what it is fascism. But what it is colonialism. But what it is the corporatocracy. But what it is Trump and these MAGAs. But what it's none of that. It's none of that. Those things may be symptoms, but they are distractions at best. Symptoms, but distractions at best. Because the constant has remained. The constant has remained. the line connecting all the symptoms to the constant that has remained, child. There is but one issue today. There is but one issue today. And she telling us all the time, bitch, if you just simplify, you can make this shit pop. If you just demystify this shit for people, if you just make it plain, they will get it. They will get it. You ain't got to do this shit by yourself. You ain't got to fight this monster by yourself. That if you can simplify and demystify and perpetually be snatching off the veils, snatching off the covers, exposing everything in the light, exposing everything, child, the people will get it. Even the worst among them, they will get it. You got to simplify, bitch. You got to simplify and know that you will be supported. They say here, child, I ain't telling you don't need material things. You need material things to support your future development. That's what she said. She said, I recognize you need this loot. I recognize you need a stable home. I recognize even if you've struggled in the past, Arthur of Kali brings assurance that you are capable of genuine material. Listen, she's saying it again. Genuine material and spiritual prosperity. Material and spiritual prosperity. You can manifest that which has real meaning to your heart. You are forging your own authentic path that will bring you fulfillment on all levels and bring positive spiritual repercussions for all beings on earth too. You have reached a block or a dead end on the path. She says, if you have reached a block or dead end on the path, trust that you have the strength to overcome it. It may not be it may not be through attempting to force something to happen in the material world so much as working on reframing your beliefs and approach so that they are in complete alignment with your inner values. That takes incredible strength and trust in yourself. Going through the process creates spiritual integrity and alignment. Even the greatest willpower to, quote, make things happen will fall short of what is necessary to manifest your most beautiful, sacred fulfillment without such inner spiritual integrity. Trust that the promise of your sacred success is being fulfilled through every challenge and blessing. That's the message for the card. Thank you, Diane Reeds and Shanta J. There is an invocation ritual for this card. If you want me to email you guys a picture of the card and the invocation ritual, which is it's actually divine timing considering today is the full moon in Capricorn, which is our mother Kali's sign. It's divine timing that I'm reading this to you. You feel me? So if you want a copy of the of the card, if you want me to take a picture of the card and the invocation ritual, I can send that to you if y'all want to do that tonight. The invocation ritual, say the following prayer. Beloved Kali Ma, I call upon your divine feminine wisdom and the divine masculine power that arises to protect it, with discernment, strength, and courage. I ask for your assistance in all ways, including your blessings of spiritual and material prosperity. May I move beyond my conditioning into unobstructed authenticity and spiritual integrity to joyfully and gracefully manifest my true purpose, bringing spiritual benefit to all beings. Jai Ma Kali. Okay? And then the last part of that is speak to Ma Kali from your heart about any and all concerns you have, no matter how big or how small they may seem. Know that your words are being received and the answers are already unfolding in grace. Imagine your words swirling and dissolving into her vast black presence. Out of that presence, a strong masculine energy arises like a gleaming silver sword. This energy is protective and powerful. It is your inner sovereignty to decide, to choose, to cast aside, to protect and respect. And it is the power of the determination and focused commitment. Recognize this as a part of who you are. The silver sword can be held in your dominant hand. Feel the strength of it, then allow it to dissolve into your soul as gleaming silver light. Finish with your hands in prayer. You have completed your ritual. Let me just tell you something about this card, child. How divine timing. Because it didn't occur to me until just now. I was like, oh yeah, it is a full moon in Capricorn. Even though I pulled this card yesterday for somebody else, and I even was a student enough to recognize that little box on his head. I was like, damn, is that where the Hebrews stole that shit from? Because they be wearing the black box on their forehead. I was like, it is, because she is the mother Saturn. She is the great grandmother Crown. Oh my God, today is a Saturn full moon. It's a Capricorn full moon. This card is divine time, because even my opening today about my rage and about all these warrior women, when I when I when I pulled this card for the sister yesterday, I told her what I told her, because of the other cards that I pulled for her, was like, the thing that I took away from this card yesterday was kind of an epiphany. I said, because I just literally spent an hour telling y'all how cowardly every male on this planet is. And the ones that feign the most aggressive, feign the most scary, feign the most militant, they are the biggest cowards. That is the conclusion that I have come to. They are the biggest cowards. As a matter of fact, let me give you evidence of it, because I've been on this shit for a few days. Even these motherfuckers, ICE agents, wear masks and no badge numbers and no car numbers. Why they do that? Why they do that? Because they don't want nobody to follow their ass home. They don't want nobody to know who they are. And they said it. Trump was like, I don't know why everybody is acting surprised that the ICE agents wear masks and no identifiers, because these people they have families to go home to. They have children to go home to. He got on the TV and said that shit. You feel me? So it ain't even nothing that I got to theorize about. These motherfuckers is punk bitches and do not want to be held accountable for the crimes they know they committing. They know they committing a crime in this bullshit that they doing. And that they know that there is a price to pay for these crimes that they are committing against humans. And so we gonna hide everything, so don't nobody come and get us. so don't nobody get no ideas. You feel me? And so we pulled this card yesterday, and that's what I went off on in the beginning of this thing, talking about all these motherfucking cowards in positions of power. All this time we've been led by cowards, and the only thing that has been scaring us about them is the fact that we have been trying to reconcile within ourselves how people could do things so gruesome to other human beings. That's a legitimate fear. But the fear tactic, the terror tactic that they are using is, again, to make themselves seem larger, seem untouchable, seem so ever present. You feel me? Big brother is looking and all that shit and all of this stuff. That's the reason they do that. Is because the greatest coward has to make the most noise. The greatest coward has to make himself look bigger than he actually is. It's smoke and screens and shit. It's camouflage is what it is. And the evidence of which is even motherfucking, quote, trained soldiers and trained police officers. Who do they target? They don't target big bad motherfuckers. They don't do that. Not never. They don't. Just like the brother said, they was like, has anybody wondered why all these ICE agents, all these big ass niggas ain't going down to South Central where the Mexican gangs is and where the goddamn black gangs is? Has anybody wondered why that's like that? That they taking 82-year-old women on the sidewalk, 5 deep? So what I'm telling you ain't my imagination. I've been on this shit for about a week or so. I'm like, I get it. Everybody out here scared and terrorized because that's the pomp and circumstance. Them walking them goddamn 100 horses through MacArthur Park the other day, terrorizing homeless people. There ain't nobody at MacArthur Park but homeless people. People down on their luck, trying to eke out a meal for the day. And they gonna run. And then there was a kindergarten class. There was a kindergarten class at the park. And the teachers and the kindergarten kids took off running because these motherfuckers descended on the park. 100 ICE agents on horseback. That's pomp and circumstance. That's make believe. That's smoke screen ass shit. The more they get beat back, the more they gotta appear aggressive. You know, they gotta pump their chest up. They gotta make themselves. This is psychology. This is not even some shit I'm telling you make believe. That the animals, when they are afraid, little animals, when they are afraid, what's the first thing they do? They try to make themselves look bigger. Why? Because they scared. That's what they do. That's what they do, to try to scare away the enemy that they know could get the jump on them. You hear what I'm telling you? The animals who are scared try to fake being bigger when they in the presence of an animal that they know can get the jump on them. Problem is, the animal don't know that we can get the jump on. Feel me? That's the reason. That's the reason. That's the reason. As I pulled this card for this girl yesterday, thinking about this ever since this ice thing jumped off. Like, they are literally kidnapping people. And they're doing everything possible to make sure that don't nobody know who they is. You feel me? I said, this is the behavior of a coward. They do the pomp and circus. That shit the other day with the horses in the park, I was like, okay, my shit is confirmed. I ain't even got to theorize about it. That is confirmation. Nigga, y'all ain't even the police. Y'all was just bounty hunters yesterday. Y'all was just COs yesterday. Y'all wasn't even real cops yesterday. And now y'all on horseback, squad deep, traipsing through the park with masks on and shit. That's all the confirmation I needed. That's all the confirmation that I needed. You ain't gonna tell me otherwise. And the last thing I'm gonna say about that is I saw a video on the same day of that horseback bullshit. The video came out of Israel. On the street, there were 3 IDF niggas on the street. And they doing their little posturing. They walking down the street with the guns. They walking. And they start shooting when they saw 2 teenagers. They saw 2 young people. And the teenagers, she gave me life yesterday. They start shooting at the teenagers. There's 3 or 4 of these IDF dudes. They start shooting at the teenagers. And so the teenagers duck behind the wall. They facing each other. Teenagers duck behind the wall. And somebody is behind the teenagers, like recording on their phone the whole thing. The whole thing that's happening. Baby, the teenagers just kind of ran. They ducked behind the wall. And they pulled themselves together, but they off the camera. And once they came back on the screen, child, the kids that put a bandana around their face, pulled out their slingshots, and started busting rocks. Rocks, y'all, rocks. This happened this week. They start busting rocks. They in the middle of the road. They in direct line of sight of 4 IDF dudes with assault rifles. And they pew, pew. It was like, how they did that fast? He one by one, he must have had a whole pile of rocks piled up in his hand, one after another, he pew, 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 busting rocks. And do you know, these 4 dudes with assault rifles, literally, they started backing up and then they turned around and took off running with assault rifles in their hands because some boy was prolific with a slingshot, popping shots. Popped one of them in they face mask. His head went back. This baby popping shots. Pew, pew, pew. I said, oh my God. Look at the guy that's just sending back to back confirmation about what it is. About what it is we looking at. Back to back to back. Hold on. Stephanie, listen, okay? She said, I tell my kids I'm more of a man than most men around me. It took 4 of them to arrest my friend just the other day, a single Black woman with 3 kids for the smell of weed. Said some bullshit. Assistant managers yesterday. Diane Reed said, I want to be a Palestinian when I grow up. Yes, Java Watson, children deserve sovereignty too. That's what I'm telling you. You women, you uterus possessing humans, and you males, if you actual allies, you gender non-conforming people, you non-binary, gender non-conforming people, you trans people, let your inner devil come out. Everybody talking about the devil, Christians scared of the ever-present devil everywhere. Show them the motherfucking devil this week. Show them the motherfucking devil. If you see that motherfucker everywhere, I will be your devil this week. I will be your Satan this week. I'm trying to give you a word. I will be your Satan this week. I will be your all elusive. I will be your all ever elusive Lucifer for you. I will do that. I will do that. I will do that. I will do that. Show them your what was the story about Jesus and the legion, and he cast the legion out of the man into the pigs. We the legion, bitch. We the legion. We accept it. Women are the worst things that ever happened to men. We accept the mission. We accept the mission. Womankind, the worst thing that ever happened to mankind. We accept the assignment on this day. We accept that. We accept the assignment. We here for it. We here for it. We here for it. We here for it. Yes, we will be all the devil you need, bitch. We will be all the devil you need. Yeah, we'll do that. We can get that. We can get it. Well, you remember when you was you remember when you was being bad when you was a kid? When you was a little kid, you understand? And you was being bad, and you was being bad, and you was being bad, and your mama tell you something that hurt your feelings, you start fake crying. I want it. I want it. You remember that? And what she say? She said, keep on with that bullshit. I'm gonna give you something to cry about. We'll be that. We'll be that. If we already the ultimate bad guy, keep with this mess. We'll prove that to you. We'll prove that to you. This is what you asked for. Because you done kept on and kept on and kept on. Now we gonna give you something to really be scared about. Y'all done made us the devil. Y'all done made us the most evil thing that ever happened to humanity. Y'all done made us the enemy of human beings and humankind. Y'all done made us every bad guy. Y'all done drew us and written us as every demon, every diabolical bitch, every hoe, every Madonna. We done been all the bad guys, all the personifications of the bad guys. We done been, what they call that shit? We done been succubuses. Y'all, every horror story you done told is about some motherfucker with a vagina. And so since that's been the unending story, no matter how much we try to prove, how much we try to love, how much we try to empathize, how much we try to heal, how much we try to cover, okay, we accept the goddamn title. We accept it. We accept it. We accept it. Now you done got what you bargained for. Now you have gotten exactly what they call that shit, manifest destiny. Isn't that what they call it? What they call it something in psychology too. Oh, what do they call it in psychology? Where and especially relates to like children, right? Like if you tell the bad thing is you can't tell a child they're bad over and over and over and over and over again, because now they will begin to behave bad. They will begin to believe that they bad, and so they will act out being bad because they know that's the only way that they get attention. What do they call it? It's kind of like manifest destiny, but it's different. Oh, I know there's therapists up on here. Somebody tell me what it is. The psychological definition of the dangers of telling your child over and over and over again that they're bad. Because if you keep telling your baby they bad, they will act out this thing that you have put on them. Anyway, that's us. That's us. That's us. We get it. We get it. There is no redemption for us. There is no hope for us. We despond to Satan. We the demons of hell. We Lilith demon offspring babies. You feel me? We outside the sight of God. We outside the sight of salvation. We get it. We get it. You done told us this in about 50 million ways. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Thank you so much. Copy cakes. Thank you so much. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Y'all on this day, on this Capricorn full moon, in the same week that Uranus done transitioned into Gemini, here to stage a contest up in this bitch at just a couple months after Saturn done transitioned into Aries, and Neptune done transitioned into Aries, and Pluto done transitioned into Aquarius, and Jupiter is wherever the fuck they at, because I don't remember. You feel me? And Uranus and Gemini, and that shit happened on what was it, the Sirius Dog Star Day or something? That shit happened on the same day, the Sirius Dog Star Day, which is huge. And then what else happened on that same day? Lilith entered Mercury on the same day. Yesterday, I mean on 7/7/7/7 is called, says the 7/7 portal is called the Sirius Gate, the twin energy, the revelation of secrets, the amplification of Yemaya energy, witchcraft energy. The Sirius Gate is known as the window of power. The window of power. Okay. You got today, on this day, bitch, you got exactly what you bargained for. You got exactly, this is what they call, you know how when a tsunami happened, right? Like an earthquake below the earth, the ocean happened. And at first you can't see nothing and you can't detect nothing. And everything is still quiet and the sun is still out and all the birds is still talking and playing and shit. And you laying up on the beach and all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, that ricochet shit happened. And all of a sudden, the whole ocean seems to be drawn in by a mysterious force all the way back to the continental shelf. And then from that comes this tsunami capable of gobbling up everything in sight. That's us, bitch. You earned this. You earned this. You earned this. You should have quit while you was ahead. But the malignancy will not allow. The malignancy will not allow. Remember what I told y'all the other day that my elder in the party used to tell us? And it never resonated as loud as it does these few days that I've been up on here with y'all. That a capitalist is so greedy, is so malignant, is so insane with this sickness that they will sell you the rope to hang them with. So my question to y'all is do y'all have y'all ropes ready? That's my question to y'all tonight. Do y'all have y'all ropes ready? Thank you so much for that. Yes, Simone and Coffee Cakes. Self-fulfilling prophecy was what I was looking for, but the psychological conditioning, that works too. Yeah, what you got coming, you earned a millionfold. You earned it. You earned it. You earned it. You earned it. And this is what we have to be spilling out into the air. This is what we have to be communicating to every uterus possessing human being, the world, every uterus possessing human being, and every human being tied to them uteruses. Every last one of her children, every last one of her babies. We need, listen, somebody said earlier, children deserve sovereignty too. We need to be putting our babies the fuck on game like ASAP. Like ASAP. Baby, fuck what you heard. Fuck all these horror movies. You are nobody's victim. This is your empire. This is your emperor. This is your empire. Don't nobody have a right to not even be up in your space, much less put their hands on you in no way. If they touch you like this and it don't feel right, it's not right. And that alone gives you the authority over your empire to slay who you need to slay. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise. That's the energy you got to be going out in the world with. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I am fed the fuck up. We're hearing statistics that there's nothing in the world that can make it make sense. That 8.5 million children just disappeared off the face of the planet last year. That's how the World Health Organization put it. That 8.5 million babies just disappeared off the planet last year. Today is the day, y'all. Maybe that's why I was so that's why I was so in my feelings today. I was so deep up in my chest today. Enough is a goddamn enough. Period. Period. Absolute. No more. Enough is a goddamn enough. And we have to be shouting this shit as loud as we can to as many as we can. There is a decision for everyone on earth to make. Are you friend or foe? Are you friend or foe? That's it. That's the decision. Not complicated. Not, well, I'll be your ally if. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. I know it is, Diane reads. And that's what I'm saying. I don't need to know that anymore. I don't need to know about the human trafficking statistics. This email the sister sent me from South Africa yesterday, talking about all these babalawos, how the aggressions against black children, black girl children have gone through the roof in the last couple of years because Babalawos are telling people that come to pay them for readings that the only way to protect themselves from harm and from disease is to aggress against the body of a virgin. I don't need to know the details of this monstrosity. We done learned this bitch well. We know exactly what they are capable of. We know that there is no end in sight to their madness. No end in sight to their madness if we do not stage the contest. That is it. That's the only decision. Are you friend or foe? That's it. Remember when I was talking to y'all about yin and yang? Remember that? And the example used in the book is that the example used in the book about this relationship right here is that not the other way around. Used in the book is that the only way the yang can become aggressive is for the yin to become passive. That should give you some insight about the resolution to this conflict that we are in, because the yang is way past aggressive. He has gotten comfortable in the submission, in the passive nature, in the retreating of the mother. He has grown excessively confident. What do we call confident in the yang? Madness. Beware the madness of the king. Madness. There is no decision that he can make. There is no action that he can take. There is nothing that he can do where the outcome will not be brigandage, death, murder, robbery, crimes beyond human imagination. There's nothing that once the king goes mad, there is nothing that he can produce that is not madness. There is nothing that he can reproduce that is not the same as the malignancy within him. Nothing. That's why there are no good cops. The state can only reproduce the malignancy of the king gone mad. That's why there are no good cops. That's why there's no such thing as a good cop. Is because the state can only reproduce its own madness and malignancy. That's why you have to stop asking the question, why the police did that? They supposed to be here to protect and to preserve. No, they are not. They are the illegitimate, insane, monstrously mutant fucking offspring of the state, of the king gone mad. That's it. That's why I just sat here and watched the whole goddamn documentary produced by young people here in LA. That shit had me up in my feelings today about the federally observed and identified absolute non-negotiable. It ain't even up for debate. It ain't even a conspiracy theory. The prolific and profound amount of actual organized street gangs in the police department and in the sheriff's department. And then this girl, this sister, who works with this local organization that's trying to abolish the local jail, is saying this shit is more gruesome than people even know, and they keep that shit on lock because the state has ordained gang activity. At the juncture that the federal government, at the juncture that the local government say, yup, they show our gangs up in the LAPD, they show is organized gangs up in the LA Sheriff's Department, and then don't do nothing. At the juncture that it is recognized and nobody denies it, and then don't nothing happen. This is the state ordained. This is the divinely ordained, accepted activity that is gang activity that's draped in police uniforms. How else can you put it? They have now been divinely ordained to carry out gang activity under the protection of the state. And she's talking about this local jail right here in downtown LA, and how many black and brown people, males, have been murdered in the jail while awaiting trial. They guilty while they in the jail. While they in jail, they innocent. That's supposed to be what it is. Why your ass in jail? Because you waiting. You waiting for your trial. You waiting for the judgment. You waiting to see what's gonna happen next. Are you gonna get let go, or are you gonna go to prison? The jail is where you go until there is a determination made about your guilt or innocence. But while you in the jail, you are supposedly assumed innocent. And how many men have died in the local jail? How many cops tied to these goddamn gang these gangs in the jail, in the local jail, baby. I ain't even talking about prison. In the local jail, how many cops in this local jail where a dude will be awaiting his arraignment, child, just his arraignment, like where he get to go and say, okay, well, can I post bail? What I'm being charged of? You feel me? Do you plead guilty or not guilty? Just his arraignment. And these pigs will deliberately not transfer him to the courtroom to go and stand before the judge for their arraignment. And so the judge will make a determination in his absence, oh, well, he got to stay there and he got to wait 8 months, 9 months, a year before he can come before the court to make a determination after that. And so they sit there in these jails. Child, they show inside video footage of they warehouse these people in these jails and deliberately make them wait, brutalize them in the jail. One young man, one brother, one young African. They have a $8 million lawsuit against the police department. Stop. Against the police department right now because his family had been told that the reason he had died in the jail was because he fell down a flight of stairs going to mess hall or whatever. And the only reason the family found out what happened to him, which was about a year later, was because a dude who was in jail with him at the time, everybody saw it. But this dude knew the family personally. This dude knew the family. And he called the family and said, what they told you is not true. He was handcuffed at the top of the stairs, and the two pigs that were supposed to walk him down so he could go to his arraignment, both of the pigs pushed him down the stairs and he died. I keep telling y'all, man, this shit, California, man, in LA City, not county, LA City alone, boy, you gonna move right now. Get your ass down. In LA City, it's 2025 now. Since 2015, LAPD has killed more than 680 people in the city limits, child. In the city limits, 680 people have been killed by the police. That up until 2 years ago, the cops were not required to count anyone who died in custody in the city. They were not required to report someone who died in custody. And then I go last week to this all y'all ancestral thing out in the park. And these sisters that I keep telling y'all about, they're part of an organization called Rose LA. And it's get down. It's called remembering our stolen I forget the last acronym, what the Rose is for. But Rose was an organization. Rose LA was an organization that was founded in the 80s when seemingly out of nowhere and seemingly unrelated, all these Black women started ending up dying all over South Central LA. And the cops gave them an identification that was called, the cops came up with an identification that was specific to women who died, who were sex workers or who were homeless or who were drug addicts. Do you know what the initials they would use when writing up a case about like a DOA or something like that, like a dead on arrival or, a body that they find or whatever? If the woman was a drug addict, a sex worker, or homeless, the letter identification that they would use would be NHI. NHI. Do you want to know what NHI stands for? These women that they were finding all over South Central. Do you want to know what NHI stands for? No humans involved. No humans involved. And when this sister created this organization, because all these black people had been harassing the hell out of LAPD, saying that something is wrong. These women are not being, they're just not random deaths. That this was in the 80s. They were saying there is a serial killer in South Central. And the cops refused, the state refused, the government, the mayor refused to investigate it as a serial killer. And in the 90s, they quote caught this dude, they caught this black man that they suspected of the deaths of a couple of these women. And so in order to save face about the decade and a half that they had rejected the idea that there was a serial killer targeting black women in South Central, they did this big old press conference, and then we caught the guy and all of this shit and put him in jail. And meanwhile, black women all over South Central LA were still turning up. And the sister who created this organization, Rose LA, she's an elder. I don't know, she got to be pushing 70. She was organizing with the families of the people who had been victims. And she said it got to the point where they were ignoring us so much. And we kept saying, this is not the guy. This is not the guy. He may have been guilty of the person that y'all caught him with, but this is not the guy. This is not the guy. This is not the guy. And they kept being ignored by the cops, And so finally she said, we had to stage a contest in this motherfucking city. She said there was nowhere the mayor could go for years. There was nowhere the mayor could go where there wasn't at least 30 of us disrupting his motherfucking peace. Oh, hey, T, my IZ girl, I've been thinking about you. We got to catch up. She said political education on steroids. I'm with it. So she said it had gotten to the point that me and the members of these women's families, there was for a whole year or so, there wasn't nowhere the mayor could go where we wasn't up his ass like a bad infection. We was embarrassing his ass everywhere. We was literally walking up on platforms and snatching the mic out of his hand to talk about these women that the city refused to investigate as the victims of a serial killer. Several years went by, and they finally, under pressure, apprehend who they believe has been responsible for the murders of these women. It was a black guy. It was a black guy. I saw another documentary that black guy was in, and this documentary was this black FBI agent talking about how much damage has been done to the black community because black people refuse to accept that there are serial killers among us, and that he was hired by the FBI to solely investigate instances that look like the evidence of black serial killers in black communities, because up until this moment, white officers refuse to investigate anything in black communities as a black serial killer. And he said the primary reason is because both black and white communities still have in their mind that the only people that can be serial killers is the white guy who's affluent, who's 24 to 45. And so black women have been losing their life for decades and decades and decades and decades because cops refuse to investigate black female deaths as the evidence of a serial killer. That's what he said. That's what this FBI agent said. And in this whole long documented history that the FBI has and still has not made like some public giant declaration about how black women need to watch their back, because it's not some creepy ass weirdo white guy lurking the corners that's gonna snatch them or their babies the fuck up off the street, that it is the motherfucker living in their house who leaves to go out with his homies, and that's not where he's going. The FBI has compiled an extraordinary list of the history of serial killers, black serial killers. And the oldest one they have on record was 10 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. That this first black serial killer that they have on record 10 years after the Emancipation Proclamation is suspected. He was charged with and found guilty for 12 black children, but was suspected of being responsible for the death of at least 72. 72. This black man, this FBI agent, went down the list of known convicted black male serial killers. I was up in here. I said, mother, I cannot take no more. I do not need to hear nothing else about how diabolical men are. I get it. Okay, they diabolical. I get it. Okay, we cannot trust them. I get it. Okay, assume all men. Just to be safe. Okay, yeah, not all men, but assume all men anyway. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. Assume all men and make them prove otherwise. Don't do the other shit. Don't do the other shit. Assume all men, make them prove they not, and then commence from there. But if you going out on a Tinder date, bitch, if you going out on a motherfucking Uber drive, so you calling the Uber, assume all men and you'll be better off. Just step into the space with any man and assume they are all guilty. Assume they are all guilty and then lay the burden of proof that you are safe in space with them on them. It's your job to prove that I'm safe in space with you. Otherwise, I'm my piece in my hand. Otherwise, where my little shit at? I'm gonna have my little dagger in my purse, bitch. Otherwise, I'm gonna be ready because I'm gonna assume. I keep trying to grow that hashtag. I don't know if y'all keep seeing it. I was like, this is gonna be our hashtag, y'all. Y'all gotta hype it up. Assume all men. The burden of proof is on y'all. It ain't on us. Not when you can hear a goddamn story about what's her name? A Francois Giselle, whose husband of 52 years spent the last decade of their marriage drugging her nightly and allowing all his neighborhood homies to come and have his way with his wife, and video recorded every session and video recorded the sessions of him drugging his daughter and taking advantage of her. And then there was 88 men arrested, 52, there was enough information to find them guilty. 52 men found guilty. Her family doctor that kept trying to convince her that maybe she needed some psychological help because I can't find nothing wrong with your JJ, and she keeps saying something is right. I'm not tripping. Something's wrong with my body. He was like, well, I'm going to recommend a therapist for you or whatever. Come to find out, her goddamn family physician was in on the shit. In on the shit. So she thinking she going crazy because of family doctor. She can't trust a family doctor. Who can she trust? And he telling me that there ain't nothing wrong with my JJ. Meanwhile, when she found out what happened, she had contracted the reason that she was sick and not feeling right in her body. She had 3 STDs. While this man is telling her ain't nothing wrong with your vagina. This woman, how old was she? 72 when this shit went down. 72. Married, in her mind, happily married for 52 years to the man who helped her build her home and raise her children and raise their grandchildren. And on it, when I say assume all men, I mean exactly what the fuck I said. Not 2 months later, Germany do a crackdown on what you call it, dark web chat groups. 88,000 men and teenage boys sharing pictures, how-to videos, home videos of how they've drugged their little sister, or how they drugged their daughters, or how they drugged their wives, their moms. Teenage boys talking about how they did this to their mom. Here, look at the pictures. 88,000 men and boys on a chat group sharing pictures, videos, and how-tos so you too can get away with harming the women in your family closest to you. When I tell you assume all men, I mean exactly what the fuck I said. And I'll be honest, Java Watson, fuck with her. But that's too kind at this point. I fuck with her. But that's too kind at this point. Oh, I remember that. T. Fredia Gibbs. I remember that. So I told you about the FBI guy, and he's sitting there disgusted, telling the story He's sitting there discussing. He's going through man, through man, through man, through man, through state, through state, through state, through state. Let me tell you something else. I opened up by saying all these niggas is cowards. All of them. All of them. What did I say? The police is cowards. The military is cowards, right? All these men in positions of power, they're cowards. Let me tell you, the FBI proved that shit. You know what he said? There was a common thread between almost every single one of these black men who had been convicted of being serial killers of black women. There was a common thread. Two common threads. They were either military or they were either trained boxers. I said, oh my God. Or both. Several of them were both. All of them were either military servicemen or boxers or both. Trained boxers or both. I said, oh. The man is sitting here telling this story, and you can see the disgust in his face as he's talking about it. So the dude who they finally convicted of killing these women in South LA, he's in this man's documentary. Now he says more about the dude than the documentary does, because in this thing he says when the dude, because the dude was old by the time they caught him, they estimate that he had been killing women in South LA for 30 years before the pigs would identify the loss of life as those women being the victims of a serial killer. They estimate that he had been killing women for 30 years. And I don't know if you've been to Southeast LA. I don't know if you've been to Southeast LA. It is small. It is small. All the black people in the city is piled up on top of each other in this little bitty area called South Central LA. It's small. And he was able to successfully kill all these women. I haven't even told you the number yet. Kill all these women. Because even the police, who don't give a fuck about black women, came up with a special code just for black women. No humans involved. NHI. No humans involved. This sister, who was responsible for creating this organization, Rose LA, she said when they finally got the police to release the records so that they could get an accurate count of how many women could have possibly been the victims of the serial killer, she said we were shocked because the number that the police gave us, it was like 218 women, something like that, right? And that was shocking enough. Like, damn, we've been telling y'all since the fucking 80s. 218 women was the numbers that the cops gave them. She said, after I went and finally got the printout of the numbers that the cops released, she said, this black cop in the department called me and asked me if I could meet with him. And so we went out to lunch. He said, I don't want to meet at the department. Anyway, he said, let's go have lunch or something. So he meets her at lunch and tells her they just got in their hands a printout of 218 women. The black cop says, you and I didn't meet. He said, but I thought you needed to know that was not all the names. That's what the black cop told her. That wasn't all the names. He said, I'm going to take a few days and see what else I can compile. But that wasn't all the names. 218 women, and they was already stupefied by the amount. And he said, that ain't all of them. She said, by the time this dude dug up all the names of people that had been just reduced to box files in the goddamn basement of the police department, because they didn't include any of the names that had not been put in digital form. He said, that's not all of them. He go into the basement, dig in the goddamn folders in the basement of records that haven't been digitized. She said by the time I got the complete numbers, at least as accurate as they could be, it was over 400 Black women in 30 years in LA. In LA, not the whole city, in South LA. 400 plus women. 400 plus women in 30 years. So I'll tell you, this nigga was not by himself. Even if he did what he did alone, he wasn't the only one. And that's what that FBI agent said in his own other documentary. He said it's actually quite easy for a Black man to be a serial killer because no one searches for Black women. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said it's quite easy. It's actually easier for a Black man to be a serial killer because no one searches for Black women. No one investigates deeply the death of Black women. That's why they've been so prolific. That's why they've been so successful. Child, the stories that this FBI agent told in this documentary, when I tell you to assume all men, one girl married her childhood sweetheart, y'all. These is Black people I'm talking about. These is Black people I'm talking about. These is Black people I'm talking about. You feel me? These are Black people I'm talking about. And this girl married her high school sweetheart right out of high school. They was 18. And everybody was like, yeah, good dude. This and this. Blah, 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 blah. They had 2 kids. Feel me? They got along. You feel me? And she said one day, she said, I guess we've been living together about 3 years, 4 years. And one day, he started going out. It wasn't often, once a week, once every 2 weeks. But he wouldn't come home till the morning. And I thought that was weird. But I trust him. We've been together since we was kids. She said it was annoying me a little bit, but I was like, you know what? I ain't even gonna trip. But she said he started making it a habit. It was like a thing that I was expected to just accept that he was not gonna come home till daybreak on the nights that he just mysteriously went out. And so she said one day I checked him. And in all them years, it was on YouTube. It was on YouTube, sister. And I don't even remember because I wasn't even preparing to talk about this. No, 4.5 hours later, and I was talking about getting off in 15 minutes. But just YouTube, it was in YouTube is where I watched it. But just in the search engine in YouTube, just do like Black serial killers or FBI Black serial killers or something like that. But what was I saying? Oh, damn, what was I saying? Oh, they ain't never had no problems. Nothing off about the dude, nothing. So one day she decides she gonna question him like, damn, like where you be going that you got to be out till the sun come up? That you can't come out, you can't go out and come home at a decent hour. And he didn't say a word. For the first time in their relationship since they was like 14, he punched her in the face so hard he knocked her out cold. He punched her in the face, knocked her out cold, left the house. When she came to, she was like, I made up my mind. Hit me once, that's enough. She packed up her babies, packed up her stuff, left the motherfucking house, went to her family in them house, went to her daddy house, her daddy and her mama house. Child, she went over there, face fucked up, and her daddy said, well, maybe he was just having a hard day. Maybe you need to talk to him, but I understand if you don't want to talk to him at your house. So I'm going to call him and tell him to come on over to the house after he get off work. She was like, don't call him. What you mean you gonna call him? That nigga punched me in the face so hard that I blacked out with our babies at home. Don't call him. He was like, no, you just mad right now. That's a good man. That's a good man. And we gonna work this out. And I'm gonna talk to him stern and let him know he better not put his hands on my baby no more. And so she loved her dad. She said, I trusted my dad. I trusted my dad's judgment. So I backed down. And that night, her husband came to the house, crying and apologizing. I just did that. All that bullshit. And her daddy was like, see, I told you he was going to regret it, girl. I told you he a good man. I told you he a good man. And she, convinced by her father, who she trusted above all others, took her and her babies back to that motherfucking house. And once he knew he could get away with it, the aggressions against her intensified, got deeper and deeper, got deeper and deeper, got deeper and deeper. And so she said, because now in her mind, she ain't got nowhere to go, because she go to the person she trusts the most, which is her family. Her mama passed her, so she don't say nothing. Her daddy convinced her to go back. And so now in her mind, she ain't got nowhere to go. And she said, I let that shit go for a little while I could stack my cash. And then one day, without warning, without telling my mom and daddy where I went, without telling this nigga where I went, I moved out and didn't go back. And all of a sudden, people are calling me and telling me how this dude was spiraling out of control, acting erratic, this and that, right? Just spiraling out, just not acting right. You got to talk to him. Something wrong with it because he's spiraling out since you let that. She's like, I ain't got shit to say. I ain't got shit to say. Next thing you know, he's being arrested. Mind you, they started seeing each other when they was 14. Got married right out of high school, had babies, got a house, living a normal couple life. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, he started going out twice a month at least, not coming home till the sun come up. She ain't think nothing about it. He want to sow his wild oats. We've been together this whole time, whatever. They split up. A few years go by. She gets a phone call from her mother. Have you seen the news today, baby? No, Mom, what's up? She's like, baby, you need to turn on the news. This woman sees her ex-husband being perp walked into the local jail. They had arrested him on like assault and battery or something like that. But when they took blood from, I forget how it happened, but basically his blood had connected him to several unsolved murders in the area. She's like, what? She's like, okay, he a dick, but that don't track. That don't track. As the case unfolds, that these seemingly innocent nights out with the boys where he ain't coming home till 7 o'clock in the morning till daybreak. They say that the first murder this motherfucker committed, he was 16. He was 16. He was 16 the first time he killed a teenage girl. And the narrator is telling the story that we imagine that this first killing that happened because it seemed like a crime of passion, like he didn't mean to do it and something happened and he went crazy and he killed the teenage girl. Like maybe, they were making out or whatever, and then she said no and he flipped out and he killed her. That's the way the scene looked, that it looked like it wasn't intentional, that it was something that just happened like as a crime of passion. But once he got the taste for murder, that he could not subdue it. That's the way the narrator talks. He could not subdue it. And even though he tried by living a normal life and getting married and having kids, that he could not continue to subdue the lust. Subdue the lust that he had discovered at 16. And so at some juncture in his married life, where everybody said they seemed happy. They went to prom together. They went to homecoming. They seemed happy. All the black people in the neighborhood shook to the core. Shook to the core. That this child that the entire community had known since childhood. Everybody knew his family. He wasn't the child who was victimized, not that anybody knew of. And that he would go out. It started out once a month, but then the lust grew. Then it became twice a month, like his wife said. Then it just started getting too regular. So like, nigga, where you be going? He was going to find someone to satiate this thirst that he could not subdue. And then by the time he went before the judge, he had been tied. In that short period of time, this nigga was not even 30 yet. From the first person he killed to the time that they arrested his ass, they had tied him to the death of 13 women and girls. 13 women and girls, all within a 5-mile radius of each other. Evidence that don't nobody look for black women, and damn sure ain't gonna say that anybody is interested as a serial killer in killing black women. So they just don't investigate the murders as serial killers. He killed 13 women and girls within a 5-square-mile radius of each other. This woman, they interviewed the woman. They interviewed his ex-wife. She's sobbing. She's crying, telling the story. She said the worst part of it was sitting there literally in shock, watching this news broadcast of the father of my children being perp walked into prison under suspicion of being a serial killer. She said, maybe a week later, I'm still walking around the world in shock, like feeling like I'm outside of my body. She's crying. She can barely catch her breath while she's telling the story. And she said, maybe a week after this news broadcast, she goes into a gas station. The gas station, she picks up a newspaper, and her ex-husband is on he's the headline for the newspaper. And so she's standing in line, just looking in disbelief at this picture of her ex-husband, this man she had loved since she was 14, on the cover of this newspaper, wearing glasses and shit around town. And she's looking at the newspaper, and there's a woman standing in line behind her, seeing that she's looking at this newspaper. And she taps her on the shoulder. The woman behind her taps her on the shoulder, crying, sobbing inconsolably. Him, he killed my daughter. He killed my baby. Child. This woman telling this story. Whew. This woman telling this story about how she is already humiliated and in shock and in disbelief. And how could I miss this? How could I not see this? Picks up the newspaper in a goddamn random ass gas station for this woman to tap her on the shoulder, seeing the headline in this paper saying that man killed my baby. That man killed my baby. And she said, she didn't know what to say. She was in shock when the woman said that. She didn't want to say who she was. But she said she felt so deep for that woman. She felt like somehow she had betrayed this woman because she couldn't see it, because she didn't see it, because she couldn't, like, she should have known what he was doing. I should have asked sooner. When I say assume all motherfucking men, that shit, I was through after that. I was like, I can't. Baby, so many. I lived in Florida almost 20 years. I lived in Florida. I say 15 years. I lived in Florida. And I never heard about it. All the years I lived in Florida. Never heard about it. Never heard hide nor hair. I'm here in LA all these years later. And see this FBI guy, this black FBI guy saying he was hired by the FBI to exclusively research black serial killers. That's his whole role in the department, is to research the history of black serial killers. To create profiles on black serial killers, because they had never created a profile, a modus operandi black a profile on black serial killers, because everybody had just adopted that the only serial killers that exist, the primary profile for a serial killer is a white male between the ages of 24 and 45, upper middle class. Why they do that? Was it just a missight on their part? No, because typically the only people that white males are killing are white women, and those are the only investigations that they are going to launch, is in the death and the serial repetitious signs of the murder by one person of white women. That's why they never developed a profile on black males, because black males are doing our job. We need to control the black female population so these bitches don't ever regain no power. So black males are doing our job. So let them do what they do. We'll fake like we're gonna do a little investigation for this one black young person that get killed. But as long as they doing the job, we all right with that. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Why would you say that, Yolanda? Why would you say you have to think this is a setup? Why would you think this is a setup? Did he confess? Could no. Why would you ask that? What would be the basis for you asking that? Is this something that we have to theorize about? Because this is something that's abnormal for us. Black men killing black women. Now, if this was not a tendency in our community, then I'd be like, yeah, that sounds like some setup shit to me. That sounds like some setup shit. But do we even have to rely on statistics? Okay, well, them white people statistics, okay, do we have to rely on statistics? We got these stories in our own family. I have these stories in my own family. I done told y'all what my bloodline is. I done told y'all about how I came to be. Me and all my first cousins and all my mama and all her siblings and my big mama and all her siblings and her mother and all of her siblings were all the product of rape. Is this something we have to theorize about? Is this something that just don't make no sense for us? The hell kind of question is that? It's not a stretch. The black man who was convicted of the murders of these women, and at least some of the murders of these women in South LA, he was convicted on 88. He was convicted of 88 of the 400 plus. He was convicted of 88. There wasn't no, he didn't have to confess. He didn't have to confess. You know why? Because when he was about to die, because he was old when they finally caught him, when he was about to die, he told the prison that he wanted to have somebody to come and record his confession as he was dying. He said he wanted to have somebody to come and confess, to record his confession. Do you know how long it took to take his confession? They have video footage of it. Do you know how long it took to take his confession? Hours a day. For 7 consecutive days, it took to take his confession. This old black man who had been killing women for 30 years. It took 7 days, hours a day, recording him confess. And his confession, the FBI dude was like, it was the most gripping thing I've ever witnessed. Do you know that this black man that is supposedly responsible for the killing of at least 88 of those women in South LA, do you know that in the history of captured serial killers in the United States of America, he has the highest conviction? They say that he of evidence linking him to 88 women. They had evidence linking him that they could convict him, but they said they suspected he was guilty of at least 112. But the others, they couldn't directly connect to him. He was convicted on 88. There were many people out in the community saying he ain't the one. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. Y'all just messing with the black man. Until he called the jail. He told the prison guard, I want to make my confession. I feel like my time is up. I want to go ahead and confess what I did. It took 7 days, hours a day, recording. And the FBI agents say that the reason that it was so gripping, as all of these people was talking about, he didn't do that, y'all got the wrong man, y'all always try to set up the black man, this and this and this and this. The FBI agent, the prison guards, the person who recorded the shit said it was the most chilling and sobering thing they had ever witnessed. That he didn't seem like a maniac like Charles Manson. Every time they go into the prison to interview him, he just seemed like a lunatic, raving and ranting all over the place. The shit was so chilling because he was so calm. He asked for a pen and a notebook. And as he is confessing to each murder he committed, he is drawing their fucking faces. He is recalling the clothes that they wore, how he convinced the women to walk away with him, where he killed the women, whether it was in his pickup truck, whether it was in his car later on down the line, what clothes they were wearing, peculiarities like their makeup, or this one, she was really, really pretty, but she had a big scar on her face. And as he's telling the story, the FBI agent says that there were moments that he was stone-faced most of the time, but there were moments in recalling when he would say it was the year 1989. I picked her up here. She was hitchhiking on the side of the road. I met her at a coffee shop. And he said there were moments as he was telling the story and as he was drawing the faces that he could remember and where he buried them, in what city, in what area, how if I murdered them in LA, I had to go and drive out to the desert and I remember exactly where I buried them and this and that and this and that. And there were moments where he would pause in his drawing and he would smile in the recollection. Oh yeah, I remember that one. And then he would keep going. Why do we have to act like this shit is fucking make-believe? When I'm telling you that anybody that is born with a goddamn Y chromosome, because they are born in a world that is dominated by the sun gone rogue, and that shit is a fucking cancer. It is a cancer. That even as our boy babies are born innocent and we love them and they love us, the moment that they become aware of these images that are proliferating their brain from the moment that they are born male, are teaching them to hate the one that they love the most, teaching them to hate their mother, the one that they trust the most. Imagine the conflict in these babies' brains, these male babies' brains, that the person that they love the most, the person that they trust the most, the person that it be them little boys that be hanging on to the bottom of their mama's skirt. Where you going, mama? I want to come. They love their mothers. And at the same time, as soon as they hit every cartoon they see, it's woven into it. Every song they hear, it's woven into it. Everything they come into contact with, even those things that are subtle in their relationships with their mama and their daddy. Those subtle things, everything is telling them that you have to hate her if you are to love your father. You have to, the Bible say it. Jesus said it to his disciples. He said, in order for you to follow me, you must hate your mother. It's in the Bible several times that you cannot cleave to your mother and follow me. So why would anybody ask me some shit like that? Why is it a stretch for us to believe that the byproduct of the church, the byproduct of Islam, the byproduct of Judaism, the byproduct of black men growing up in the church in the South is inevitably going to lead to the formation of cults, to serial killers? Is that a stretch? Is it a stretch? Is it a stretch? Because I did not know, side note, I did not know how many of the most famous serial killers we know, that we know of, more than half of them are Jewish. I did not know that. 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 There was suspicion that the Zodiac killer, who was never caught, was Jewish. What's his name? Son of Sam was Jewish. There was another Jewish serial killer not that long ago, 25 years ago or so, in the Northeast. There was a Jewish serial. He wasn't even just Jewish. He was Israeli. An Israeli serial killer in the Northeast somewhere. And the reason that he became so like popular and sought after in that at that time was because his modus operandi wasn't typical for a serial killer. The object of his obsession was black males, and not on some twisted like Jeffrey Dahmer shit. He was literally going from community to community to community in his car. He wouldn't get out of his car, going from community to community in this area. I forget where it was, maybe Chicago, Detroit, something like that. Heavily black populated area. And feigning to be a stranger trying to get directions. So he would be driving. He'd pull over the side of the road and see somebody black and be like, excuse me, I need direction. Can you tell me how to, and when the person would come close enough, he would shoot him in the fucking face. And that's all he was doing, was driving from place to place to place to place to place, shooting black men. And it was on a rampage. It wasn't like methodically, like every once in a while, like in the span of a week, he killed like 7 people, all black males. Just roll up on them. Excuse me, can you help me with some directions? Get close enough, boom, 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 and peel off. And do you know what? Do you want to know what the punchline was? Do you want to know what the punchline was? I can't remember how many it ended up being, but it was like 7, 8, something like that. Do you want to know what the punchline was? That as soon as he went on his quote little rampage for a week, killing black men, he jumped right on a plane and flew right to Israel, where they have no U.S. extradition. To this day, he's not been to jail. He's not been to court. Nope. Jumped right on a plane, went right to Israel, where they have I know y'all have heard that there is a whole movement of quote child molesters and like that kind of thing that are of Jewish descent, they're talking about how many Jewish men who are on the run for being quote caught, not arrested. So they on the radar to be arrested, and so they go to Israel because there's no U.S. extradition. No U.S. extradition for Israel. I've seen at least 3 documentaries about this tendency that has been increasing over the last 30 years of Jewish descended males committing specifically crimes against children, and then being able to when the state is closing in on them, being able to escape to Israel because there's no U.S. extradition. So when I say assume all males, assume all men, yes, we love our babies. I have a son. I have a stepson, and I love him like he was mine. And he ain't one of the ones. You know why? Because even after his daddy left, he stayed with me. He stayed with me. But at the end of the day, when I say assume all males, it's because of that. It is because of this tendency that has been bourgeoning, not decreasing, bourgeoning. The crime, the increase of violence against women has increased, 35% since COVID? 35 globally. So assume all men, and I don't think that's even a radical statement. Assume all men, and then they have to assume the burden of demonstrating, proving to you that you are safe to be around them. Let that be the starting point for a change. Not giving men the benefit of the doubt and then acting surprised when you are not prepared to defend yourself in space with time. I never sent my daughter on a date like that. I never sent my daughter on a date. I've told y'all about her mixed martial arts, her self-defense classes, the gun range. But what I didn't tell you is as soon as she was going on her first date, I gave her a knife to put in her pocketbook. Don't let nobody get the jump on you. You text me your coordinates as soon as you get where you're going. So if I need to come and get you, I can. But in the meantime, you make sure that you remember the lessons that your master Sharon taught you about where to stick a bitch good enough that you don't kill his ass, but your ass got enough time to get away. I wasn't gonna sit up and worry all night about my child. My child got her. My child got her. I never sent Morgan out the house to go on a date, to go on to a party with her friends. None of that shit without a piece in her purse. Never. Never. You ain't gonna have me out here worried, sick, because yeah, we live in a world of parasites. That ain't got shit to do with me. That us living in a world of parasites ain't got shit to do with me. Ain't got shit to do with me. Know why? Because my 10-year-old Quazil, my 12-year-old at the time, Delana, my 14-year-old Morgan Bethany Floyd, honey, they got taught. They got taught. There was not gonna be no news that was gonna be coming through my phone. That wasn't gonna happen. There was not no news that was gonna be good. That was gonna be coming through on my phone. My heart skip a beat when I get a phone call. No, that was not no shit I was about. That was not no shit I was about. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's for a reason. Britney Spears say, and isn't it disgusting that some forms of protection like pepper spray and others are illegal in some places? That ain't surprising. Not at all. Because I'm telling you, the same way we talking, they talking. Do we have a grip on what these bitches doing? When I tell you everything in the world is about us, every discussion these motherfuckers has happened, no matter how seemingly unrelated it is, every discussion on earth coming out of the mouths of men in general and out of the mouths of men in positions of power, I'm telling you, it is centered around us. Only you don't know because you get caught up in the distractions that they are presenting for you to eat up off of. Every discussion they are having is about us. It's not surprising. It's not surprising what happened in South Africa. Why these black ass men in a room full of hundreds of black men and women in their organization, and it didn't occur to one of them to put no sister forward as the face of this opposition to the Trump administration. That was not an accident because these niggas don't want women to get no ideas neither. I don't care how fucking bossed up they talk. I don't care how revolutionary they present. These niggas in positions of power do not want women getting any ideas either. That's why this dude in the red band, in the red goddamn, what you call it, the fedora, whatever the fuck he wearing, trying to pluck at your heartstrings on some goddamn nostalgia about Burkina Faso, knowing he don't even begin to meet the muster of Thomas Sankara, knowing his ass. I've heard 2 speeches by this nigga. Nope, he ain't Thomas Sankara. That ain't him. I don't know who this nigga is, but that ain't him. He ain't even. First of all, and y'all ought to know better. I don't give a fuck if he wearing a red goddamn beret and goddamn some military fatigues. At the moment that he uttered the words out of his mouth that I am a faithful servant of Allah, that told me everything I needed to know about why he ain't Thomas Sankara. It told me everything I needed to know about why he ain't made no declaration about the conditions of women and children, women and girls up in that shit. As soon as he said that, I pray to Allah. I am a devoted servant of Allah. As soon as he said that shit, it told me, child, as far as I was concerned, he said the quiet part out loud. He said the quiet part out loud. And the evidence of that is the reason that he could be in bed with Putin in China is because he is a devoted and faithful servant of Allah. That's why he ain't got no problem about these declarations that China and Russia have just made about how they about to clamp down like a goddamn lead bomb on the women in their society. Both of them just did that this year within the last 6 months. Within the last 6 months, China, not just them, China, Japan, South Korea, Russia, they all made these big, and Iran and Afghanistan all just had these insanely crazy out loud declarations about how they about to clamp down on the liberties of women in their countries. This is all within the last year. So it made perfect sense to me. He ain't got no issue with Russia talking about, look, we about to be going through all y'all social media, all y'all phones, all y'all conversations, all the media, all the newspapers, everything on TV, and let y'all fuck up and say 4B movement one time. Let y'all fuck up and say, what you say? Child-free living and child-free life. Let one of y'all motherfuckers get out of line. Hefty fines for the first 6 months, but make no mistake, in a year from now, any discussion about 4B, women's liberation, anything even remotely close to that, trying to convince other women not to have children, your ass is going to jail. And if by the time you 22 and you a female, you got a uterus in your body and you ain't had no baby by the time you're 22, you can hang up ever hoping that you're going to go to college in this country. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said that since January. That's what he said. That's what he said. So you better be clear. You get caught up in all these bullshitting ass conversations that they put up in here to distract your ass. Know that you are at the heart of every one of them. If your ass got a uterus, your ass is at the heart of every discussion these niggas is having behind closed doors. Believe that. That people out here talking, man, Mr. Ayatollah, Mr. Ayatollah, you just need to know that I know you mad at America right now, but it wasn't us black people that did that. So if there's a way, you can bypass us. I know you want to attack us. If there's a way you can bypass us, just know black people didn't do this. The 92%, we didn't do this. Stop saying shit like that, man. Stop doing shit like that. Stop doing shit like that. Stop doing shit like that. You think it's cute, you think it's funny, but even making jokes about, appealing to the Ayatollah, this monstrous motherfucker. This monstrous motherfucker. That's got the goddamn, y'all complaining about ICE, but for the last year and a half, this 2 years, this monstrous motherfucker create a goddamn morality police, and the only job they have is to attack women who are not wearing their hijab appropriately or got hair falling out their hijab, and all these women are being disappeared in the goddamn jail under the auspice of not living morally in Iran. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. The Ayatollah is the title given to whoever is the president of Iran at any given time. The religious zealot. Because the age of the Shah is over. It used to be the Shah. That used to be the title. But the last Shah was the Sha of Iran, and that was in his period ended in like 76 or something, like 76, 72, something like that. And that was the most progressive, even though he was a son of a bitch. That was the most progressive Iran had ever been. Women had full rights in Iran. They were able to drive. They were able to go to college. As a matter of fact, that period under the last Shah of Iran saw more PhD scientists, physicists, and what did they call them? Like the people who work for NASA, because all of these women who were getting their goddamn PhDs in Iran, walking around the city in mini skirts. You could wear the hijab if you wanted to. It was religiously open. You could wear your hijab if you wanted to. You didn't have to if you didn't want to. Go Google, just go Google. I mean, and go to YouTube and put in the search engine something like women in Iran in 1972 or something like that. Just look at videos. You know how you can just look at videos of how, because you can look at videos of like what Los Angeles life looked like, in the 50s or in the 30s or whatever. Like, do something like that. You see women wear makeup and high heels. And after the Shah of Iran was ran out of his position, I don't know if he was assassinated or not. Was he assassinated? I think he was exiled or something like that. But after he was ran the fuck up out of here, and how was he ran the fuck up out of there? He was ran the fuck up out of Iran because the zealots, because the Muslim zealots have been plotting and scheming. We don't want no goddamn we don't want no liberal society. We don't want no advanced society. All these bitches walking around here with their goddamn skirts on and high heels and shit, like they Americans or some shit. And they said there was a growing, like in the latter years of the Shah of Iran, especially when he started doing what niggas do when they get money. He was being too flashy. He was inviting Europeans into the country too much. He was just doing opulent kind of shit, opulent kind of dumbass shit, because he was progressive. He was progressive, but that shit turned into something else. The more power, the more fame, the more accolades, the more recognition in the world, the more he hear people talking about, oh, the Shah of Iran. And it helped that he was a good looking nigga. That shit go to y'all head too. Soon as you hear bitches, oh my God, the Shah of Iran, he's so handsome. He's so handsome. As soon as y'all start hearing that shit, your ego get malignant and your brain get twisted. And that's what you can see that shit happen in real time. When you watch this documentary about the Shah of Iran, it was extraordinary. Child, and I tell you, it could be a modern lesson for today. Because he started out relatively progressive. The society was really advancing, like by light years. Meanwhile, these zealots on the ground, plotting and scheming, plotting and scheming, plotting and scheming. We just waiting for a crack in the armor, bitch. Slip up one time, plotting and scheming, laying low, plotting and scheming. And as soon as he provided them with the crack in the armor, bitch, they came down on him like the wrath of God. Yes, they did. They came down on him. He paved the way, the Shah of Iran, in his madness. The Shah of Iran paved the way for the Iran that you see today, where women cannot speak in public, where 19-year-old girls are being yanked off the street by the goddamn morality police and murdered in a jail because a piece of hair fell down from out of her hijab while she was walking in public. The Shah of Iran is what paved the way for the age of the Ayatollah, because there's been one Ayatollah after the other. He destabilized. As a matter of fact, who was it after him? Because there was one other dude who was relatively Ayatollah. They did clamp down, but there was a period in the later like 1990s where the president of Iran was Ahmadinejad. He was a gangster, but he didn't last long because the United States government don't need no gangsters in Iran as a head of state. You feel me? And so here it was. They thrust right back into the motherfucking Stone Age. And I know some of you women be out there thinking it's really a choice of sovereignty that you have made to wear the hijab, to wear the burqa and all that stuff. Honey, I get it. And you are entitled to sovereignty. But just know that your sovereignty in this moment is still etched and shaped. I would never shame a woman. I would never condemn a woman. I would never do anything like that to a woman where she is in her moment, where she is in her life, where she is in her walk in her life. To wear a burqa, I would never shame that. That would never happen. I would never see me do that. But I also will not keep my mouth closed about what it is you are walking through. You have a right to confidently present in the world the way that you want. But it is my responsibility to tell you that the reason that this is your conviction and this is your worldview and this is your belief is because in your mind, you only see the possibility that God can be male. That's the only reason that you make these excuses in an attempt to protect and shield your men from being outright heavy-handed patriarchs that comply with, that are complicit with your oppression in these governments that literally prevent you from opening your mouth to another human being in public spaces. And they fortify that shit with men in uniforms, your sons in uniforms, walking around the streets with assault rifles to ensure that you women do not get out of line, that you do not reveal your eyes, that you do not open your mouth when shopping. So you can say, yeah, we're not forced to wear the burqa. We're not forced to wear the hijab. It is our own choice. It is our own choice. Okay, sister. You want to come up in here in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence? You wear what you see fit. You do what you want. Because sovereignty reigns supreme the fuck up in here. I'm going to honor your sovereignty because I honor your mother. I'm going to honor your sovereignty because I honor your mother. But just know that when you up in here, the truth is going to fly from my lips no matter who it offends. Because, and it ain't, and I want you to understand, because it ain't your Burka. It ain't your goddamn hijab. The reason I'm calling out your motherfucking Allah. he gonna get it every time I get on the pulpit, bitch. Allah's gonna get it. Every time I get on the pulpit, Yahweh is gonna be taking shots, bitch. Every time I step up on the platform, every time somebody hand me a motherfucking microphone, Jesus can get it. He can get it. Shiva, he can get it. Brahma, he can catch some of these shots. Yup. Buddha, he can catch shots too. He can catch some shots too. Ain't nobody safe. Ain't nobody safe. If they the great, profound male figurehead of some philosophy, as a matter of fact, I'll take that shit a step further. Not only can Buddha and Shiva and that other nigga named Brahma and what's the other nigga named Vishnu and who else? Motherfucking Yahweh and Moses and Abraham and what's the other motherfucking name? Jesus and Elijah and Elisha and Isaiah and Solomon and all the disciples, they can all get it. Hold on, who else? I'll take that shit a step further. All the Constantines, they can get it. All the popes, they can get it. Who else? Hold on. Your friendly Uncle Tom neighborhood preacher, he can get it. Hold on. Who else? Carl Jung, he can catch these shots, bitch. Hold on. Sigmund Freud, I got some for him too. Hold on. Einstein, he got shots in the reserves for his ass too. Hold on. Who else? All the presidents, every last one of them, from beginning to end. Yep, all of them. Hold on. Who else? Who else? What's that other nigga name? Friedrich Nietzsche. I got some shots for him too. Hold on. What's the other nigga name? Oh, what's the nigga? The nigga that wrote The Great Gatsby. What's his name? What's that name? What's his name? I forget. He got some too. I got at least one in the clip for him too. Hold on. Hold on. Who else? Who else? Oh, how could I forget? Muhammad, Allah. They got it. They got it coming. Hold on. Who else? Who else? Now I can say some names. I'm gonna say some names that's gonna hurt somebody's feelings. I'm gonna say some names right now because y'all get comfortable with them little shots I just popped, right? Them little shots I just popped. Y'all all right with them. Yeah, like, yeah, she right. Yeah, I like that. Honey, your male version of your Olodumare, he got it too. Hold on. Your male version of Obatala, he can catch these shots too. Hold on. Who else? Oh, definitely your Ogun. He got shots in the clips for his ass too. Hold on. Who else? Oh, Shango. Your beloved Shango. He got shots too. Because I'm trying to tell you, when I say that we have to tear this, and it can't be no slow methodical shit. The breaking down brick by brick. It can't be that. Oh, yep. Thank you, Nura Allah, Ra, Osiris. What the Greeks call him? Horus. Hold on. Thought. That isn't that what they call thought. Thoth. What they call it? What they call them? Trismegistus. Is that what they call him? Trismegistus. You know what I'm saying? Who else? I got Mo. I'm telling you, I'm trying to hurt y'all feelings up in here because there ain't no goddamn evolution. There ain't no growth. There ain't no motherfucking revolutionary leap forward without y'all being uncomfortable. Without y'all severing your allegiance to any personification of the sun gone rogue, placed the fuck up on high while your mother has been disappeared from human memory. All of that. I was gonna say Imhotep. Oh my God. That's what I was getting to. I was like, somebody gonna be so mad. Imhotep. Imhotep. Because there's so many of these males that you have been taught actually lived on the earth in real time in the flesh. We were told that Imhotep was just a regular person born of the lower class, the first of his kind to live among the nobility, and the first of his kind to be born in the human body and to be elevated to God's status. But don't that story sound real familiar? That story sound real familiar. Somebody of lower class, no name, known to no one, who rises up among the ranks to become just like. Don't that sound like Moses' story? I'm just saying, who else he sound like? There's another story. Hold on. Don't that sound like Jesus' story? I'm just saying, who else? Hold on. Born in the flesh and elevated to God's status. Does that or does that not sound like Shango's story? Born a regular man who becomes king, and in the moment of his death becomes God. Orisha. Don't that sound familiar? And I will just tell you, I had a whole attitude about Imhotep because I'm a doctor. And so I was always like everybody else was. You know, we always talk about Hippocrates and how Hippocrates is the father of modern medicine. But even Hippocrates say that I am a child of Imhotep. And Imhotep was the true first Renaissance man because he was a master of architecture and the sciences and the this and the this and the this and the this. And I have my Imhotep dog tag that I made because if I'm a doctor and he is the one, I was like, all right, it's Imhotep the man. Even in Chinese medicine, I done told y'all about the story of Shenong. Shenong, who was said to be the divine husband. Shenong, who was such a recluse and hated humans so much that he would live out in the woods the majority of the time. And because God told him to, every now and again he would go out among the people and teach them some skills like architecture, teach them some skills like how to use iron, and teach them some skills like the mysteries and magic of herbal medicine. Does this not sound like Ogun? The recluse who only comes out to meet his obligation to transfer skills to human beings. Does this not sound like Ogun? And it didn't even occur to me because unlike Ogun, we are taught that Shenong was an actual man who actually lived, and because he gave humanity so many skills that when he died, he was the first among the Chinese to be born a human and elevated after his death to God's status. These repetitious stories where we are being told that this was actually a man and then he became God. This was actually a man and then he became God. This was actually a man and then he became. And every single where you go, they got the same story about some motherfucker who was actually born, who was actually alive in the real world, in history somewhere, and then he just became a God. He became such a God that they put his face in the stars, in the constellations and shit, everywhere the fuck you go. Because I had a moment about Shenong too. I'm an herbalist. I love herbal medicine. He is the one that supposedly gave us our modern materia medica. But if that nigga never lived, which I don't have no problem believing now, if that nigga never lived, because I'm gonna tell you something. With Imhotep, I was convinced that he lived, and because he had such a profound impact on human beings, this is why they made him a god, and that he was actually real, and that he was actually a human being. And I was like, oh, okay, well, Egypt was a lot more, gender equal than most of them places. So let me just do a little background on Imhotep that I had never done in all these years, never done. And I say, who was Imhotep mama? Who was Imhotep mama? Child, right here on your Google. I'm telling you, we have to be deep up in this shit. We have to demystify all this shit. Do you know who is accredited with being the mother of Imhotep, who supposedly actually lived and became a genius by the time he was 11 years old, and he was a master architect by the time he was 17 years old? Do you know who his mama was? According to the internet, and can't find nothing contrary. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know that his mama What the internet say is that the story goes that his mother is Sekhmet. I said what I said. His mama Sekhmet. His mama Sekhmet. Okay, mind blown emoji times 1,000. I said the fuck. That can't be right. Let me look, because the first thing I looked at was Wiki. I was like, this can't be right. I know Wiki be shaky sometimes. Let me deep dive at this person that I've been wearing on my chest because I'm a doctor and he is the man. He is the chief doctor teaching in the great ancient papyri at the schools of Timbuktu and shit. I ain't found nothing contrary. They credit his mama with being Sekhmet, child. This motherfucker never lived. This is another mythology imposed on. They say the same thing about Shango. That Shango was an actual king on the actual earth in actual identifiable history, and that it is only through the transitions of his life that he finally came to himself to understand, and he felt so guilty about what he did that when he went to go kill himself, that y'all rescued him in the moment before he became an ancestor, so he's elevated to Orisha status, that he became God. I said, goddamn. I'm telling you, y'all, there is nowhere you can look where you have not been lied to. I'm just trying to give you a word that is intended to make you uncomfortable, to shake the fuck out of you. I'm telling you, every time I think I have an idea that is concrete and stable, it's a stable, solid, unshakable foundation of truth. Somebody hook TNT to that motherfucker and shatter it in a million pieces. And it's only when you can laugh at that level of discomfort that you're able to have a breakthrough. Because I be up in here, child, perpetually dismayed and bewildered. Perpetually. Because the mother's like, I'm telling you, don't trust none of it. What Flavor Flav say? You can't trust it. You can't trust it. None of it. None of it. None of it. None of it. If you think you can, take the default position. You can't trust it. Boy, you can't trust it. None of it. And it's only when you can laugh at the fucking level of the betrayal, child. It's only when you can be like, yo, that tracks. That make that it sound crazy as fuck. But you know what? That tracks. Like the post sister up in here, Yolanda. She was like, you think it was a setup? No. No, we got too much 411. Hell, you ain't been here too long, Yolanda, so you don't know yet. But when we read that book a couple of summers ago, called The First Prophetesses of Mami Wata and the Theft of African Prophecy by the Theft of African Prophecy by the Roman Church, I was like, well, everything I thought I ever believed just got tossed right the fuck out the window. That book did me. That book did that little bitty ass book. That little bitty ass book, the Sibyls. This little bitty ass book. This book little as fuck. Look at that. This little bitty ass book, child, did the fuck out of me. It did the fuck out of me. Damn sure did. It's like, get ready, bitch, because everything you think you know, you can go ahead and put that shit in the junk heap of the past. Yes, you can. You can go ahead and toss all that shit in the garbage. I just saw this is the last thing I'm gonna say because I didn't even realize I was late for my little shindig. I watched this little IG last night, and this white girl, she started talking about the Sibyls, and I started rolling my eyes. I was like, all right, what this bitch got to say? She was like, look, she said, we white women got to get comfortable with the fact that everything we possibly know about witchcraft, witchy shit, healing, herbs, midwifery, anything that we ever learned, that we all these white witches all over the place. She said, you need to know that we was taught by a black woman. We was taught by black women, and they hid it from us, and we was okay with that. They hid it from us so well that we forgot that everything we learned in Europe, it was a black ass symbol from Africa that came to Europe or was stolen and brought to Europe, and then they put us on game. I'm colloquializing for the white girl, but she ran down that shit. She ran down that shit yesterday. I must have played that girl video. It was just a short video, 5 minutes or so. But baby, when she ran down that, she said, "So white women," she said, "by white women, us." She said, "We just need to remember that everything we knew about reading, about divination, about healing, about herbs, about everything, we learned from all these black symbols that was scattered all over Europe. And then when the empire didn't need them no more because they was getting too powerful, they murdered them all, buried the memory of them, painted all their faces white on all the buildings and in all the temples and shit. Everything we think we know that's quote quote indigenous to European culture in history is like the witchy shit, is like deep shit. It's ours, but we learned it from black women, so we just need to be all right with that." I was like, "Come on in the room, then, white girl." Just when I think there ain't no hope for y'all, one of y'all can hear. just when I think all is lost with y'all, one of y'all say, "I've been paying attention. I've been paying attention, yay. I'm on your side. I've been paying attention." She ran that shit down. I was like, "Come on in here, then, white girl. Come on in here. Come on in here. Put everybody on game. Come on in here and put everybody on game." So that need to be the energy y'all want out of this here Capricorn, and the way they done slandered our mother Capricorn, the way they done slandered Saturn, our great grandmother Crown, the way they done slandered her for 6,000 years straight. She got an attitude. And just so you know who I'm talking about, any personification of her that you want to hold in your mind, that's your business. But be clear that great grandmother Crown is Saturn. Great grandmother Crown, the governess of the last golden age of humankind, that's Saturn. Great grandmother Crown, who they wasn't even creative enough to give her a new name when they gave her a sex change. There's like, "Oh, we like that. Great grandmother Crown. Okay, we just gonna call her Cronus and then give her a penis and then make this horror story about her." So Cronus devours his children because he's scared that his children gonna take his power. That's who it is. So they done gave us sex change. You understand? Told this diabolical story. Child, and you know me, Tima. I was up in my Ele young, like, why we don't ever hear nothing about Nana Buddhaku? How come I ain't never heard nothing about Nana Buddhaku? And even my yaya, even my godmother was like, we don't talk much about her. I guess you're right. I guess you're right. You know what? I need to start talking more about her. I need to be reading more about Nana Buddhaku. And then not a second later, my yaya getting receiving Nana Buddhaku. No, they don't want nobody telling a story about Nana Buddhaku. I think I have her on my as one of my thumbnails. As soon as I read her story, I was like, oh, there's a reason they don't tell us about her. There's a reason they don't tell us about her. And so make no mistake, when I'm talking about Saturn, I'm talking about Kali. That's her. That's why the 666 is so evil. It's the mark of the beast. It's the sign of the devil. It's the sign of the coming of the Antichrist. Why? They clear even if your ass ain't. That's why I said, y'all been calling us the most evil thing that's ever happened to humanity anyway. So we might as well take the crown, wear it confidently. You earned what you manifested, bitch. You earned what you manifested. That's the way you're gonna get comfortable, is to put us into proximity with devil, Satan, Lucifer, the fallen, and all of that shit. I'll be your devil today. I will be your Satan today. I will be your Lucifer today. As a matter of fact, Lucifer, his name and my name mean the same thing. Ain't that something? Isn't that something? Lucifer's name and my name means the same thing. I got one deeper for you. I'm actually considering calling. I'm actually considering calling this a book title when I finally get to the point where I actually start writing. When I actually started writing, I've actually written it down as one of the book titles. And the book title is going to be the book title is going to be they called her Diablo. They called her Diablo. Y'all know Diablo means the devil, right? They called her Diablo. Do you know why I'm going to write a book by that title? That book, they called her Diablo, is going to be the title of my autobiography. And I'm going to tell you why. That I was, my name was Iapo for 15 years. Yeah, 15 years. My name was Iapo for 15 years. It's a Yoruba name. But whenever, mostly white people, but not exclusively, whenever I would say, hey, I'm Iapo, when I tell you 75% of the time, when people go to repeat your name back, they would call me Diablo. Your name is Diablo? And it didn't make any sense. I was like, it's just that white people shit where they don't be trying to pronounce your name right or whatever. But it happened with black people a lot too. Mostly white people, but it did happen with black people a lot. And one day I was sitting in here, relatively recently, maybe 6 years ago, going back over, the thing that I tell y'all always about the history of my name, like my transition from Iapo back to Cassandra, and how it wasn't even until I started really paying a lot more attention to like the meanings of names and the significance of names and the vibration of names, and how the only name that you have that's always benevolent despite the conditions that gave rise to that name is the name that you receive at birth. And then we read in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects how the act of naming was always considered the most powerful ceremony. And that's why males coveted the ability to name from women so much, is because all these matrilineal years, the mother naming the baby at the moment that she attached the baby to her nipple was a ritual. It had been seen as a ritual, and that the baby would not receive their soul until the baby latched on to the nipple and the mama gave the baby the name. I said, oh my God, right? And so I'm doing this walk with my name and the significance of naming and the history of naming. And I told y'all I'm also working on another project about the significance of naming, right? And I'm sitting here doing all this research and all this shit about the naming and what that shit means in different cultures and all of that shit. And out of nowhere, like noise, because I'd never even thought about it again once I took my birth name back. And out of nowhere, I'm naming. I told y'all that breakthrough I had about my daughter's name, and like, what the fuck? Because I didn't even name my daughter. My mom and my sister named my daughter, and they Christians. And how did they give my daughter the name that she has? And I never even thought to research the deep etymological meaning of my daughter's name. I knew, like, when you go in baby names, what a baby name means. Her name means her birth was a gift, right? So I just always assumed that's what it was, but I'd never searched the etymology of my daughter's name. And then we go in the same book, Symbols and Sacred Objects. And my daughter's name is in this fucking book. My daughter's name is in this book. And I'm telling y'all that my middle name is the reason I call myself the daughter of the fates, is because I actually come from a line of male fates. My great-great-grandfather was fate. My great-grandfather was fate. My grandfather was fate. My oldest uncle was fate. My dad was the youngest child, and so he said he was going to continue the tradition of naming the firstborn son Fate. But I was the firstborn, and my dad didn't have any boys, and he gave me the middle name Faye because his middle name was Ray, and he still wanted to continue the tradition of the Fates, and so he combined Fate with Ray, and my middle name became Faye. And that's why I call myself the daughter of the Fates, because I'm a descendant of these line of male Fates, right? So I was like, that's it, that's me, that's it, right? And my mama and my sister named my daughter while I'm still doped up on drugs from giving birth to her. And they was like, we ain't gonna let you name our baby no Anastasia. Because that was the name I chose for my baby. That was the name I chose for my baby. If I have a girl, I'm gonna name her Anastasia. My mama came up in that room. She's like, I'm sorry, but we can't let you do it. We cannot let you name our baby no goddamn Anastasia. Like, what you even gonna call her for short? She was like, me and Erica done talked about it. And her name is either gonna be Morgan Bethany or Morgan Brittany. Now, which one you want? So they named my baby Morgan Bethany, right? And baby, 30 years later, I'm up in here talking to y'all. We reading the symbols, the book of symbols and sacred objects. And there is one name entry in the book. There's no other names in the book except planet names or animal names. But people names, one name in the book. Morgan Le Fay. I said, what the fuck? Morgan Le Fay. I sat up in here mind blown. I sat up in here stupefied. Stupefied. So what the fuck? What's this about? And they start talking about the meaning and the history of Morgan Le Fay as a title. And that Morgan, the goddess Morgan, was always, the reason she was so feared is because she was always seen as man's fate that he is always trying to avoid, the inevitability of the ending of one life before a new one can begin, that we all must face Morgan. We all must face Morgan. That's the earth. That's the dirt. That's the end. That's your death. But because they fear death, not recognizing that death is not an end, it is not something to be feared or to be avoided, she became the most demonized. They call her as a title Morgan Le Fay because the Fay inherent in it is the inevitability of the mother's fate, which is something that one should not fear. I said, God damn. I texted my daughter that night. I said, Morgan, you will not believe what the fuck happened in here. She said, Mom, this is not real. I said, yes, it is. I know I'm straight tripping right now. I'm straight tripping. All this time, this deep walk I've been in with the mother and did not even know that without even trying, this tradition of the handing down of the title, the name of the fates went to my daughter without even trying. Not deliberate, no thought. My dad or like the mothers of the men in my family who named their sons fate as a part of this tradition, that it was an inevitability. I didn't even name a baby. Child, listen. So whatever, I'm gonna go because I'm already an hour late for the homegirl shindig. Talking to y'all, trying to get powered up on this meeting right here. You feel me? But I want to challenge y'all to do something over these next several days. Like I said, all the way through the 14th is the big shit, right? And then you got a couple of days off. I mean, if you really do, because you don't. But then we're gonna be jumping both feet first on the 18th into another Mercury retrograde. You feel me? So what I would challenge you to do is first, and I'll be honest, I'm not going to send it out tonight, but first, start to just think about, even if you just Googling about her or looking at images of her, or even Googling mantras. There's a ton of Kali Ma mantras that you can just listen to on YouTube. I got about 30 saved, whatever. But this is your meditation, is on her tonight. This your meditation is on my Kali tonight. Feel me? And the dynamicism of who she is, the goddess of love and human sexuality. Because like I told you, if she ain't chopping heads, typically the only other time you're gonna see her is if she chopping heads or having sex. Like those are the two things that she loved the most: having sex and cleaving heads, having sex and saving the world. That's it. That's it. That's the shit that we got to be on. That's the shit. That's the meditation. Because I could feel everybody's rage up in here. So I knew I was not the lunatic for feeling so like laid low today. But everybody up in here was like, yup. I thought it was just me. I was feeling crazy heavy today. I was feeling insane today. Why I was so angry today. Why my spirit was so harassed today. Everybody. Everybody saying the same thing. You feel me? So now you have been powered up. I'm about to go lay out under this fire with my homegirls, you feel me? And howl at the moon or some shit. And drink some wine. But under this Capricorn moon, under this most monumental period in human history, first of all, sit with these great heavenly siblings of ours and reevaluate your relationship with them. Reevaluate your relationship with them. Two of these major planets have just shifted into the sign of Aries for the first time together in 12,000 years. Neptune into Aries and Saturn into Aries. But instead of seeing Aries through the lens of the sun gone rogue as some patriarchal, bloodthirsty, megalomaniac who gets his rocks off on shedding blood, that's not who he is. That's not who he is. And so if we thinking about the seven sisters, if we thinking about the seven sounds, if we thinking about the seven colors of light, if we thinking about all of these things that are represented by our relationship to those seven benefics that we could see with the naked eye before we learned about the other two, retell the story, even if it's only in your space tonight, even if it's only in your mind's eye. Who was Aries, the bloodthirsty war god, before he was given a sex change? Who was he when he was one of the seven sisters? I'm trying to. Who was Jupiter? Who was Jupiter? What was her name before she was hijacked and given a sex change? We already know who Yay Saturn is because I done been on a rampage about Yay great grandmother Crone since January. So you can go back and listen to any number of them videos if you want to. Who was Mercury before Mercury was made a hermaphrodite? What was her name before her identity was stolen and her power absorbed? You feel me? Like, sit with those archetypes, all of them, because all five of the outer planets have, honey, they have arrived to stage a contest. But we have to imagine when we're talking about these planets, when we're saying the names of these planets, I'll tell you, one of the things that we have to do this year is we have to rename everything. I mean, in real time, I don't mean metaphorically. I mean, we have to rename everything. We have to rename everything. We have to rename everything. And so even the fact that we are still calling these planets by their Roman god took over names, every single one, by the hostile Roman god takeover names, is creating something. It's creating something. Every time we call them by their Roman god names, that's why I'm always doing this dance between Oya and Pluto. Aquarius and Shango. This and this. We have to rename everything, because I just told you that the naming process is what gives power to the thing. It said of Kali, the great primordial black abyss that already held in her body everything that she would give form, that even the gods were born from her body, and the only way that they could be formed was when she spoke their names, they existed. When she spoke the gods' names, they took form. That's what it said about Kali. So it should give us some inclination about what we must do. That it can't be no default. Well, that is just what the planet's names is, but were they always that? Or did some white boy claim that he found it, he discovered it, and then he decided what the name was going to be? Because I just told y'all the story about Uranus a few days ago, where Uranus wasn't Uranus for many, many years. They had discovered Uranus in 1781. Uranus didn't become Uranus until when was it? It was like almost 100 years later. That Uranus's name for a long time, written in astrological documents, was what was his name? Herschel. The planet Uranus's name for almost 100 years was Herschel. Was Herschel. And see how easy they just changed? They just changed the name. Like, you know what? Somebody had the bright idea. Was like, you know, all the other planets is named after Roman gods. Why don't we just name that one after another Roman god? And initially, what the scientific, the astronomical community was gonna name Uranus, Prometheus. Initially, they were like, oh yeah, Prometheus is good. There it is again. And I'm convinced that Prometheus, made a male, it in your face, is the archetype of the mother. She who rebels against the gods that have posted themselves up on high to steal the power of fire to give to her children so that they could evolve. And then the wicked, bloodthirsty Zeus places her, not him, her up on a rock to be abused forever and ever by a great eagle that would come down and consume her liver every day, knowing that it would grow back so he could inflict punishment on her forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Not only that, Prometheus is supposedly the one who shaped the first female. The first person on Earth was a female. This is based on Greek mythology. Prometheus took her hands and placed it in the earth. Sound like the Potter story, don't it? Placed it in the earth and shaped the first woman on Earth being Pandora. And then Zeus, because Zeus got an attitude about what Prometheus had done, says, I'm gonna play a trick on this bitch. She the only motherfucker on Earth anyway. You feel me? We gonna give her a box, and we gonna fill the box with all type of terrible stuff. And we gonna make the box as beautiful as we can find it, as we can make it. Jewels and beauty and locks and all of this shit. Get this bitch this box. Tell her she has to protect the box. She has to cover the box. She has to hide the box, but she can't open the box. And to make sure she opened the box, we gonna put a voice in there, knowing she on the earth by herself. So we gonna put a voice in the box, telling her, you know you want to open this box, girl. You know your ass ain't got no friends. Don't you want somebody to talk to, girl? Girl, go on ahead and open that box. Go on ahead and open that box, girl. What's the worst that could happen? You on the earth by yourself. Go on, open that box. And so the woman becomes the issue. Again, she opened the box because she curious, probably because she bored. She by herself. You feel me? She crack open the box, and all the evils ever imagined spilled out on the earth. Sound familiar? All the evils that would ever exist on earth spilled from the box. And she tried to hurry up and close the box. And she closed the box, but only in time for one thing to remain in the box. All the evils that ever we had already spilled out into the earth. And the one thing that remained in the closed box was fucking hope. Was hope. Was the last thing trapped in the box. And here we are at the apex of the evil that has spilled out on the earth. And every story of every beginning tells us that it's not the sun gone rogue responsible for the evils of the earth. No, it is that wicked, diabolical bitch who just could not do what she was told to do because she was just too curious. Whether it's Eve, whether it's Pandora. Anyway, I see your fish hooks, Java. I got you. I'm gone. All right. It was fun. I'm gonna go. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. Enjoy the full moon. Moon bathe if you can. You know, have your titties out if you can. If you're somewhere where you can have your titties out, let the moon shine down on your titties. Okay? Thank the mother for your wonderful gift. This wonderful gift of yours. You feel me? I'll see y'all tomorrow.